How's everybody doing? What's going on, Nate? I miss you, sis. It's nice to see you. Uh, I've been trying to not talk about politics so much. That's why I haven't been on here, right? A lot is going on in the world in which we live in right now, especially in this country. But what our country, what our president is doing is affecting the entire world. And I don't know how we let a man in, but it's been a few of us who stood where we stood. We were saying this shit was gonna happen, and everything we said was gonna happen is happening. And but we still have a group of people, right? Especially the men. Some of these men, they like you can see why a lot of these men, especially in the black community, um, you can see why they not moving forward in life, why they're not climbing the ladder of success or anything, right? Because even when they realize they're wrong, they don't, just say, "Hey, I was wrong," and continue forward. They double down and triple down, right? They double down and triple down, and they don't care about no facts or nothing. So let me start by saying, what's going on? Now, Miss Not For Everyone, how you doing, sis? I um I was on the panel yesterday over there by Taylor, and when I got there, I don't know I don't know exactly what they were talking about when I got there, but because I got there late. But when I got up there, I don't know, some kind of way we started talking about politics, and Aunt T liked to talk about politics, and so I noticed he liked to talk about politics, but he don't know never know what he's talking about, and so it's the weirdest thing to me. It's weird to me when men stand on something, but they themselves don't know what they're standing on. They don't know what they're standing on because they hear it from somebody and then they adopt it, right? And then they stand firm as fuck. They stand firm as fuck. And see, they're dangerous. These are dangerous people. Now they're only dangerous to others who may not really follow said politics or whatever the topic is. Whatever the topic is, if you don't really follow it, then when you listen to someone speak on it, and if they sound like they could be right because they believe in what they're saying, you might then adapt what they're saying or adopt what they're saying, right? Um, and so Aunt T will sit over there and talk about politics as if he knows what he's talking about. And then motherfucking just because he a man, a group of men have said, well, he knows about politics, but not just a man, like they was a raggedy ass motherfucking bitch over there also agreeing, saying stupid shit like, how you gonna argue with Auntie? He knows about politics. The raggediest motherfucking bitch too at that, right? Um, I'm like, what does my sex or my gender, let me put it like that, right? The correct word is gender. What does my gender have to do with being knowledgeable about something? And I've gotten into politics when Obama's second term, y'all, his second term is when I started paying attention. But definitely by the time Trump got into office the first time, I was looking at everything, right? Because I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Now, at the same time, most of us, when we live in our life, we're not caring about no fucking politics. Most people are just trying to live their life and move throughout life, right? And just survive. That's all you're trying to do. You ain't giving no shits about what nobody else is doing, even though what they are doing is very important. So it's always, I realized, as I started to pay attention, that how important politics is. But let me tell you why I wasn't following politics. Probably the same reason why most of y'all don't follow politics. When you're young, you hear things like all of them are liars. They don't do nothing for us anyway. They ain't about shit. It's not about us. Now, the thing about that is that's what they want us to believe. And so the more we hear it and we grow up believing it, the easier it is for them to do what the fuck they've been doing. So now the thing is, Auntie is up there saying the same shit. Oh, the better of two evils. Saying, oh, both of them are bad. It don't even matter. I'm not even gonna participate. I'm not gonna even vote. And don't help us. But see, we the people are the boss. See, back generations ago, they knew this, right? They knew this. This is why they did not want black people voting. They didn't want you to know your constitutional right. They didn't want you to know this because when we did know this and when they wasn't stopping us from voting, we was lots of things was getting done. Because when you realize that you are actually their boss for real, and how are you their boss? Because you can get them out of there. Your vote gets them in and or out. Just because they got voted in this year doesn't mean they get to be there for 15 motherfucking years doing nothing. But I promise you, if you allow them to be there for 15 years and they ain't doing shit, then they gonna be there. They gonna be there. Why wouldn't they? Not gonna just quit? You know how much money politicians make? And that's just their part-time job. Motherfucking politicians most of them got a full-time job, y'all. Politicking is part-time. So they making 100K on a part-time job. And then they may own a company. Oh, and then they can own even more companies because they're getting that money, right? They're getting enough money to start companies, businesses, and they also get money where if they want to uh play in the stock market. But politicking is a part-time job. So in other words, they can have businesses and go to work every day and be your politician. That's usually how they start out. And if you don't know that they are the ones who put the laws in your area in place, and so when they trying to put a fucking law in place, they got to notify you right away. They're not in the middle of the night putting a law in place. They can put it, try to write it in, slip it into some shit, not tell you about it, but they have to tell you about it. If you're not reading the paper or staying on shit, then they can slip all kinds of shit in. They can make it illegal for you to walk on the wrong side of the sidewalk. Did you know that? Like they could put laws in fucking place. They the ones who put the laws in place. They the ones who vote for the laws to be placed in place. And but you the one who give them the job. You the one to give them the job. So they convinced us that they are all liars. See, they don't care if you think they're a liar or not. They only care if you're voting or not. Right? They don't give a shit if you think they're criminals. That don't do nothing for them people. If them people getting paid, they don't give a shit what you think what that Marjorie Taylor Greene woman think that we are. She know everybody fucking thinks she cuckoo. You think she give a fuck? No. In fact, she doubles down on her crazy. Double and triple down on her crazy. And the crazier she is, with the people with the laser eyes and shit like that, that what got her. That's when I started noticing them. I was like, what? They talking about they got some people with some laser eyes. It's like the motherfucker reptilian people and shit, right? All the things I've heard through the years. If a motherfucker say that shit to me, I'm looking to see who it is, and are they actually on Capitol Hill? Yep. She started doubling down and said, they don't give a fuck if you think they're crazy. They don't care. You think they're a liar. As long as they people keep voting them in, they'll do whatever it is that they think they're doing that's keeping them there. But we gonna learn some shit today, though. We about to learn some shit today. Cause I'm sick and tired of seeing black men and some of these black women, right? Say the most ridiculous shit because it is harmful. It's harmful to think both sides are criminals. It's even crazy. It's so crazy that we kind of lump them up like as if they are a race of people, right? It's almost like they say that black people are criminals. But then most of us be like, shit, I'm not no criminal. What the hell you talking about? I ain't never break the law ever. And so yeah, they got some people who are criminals, but I'm not lumped up in, so that's what happening when some of these men like Auntie get up there and start talking about they on both sides. And you know how many people are in Congress? How many people in your local government? How many people, in this on the Senate? It's a lot of motherfucking people. So are we saying that they all criminals? Basically, that's what he says, yes. And the reason he says it because he believes, and the reason he believes it because that's what they told us since we were young, that politicians are crooked, politicians are liars, politicians are this, that, and the third. So we don't even think about the ones who that you can't find no proof that they've been breaking any laws. You can't find any proof of this, that, or the third. He kept saying that Biden is a criminal simply because he kept saying he got money. He, look how much money he got. Look how much he's worth. 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 And I said, wait, are you judging him because he's wealthy? I didn't say, well, the man had wealth already, right? I said he had wealth already. I live here in Delaware. I'm like, he was wealthy already. So I said, wait, so he's a criminal? Because I'm like, Trump versus Biden. Oh, baby, Trump versus Biden. Apparently, Auntie says that the Democrats are so good at their criminality, right? They criminality or them being committing crimes. Okay, I might be saying that word wrong. They're committing crime. They do it so well that there's no proof of it. Because I'm saying, hey, pull out the motherfucker proof. And everything that he did pull out was false. And we about to look at the first one that he pulled out. Okay, give me a second. We're gonna pull it up. See, they like to bring up Hunter Biden, who has never been the president, right? But even then, they lied on even him. Not on everything, but the thing is, the shit that they did say about Hunter, Biden himself put out about Hunter. When Obama chose Biden to be his vice president to run with him, Biden was like, "Oh, I don't know if that's a good idea because I've had terrible things happen in my family, and I have a son. I have a son who's out there in the streets. I don't think it's a good idea." And Obama was like, what do you got to do with your son? Your record speaks for itself. Your record. Whatever your son is going through, sorry to hear that he's going through that, by the way, right? Biden had two sons, and one of them, he was flying right. He was doing great things, right? Military vet. And then he had the other son. Sound like an American family to me. right? Where you can have kids and you have some kids doing some shit that they shouldn't be doing, that you're sorry that they're doing, and you got some kids who doing everything by the law. So if if nobody was able to uh do great things simply because what their children are or aren't doing, then it will be all fucked up in America, right? It'll be a very small few people being able to be certain things. Shit. If they had to look at what my children are doing and not doing. So we're gonna let me because I can go into the whole story about Biden. I'm not gonna do that. Like he said he been into politics and know about politics. I would assume he knows. Now he tried to play that shit when I asked him for proof of something, and I asked him to say it again. He refused to repeat things that he said when I asked him to repeat it. And the only reason I was asking him to repeat it because I couldn't hear him because that stupid bitch was on the panel, right? Speaking over him and me. Now y'all notice I ain't saying no name because she want me to say her name, but nah, baby, we're gonna call her the stupid bitch. And if you was there yesterday, then you know who I'm talking about. And if you wasn't there yesterday, then you don't know who I'm talking about. But if I did tell you her name, you will know that she's the stupid bitch. Okay? Most of us gonna agree that she be slurping on that alcohol and and you could tell when she's slurping on that motherfucking alcohol. She'll come up and say some long ass motherfucker shit that just don't make no sense most of the motherfucking time. Okay? And she almost begged me to go live and talk about her yesterday. She's almost begged me. But I ain't giving her the motherfucker satisfaction, baby. Okay, so we gonna move on. Okay. Um, so because we're gonna be clear, there is no both of them are the same. There's no both of them are the same. Some of y'all have some great politicians in your area. It's unfortunate, but it's true that we have only two competitive sides in this politician game. They got other parties, but even like the independents, most people are not independent. Most people claim to be independent though, right? Because it makes sense. Most of us are down the center. Most of us, we may agree with some things on that side and we agree with things on this side. But when they talk about are you a independent or Democrat or Republican, they're talking about what you marked on your paperwork. They don't give a fuck what you thinking in your heart, thinking in your mind. They are literally talking about when you went to sign up to vote, which one did you choose? And if you know how this shit works, then which one you chose is which one it is that you are. But it doesn't mean that you have to vote that way. You could be a Republican and vote Democrat. You could be a Democrat and vote Republican. You could be an independent. And the truth is, if you're independent, if we talk about on a federal side of things, if your ass vote independent, you just threw your motherfucking vote away. And you know what I mean? Like I think I had a conversation up here with Mr. Cab, and he was telling me who he gonna vote for. And oh, babe, you know what I mean? Like I couldn't fucking believe it. I couldn't believe that a motherfucking black man or woman who says they follow politics. See, Mr. Cab said that he followed politics. In fact, I know he followed politics because he know a lot about it, right? He knows a lot about it. And so I know that he followed. And I couldn't believe what his stance was, but it told me a lot, but it wasn't shocking. right? The idea that these motherfuckers hate black women or women so much. You know what I mean? Like it's different if you don't know much about politics and you just say, well, he know too much, baby. That decision that he made, it made me look at him completely different from that point on. I was like, I can't fucking, are you serious? Like, first he was against Kamala, right? Because he said she not black, she not black. So we used to have a conversation about she not black, she not black, she ain't black, she ain't black. What the fuck that got to do with anything? And then when he told me he was voting for a white woman who was only on certain states where you could vote for. There was only like 5, 6 states you couldn't even vote for her at all. That means she had no ability to win, zero chance. And I kept saying, wait, she don't have zero chance. Like absolutely zero. Have you heard about him? I ain't got to hear her. I ain't got to hear a motherfucking thing come out of my mouth. I don't even know the bitch name, right? What I will tell you is most of y'all don't know her name neither. Even if you knew her name last November, you don't know her name today. Nobody remembers who ran and lost. Nobody remembers that. Most of us don't even know who tried to run for president last year. We only know the 2 people who ended up in the running. We don't know the other 30 people who tried to run for president that year. So that's when that's see in 2020, baby. See that election in 2020? If we look, ladies, and for you men, if you look and you was listening, you can tell the ones who hate fucking women, but more importantly, black women. It told me a whole lot of shit. These niggas, look where we are simply because she was a fucking woman. If Biden would have ran in 2020, he would have won. Oh no, he wouldn't have won. That's a motherfucking lie. What you mean he wouldn't have won? He won from the same person just 4 years before. They was trying to pressure Democrats to get him out of there because they was baiting us. They were scared of Biden and don't let it be where you could go a third term. Because if Obama was running, they would have been raising motherfucking hell. And then the lies start, right? When it's women, they start lying about all kinds of shit about us. Women. That Jill Stein motherfucking woman that Mr. Kerr was trying to convince me to get to know what the fuck I'm gonna get to know her for. I don't even think she was on the ballot here in Delaware. And I kept telling him like she had zero chance, even if every state that she is on the ballot, if she got all the votes, even if she got everybody in every state in which she was on their ballot, every motherfucker in the states voted just for her, she still had no chance to win. If she was in Louisiana on the ballot, which she was, I think there was a few states. I think it was like 5. I'm not sure how many states, but it was such a small amount of states. Let's say in every state where she was on the ballot, everybody voted for her. Nobody voted for nobody else but her. She still couldn't have won. And so everybody who gave her a vote, they knew they was throwing their vote away. I don't know why Mr. Kerr was acting like he wasn't throwing his vote away. And in such a time when we really needed people to stand up for real for this country, for real, everybody who threw their vote away on purpose did that shit for a motherfucking reason. And the reason don't matter because here we are. And I hope none of y'all got no daughters and sons of a certain of age to go to war. Because motherfuckers was not listening to Trump, baby. You wasn't listening to Trump. You didn't read Project 2025. You wouldn't do none of that shit. When people were screaming, this is important, and people were like, oh, it's just another election. None of them do good for me. Oh, none of them do good for you? Your ass gonna find out exactly what politicians have been doing for you for all your life. Because Trump is taking away education. Y'all didn't know that the politicians is the ones who make sure the education keeps flowing. You ain't know that. You ain't know that your state, the amount of money given to your state is based on your politicians. You didn't know that if this school over here in your neighborhood not getting enough money, it's because of your fucking politicians. They the ones who get the money for the state and dish it out the way they want. Called states' rights. See, the federal government give them the money based on whatever, how they split that shit up amongst the states. And then your politician is the one who allotted out in the school districts they want to put it. That's what happens. You got a ticket for some shit that you don't think you should have a ticket for. Like, for instance, having a what they call one of them things hanging on your mirror that make the car smell good, air fresheners. Oh, you got pulled over and they gave you a ticket because you have an air freshener hanging from your rear view mirror and you didn't even know it. The reason you ain't know it because it's a stupid law, and it's a law though still the same. You know who did that? Your motherfucking local politician. You wondering why now in certain states, if the speed limit is 35 and the police see you going 30, not over the speed limit, but you going under the speed limit, and he pulls your ass over and give you a ticket. You wondering why he's able to give you that fucking ticket? Because of your politician. You wondering why if it's the summertime and you off that day, so you just walking, you decide to go walking around in the neighborhood or whatever, and they decide to give you a ticket for loitering. You know why they're able to give you that fucking ticket for loitering? Because of your motherfucking politician. You wondering why, even if the shit wasn't fair and it's not a law, but some police officer gave you the ticket anyway, and they still decided to keep it going and not be fair and going to the Constitution. You know why you ain't get no help for none of that shit? Because of your fucking politician. That's who you're supposed to be able to go to. Let them know what the hell happened. Because you just a regular person, right? Your politician supposed to go and find out what's happening when corruption is going on. Mm. Your politician is supposed to be working for you. We all know that any and everybody could become corrupt. Today I might be a good person. I might be a good person most of the day. Tomorrow I might wake up on the wrong side of the bed and just do some fuck shit. Because I'm human and that's what we are. And but you shouldn't have to pay because I woke up on the wrong side of the bed one day. So I do some fuck shit. You supposed to be able to report me to somebody. And sometimes it's the politician who gonna make sure that shit get handled right away. Because the whole motherfucker police department may be corrupt. Or they gonna stand by their officer, right? We already know how that works. The reason why a lot of cases get dropped once it go viral, y'all, is because of the fucking politician. They get involved. They get involved and say, you better get this shit straight. Because those politicians still have to, they still want to get the votes. They don't want everybody all over the America talking about them and talking about how bad they are. They may have some actual political, agendas for their future. They may decide they want to be president one day or vice president. They're like, I need this to go away, make this go away. What are y'all doing? The motherfucking cops don't give no fucks about no politicking. If they corrupt, they corrupt. If they out there just stealing and making money and setting people up, right? Because the politicians don't even want to give them the money. And so they then start doing their own little corrupt schemes. Areas where they setting people up to get tickets. So it shouldn't have to be that way, though. A state or a city or a county shouldn't have to come up with their own fucking money to support their police officers and their fire department, their hospitals and shit like that, right? But uh the corrupt areas, they of course they're not giving that money that they get to go and properly distributing it. They try to figure out ways to pocket that motherfucker shit. And that could be whether they are Democrat or Republican. But the difference is the Democrats are for the people, right? They're trying to make sure you got health care. Oh yeah, they can still make their money too. But at least they doing their job for the people. The Republicans happen to be for the corporations. Um, and T ain't gonna say that. Now he'll say, "Oh, well, the Republicans ain't no better." That's what he'll say, but then he'll shit on the Democrats. Well, they gotta be better, baby. Because if one of them want to keep the hospitals open, one of them want to keep your rights. They want women to be able to do what they want with their motherfucking bodies, especially if it's up to their health. Women have died having babies that they didn't even want to have or that they couldn't have. The doctors said this is going to kill you, but we can't do nothing about it because if we do something about it, we going to jail. Y'all know Trump did that. Trump did that. And there is not more children being born since the reversal of Roe versus Wade. There's not more children being born. It's just a lot of more abuse out there, right? The women who got the money, the ones who have a lot of abortions that y'all claim that didn't happen, they still able to have abortions. They got the money to get that morning after pill. If me and this guy have wild and crazy sex today, shit, I don't know this. I don't want to get pregnant. I'm gonna get that morning after pill. Now I don't know how much it is now, but I know a few years back, 5 years back, at minimum, um, it was $50 fucking dollars, and it's just one pill to my knowledge. So the people who got the money, they're gonna get the money after pill. And if they don't get the money after pill and they end up pregnant, they got money to go where they need to go to take care of what they do. And I've been telling people they got something called private doctors. Private doctors. Private doctors, they come to you. And when they come to you, it's a private. Everything about it's private. Anything that happens, anything they give you is private. And the only way it'll be reported is if you report it or bad, something go bad that they can't handle, right? Like with Michael Jackson, remember he had a private doctor giving him shots. Come to find out, it was more than just one doctor giving him shots. They blamed it on that black brown man, right? But there's more to that story than that. But they had to put that blame on somebody, baby. But I digress from that, right? We know that I've been saying, first of all, when you go to have an abortion, you do not have to put what your race is. But we all know where most abortion clinics are. We know exactly what type of neighborhoods they put them in. Just because it's in the neighborhood doesn't mean that only those people who live in that neighborhood go to that abortion clinic. So a woman could go in there of another race and she could purposely put that she is African American or Asian. Like, I don't know why people don't think of these shit, because I do. Like, I ain't gonna lie, if I went into an abortion clinic and I find out I ain't really gotta give them no information, the information that I would give them wouldn't be real information. But the ones who came all the way into our neighborhood, they left out of another state because they had the money. They had the money to get in a car or have somebody bring them to a whole nother state in a whole nother neighborhood where nobody knows them, right? See, they got the money to do that. They got the money to creep into other areas to take care of their business. Um, of course, they're not giving out their real information. Of course not. I mean, I wouldn't. If I had to go and have an abortion and I didn't want nobody to know, I'm not definitely not going in my own neighborhood. I'm going in somebody else's neighborhood. The farther away from my neighborhood I can go, that's how far I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go in there with some sunglasses on, a big ass hat, and everything. Whole disguise. And you motherfucking right. When I gotta fill out some paperwork that I know isn't legalities, right? You can lie about your name and shit like that. Cause it's not through no insurance. You paying out of pocket. So I ain't got to give them no fucking real information. I ain't even got to give them my real name. Did you know that? Did you know you ain't got to give them your real name? You just got to identify that you are above a certain age. And the only reason is that because they made it a while back where uh, she had to be a certain age. If she was younger, then there had to be a parent or guardian with her. But other than that, when they verified that, okay, this is you, your age. So when only them the only ones that really got to give out an ID, anything like that. And these men be talking about black women killed so many kids. But anyway, let's get back to the politicking. Okay. Women have died due to these changes in our laws. These niggas don't care. They don't care. They really, because they do not like women. See, we got to be clear. The word like, just because a person will deal with you for something that they want, like sex, right? You the only ones that could give them children, right? You the only one who could give them this thing where they got this family and they want that for whatever reason, prestigious, just to have a job, just to claim they got a family. All of that. Did you know? I didn't even realize. Just because you give them these things don't mean they like you. And when I say like you, I'm not talking about like you as an individual. I'm talking about a lot of these men do not even like women at all. And that's why they can easily objectify us, easily be on panels all day, all night, shitting on fucking women. If you get up there and start talking, them motherfuckers start shitting on white women too, baby. They don't like fucking women. Uh, what's the date? Sewing class. Okay, I gotta stop that shit right there. Um, they don't like when I had to sit back and think about this shit. I'm like, damn, just because they like the way vagina feel. Most of these men getting pumps. That's this pump thing. Some of these women are sillier than motherfuckers too, baby. When I have a conversation with them and they sound like the men because they too don't like women. They don't like women, right? They don't like people. That's some people who don't like people. I get that. I know some people who just don't get along with people. They really don't like people, right? They just don't want to be bothered. They just don't want to be bothered. Some of them is like what his name who said he want the world to burn. They got people like that for real. They don't care if they was living or not living, and they don't give a shit if other people are living or not living. They just here for the ride. You know what I mean? Doing what they do, and they not giving no shit. And I think these people, it's okay for them to be alone, and nothing wrong with that. I think that might be best for them. They feel that's best for them. There ain't no sense in letting society tell you you need to deal with people when you don't like people. I have to think about that myself because the way we raised and the way we taught, we believe that there's somebody for everybody and everybody want this and that. Everybody want a family. That's our purpose. That's this, that. All that purpose shit that comes from a Bible that I don't even believe in, that most of us do not believe in. Let me tell you something. The Bible, the religion people, they say that you have to believe in it. If you believe in it, then you believe everything in it. There's no such thing as you gonna pick and choose. You can pick and choose, but that's how I know you're not really truly a believer. These people say you got to believe in the faith. Even if it don't make sense to you, you need to believe it because you truly believe in God. Someone you never met, never seen, never felt, none of that. I'm not trying to get into religious shit, so I'm gonna back out of that shit right there real quick, right? But I'm just saying, most of us do not believe in the motherfucker Bible. Now, and it's okay to say that you believe in a higher power and you don't know who it is, what it is, or nothing, and just keep moving and moving through the world, believe what you believe. But this nonsense about how they like to throw the Bible out there. So I was taught that, yeah, well, I'm here to have children. I think I even said it a while back, right? Said something like, well, yeah, we women are built to have children. But just because we built to be able to do something don't mean we should do it. And I've always believed that. But then motherfuckers who religious, right, or claim they're religious, they then only put your value on what you can do for them or the world, right? As if we supposed to be doing something for everybody. Now, nothing would be wrong with me having a duty that I'm supposed to do for this person or this thing, but they also need to care for me just as much as I care for it. So if I'm supposed to populate the fucking world, the world needs to provide for me. And that's not what happens in real life, right? If I'm supposed to be to populate, then they need to make sure that I have a safe and healthy uh, journey on the way of populating these kids and that I'm able to really take care of them so they end up being healthy, strong, and mentally stable children. These motherfuckers want us to have babies and they don't give a fuck. After that baby born, they don't give a shit about it. They will put a child back with its abusive parent time and time and time again, giving this bitch a chance, or this dumbass nigga chance after chance after chance. And then when something happens that they can't no longer give no more fucking chances because the baby's no longer here, you know what I mean? Then they start blaming the parents. You knew this motherfucker parents was fucked up. You see how they got these kids living. You done been in this house several times. These motherfucker kids got lights. You done walked in the house. The house is filthy, filthy. I really ain't never walked in no filthy, filthy motherfucking house before. I've been in houses where the house damn near leaning, you know. I've been in houses where they small and shit, and they might have shit disorganized. But I ain't never been in no filthy filthy ass motherfucking house until I walked into somebody that's non-brown and black house. And baby, you got the door before when I was walking up to go in the house, and from the outside, it was a beautiful motherfucker house. When we pulled up, I was thinking, damn, the fuck, like we in this neighborhood. You go to that neighborhood, they got these big ass motherfucking houses with two-car garages, and then they got even a garage around, like you go around and park to the side. Some shit that I imagine having one day, you know. And then we go in, and baby, it's one thing for you to have shit everywhere because you disorganized. It's a whole nother thing when you got cobwebs, the motherfucking floor over there, whatever's on the floor was wet and shit. Now it's mildew. The floor itself is falling apart, rotting in that area. The kitchen got maggies, and the dogs got shit everywhere. These motherfuckers got dogs and yeah, abuse in every motherfucking body that's in that motherfucking household, right? The air quality gotta be so fucked up that I was thinking I was in breathing cobwebs. When I took a breath in, I felt like, oh shit. Like, baby, there's I think something in my throat. I'm like, look, I'm gonna meet you outside. They invite you in like this shit is normal. I'm thinking from the outside, we about to have an experience, baby. These people got some money. They got some. They walk in their house. Oh, they got money. I guess they just dirty motherfuckers. And okay, okay. I mean, I'm scratching my head thinking, let me get the fuck out of here. But anyway, let me get to the sharing of the videos. Get back. Some of these be your motherfucking politicians too. And they're the ones who vote for your politicians. They be actively voting. See, I ain't never really heard no white person, and I'm talking about a white person of quality who got jobs, who out in the world. I ain't never hear them say they're not gonna vote. They ain't wasting their time. Them motherfuckers be standing in them lines too. In fact, they don't want you in the line so they could get the fuck in and hurry up and vote and get the fuck out. That's what most American white people, they don't want you in that line because they want to get in out. They're not actively trying to stop you from voting because they don't be believing that shit is true. They be believing we lying when we say they actively trying to prevent us from voting. They be like, y'all gotta stop lying, stop crying, stop killing everybody racist, stop thinking it. Because they not thinking along the lines of, yeah, you need to stop them from voting. They don't give a shit if you vote or not. They just don't want you preventing them from voting. They don't want to be in the line for 2 hours. And they never have to be in no line for 2 hours, baby, unless they live in our community. Even in the neighborhoods I live in, y'all, where I'm telling you, motherfucker, white people all around, baby, I could go. I think the longest I waited in line to vote was 10 minutes. And the only reason it was 10 minutes long is because the way they set it up, right? You go and they got it to where I think they had like 5 or 6. This is how small the place is, but you would think that would be the longest lines, right? Nah, these motherfuckers got voting polls in their local schools, baby, in the local Boys and Girls Club, baby, at the local YMCA, baby. It could be anywhere like that. If they got those type of buildings in their fucking community, then they are polling spots, sweetheart. Okay. And in your whole area with a whole like maybe 100,000 motherfucking people, but you only got it at the school. They don't even have a lot of polling things at the motherfucking school. They got the same 5 that's at this little room where I go to vote. Me and hubby don't vote at the same place, right? We don't have the same address. He voted at a whole nother area than I do. I vote and I be in and out within 5, 10 minutes. And I'm talking to everybody and shit, right? Talking to the person and giving them my ID and all that shit. I get in the poll and I'm trying to figure out the new ones, the one that I was in, right? Hubby, he goes to his voting and he's standing in line for an hour and a half. I ain't even joking. Me, I go 10 minutes, he's an hour and a half. There's some crazy shit right there. Okay. If it and that tells you a lot. And it's weird because it's not about how nice the neighborhoods are, nothing like that. It's not about that. It's about who comprised of that neighborhood. Like who's there is where you are mostly black people. Oh, okay, they get one polling place. But see, where my address is, right? Even though the neighborhood is comprised of black and Latinos and shit like that, around the neighborhood, which is still the same area, is a shitload of white people. And I'm not even talking about white people in nice houses. There was a trailer park right through my backyard. There's a fence, and there was a trailer park on the other side, a whole motherfucking trailer park of white people, baby. Okay. On the other side, though, right? On the other side was some little small little houses, look like just people with little regular homes, nothing too big, nothing too nothing, right? Um, and but it was a shitload of others, white people, right? I'm gonna just put it like that, white people. A whole shitload of white people in my area. So yeah, they got lots of polling areas. They got lots of polling areas for this little group. So this little so where I go, they sign me to an area where shit. Uh, hubby go to every hubby address, right? Um, nice homes, well clean. I could drive y'all through the neighborhood anytime y'all want me to. Nice, well kept, roomed, everything. It's a black neighborhood. On the other side, well kept, neighborhood, black neighborhood. Further down, black neighborhood. They didn't comprise all these fucking neighborhoods, um, and put them at one place. They just only took a few neighborhoods when it's white people and put them at multiple places. So white people really truly be thinking we crying, we lying, and shit like that, right? There's a difference in when what they don't see because they don't see because they're not paying attention. Nothing wrong with them. Nobody asking them and begging them to pay attention. But when they start calling us liars, that's when I love to have conversations with them, but they won't have one with me, baby. They'll have one with these lame ass niggas who will get up there and start agreeing with them. And that's when like y'all just some pitiful ass motherfucking niggas. And when I'm talking about the Anton Danielses, right? I'm talking about a lot of these niggas in this area who feel like they need to be on the winning team and they forget that just because you decide to agree with that team don't make you one of them. And they let you know that, baby. They let you know. Oh, they'll take your vote. They'll take MAGA will take your vote. Manosphere and MAGA are the same. These niggas just don't know it. Cause these niggas said, "Oh, Manosphere, I'm a man. Oh, let me jump in." They jumped right in, baby. These motherfuckers jumped in with a group they didn't even know. Talking about we need some friends. Oh yeah. Oh, I've been searching for friends. Oh my, I'm so grateful. And I know it sounds like I'm exaggerating right now. I swear to God that happened on a panel. Y'all remember? Some of y'all remember? These niggas was up there talking. And a few of them niggas started crying, talking about, I'm so glad I found y'all. These niggas need some uh let me see. What's the name of that? I used to be on the shit a long time ago. Let me see if I can find it. I'm bad with my memory bad with some of these names and these medications and shit. I can't read that. Let me see. They need something that end with pram. That's all I know, like uh Laura Pram or for depression and shit. These niggas need mental help. They need to go and find somebody to talk to, like in real life, like somebody they can sit in front of and actually touch. Somebody where they really know their name, like they're not calling them Big Black Dick, you know what I mean, or Mr. Fantastic, or England, you know what I mean, or City, you know what I mean, or you know what I mean. They just sit with somebody who gonna introduce. They gonna shake their hand, introduce them by a fucking life, real live name, and then sit their motherfucking ass down and talk. Jesus Christ, that's why these niggas want that sex doll. These niggas don't give a shit who they talk to. They just need to make a connection with something or someone or something. Remember when they was talking about sex dolls was gonna replace black women? Baby, listen. When I say that I know most of these men do not like women, I think some of them actually hate us. When anytime these niggas was talking about how a sex doll was gonna replace black women, and I don't know why they thought that sound good. Black men was the only one saying that motherfucker shit. Pitiful ass motherfuckers. These niggas will say, Bomb, you hate black women. That's a lie. I mean, you hate black men. I said that's a lie. But I'm gonna tell you one thing though. And it's my personality, right? I will admit. I have a personality of I believe that a man's supposed to be a man. Now I'm not, I believe he's supposed to be a man. He's supposed to be the person, like, and it's the way I was raised. I get it. Everybody don't believe this, but I do believe men's supposed to be the stronger one, right? He's supposed to be the protector if need be, right? If some children in some danger, he should be able to go over there and save them if he can, if he's close enough and shit like that, right? And when these niggas though get on here and start acting like a whole group of motherfucking weak ass little niggas, then my personality, the mama in me come out. The mama, and then I want to son these motherfucking niggas. Some of these niggas want to be mammy. They want me to pull out my titty and feed them. But see, they forget something. Cause I don't have no problem pulling out my titty, putting it in their mouth. But I'm also gonna scold their ass when they doing something wrong. I'm gonna tell them to sit the fuck down, like I said, little nigga, and do your homework. You non-reading ass bitch. That's what I'm gonna do. And then, yeah, and when he hungry, when it's dinner time, I'm gonna make dinner. Breakfast time, I'm gonna make breakfast, little nigga. And when I say it's bedtime, bitch, go to sleep. You want a mammy? And here I am, baby. I'll be your mama. I'll be your grandma, nigga. But you ain't gonna just have me feeding you and then you then gonna turn around and try to be my daddy when after I done fed you. Nah, nigga, I'm your mama, nigga, all day and all night, nigga. Fuck out of here. And then these little niggas like to try to school you. Nigga, you better sit your ass down, son. Son, you better sit your motherfucking ass down. That's my personality. Everybody don't have that type of personality. Weakness to me is something that I really I kind of despise it a little bit. Like I will come up and be as nice because you're weak. You're weak. So I definitely need to be nice. I realize I gotta talk to you a certain way because I understand that you're weak. Right. So I don't have no problem being babying you a little bit. Y'all know I baby a lot of these niggas. But you will notice they got the ones where I respect them. I call them by Mister, and you know what I mean. I call them Mister, and the women, some of these women, I call them Ms. Right? That's respect. I mean, I have all respect. I am never trying to sun them, even if we disagree. And they still men. We could disagree. That don't make you weak because we disagree. It doesn't make you weak. But you're wrong neither. That's not what make you weak. These motherfucking niggas is on the internet destroying themselves and not even knowing it. They're destroying themselves. They sit up there and they talk about black women. And when we say something like, but your mom is black, and then they start, oh, she gonna say my mom's black. But isn't she though? So wait a minute. So your weak ass motherfucking mama, how in the fuck she raised a strong ass son? Oh, she didn't. She raised your punk ass, your weak ass who's sitting on the internet talking about your mama. When your mama not even around, little nigga. I remember a nigga told me, fuck his mama. Oh, it wasn't just one. I can even name some of them just recently. What is name over there? The Shiesty, right? What's that little nigga name? He cool and everything. Cool for being cool. Like when I say people cool, I'm like, hey, that's who they are. I'm cool with it. And I'm gonna be who the fuck I am. And I'm gonna son you. Like I'm gonna I don't speak to you with respect, like as if you was an adult. I speak to you like you just a mother, like you one of my sons. But I don't even speak to you like you one of my sons, because I don't even speak to my sons like this unless they was weak. If they was weak, baby. Ooh, when my one and I did overreact because one of my sons had said something, and man, and I don't know why I detected a little weakness. And I'm like, nigga, what? It just came out my mouth. I had to apologize, back up a little bit. Like I ain't raised no bitches. I ain't raised no bitches, baby. I ain't got no women. And when you know what I mean? I ain't raised no motherfucking women. The only people who ever had tampons or pads around this bitch was me. But if I had to go get some pads for any of my little sons, I would have went and got them pads for theirs. They would have been embarrassed. I don't even know. I guess I would have been a bad mom if I had some weak ass, crying ass motherfucker children. Maybe that could make me a bad parent too, right? Because I'm not so into the sensitivity. I'm not raising my son to be no motherfucking bitch. I wouldn't have raised no woman, my girls to be no bitch. Like that, she still would have had to have some a backbone. She still would have should been able to speak for herself. Open your mouth. What are you talking about? I can't hear you. Like, what are you doing? Right now, we have a society of people teaching this sensitivity shit. Nothing wrong with be showing your emotions. But there is something wrong with somebody saying, oh, use your words. Yes, it's okay. Show your emotion. Like all motherfucking day. Now you teaching somebody to be emotional every day, all day. They going you teaching them to just be in the emotional state, and the world ain't got time for that shit. You got time for them while you raising them. You got time for them while you raising them, right? For that shit, which seems exhausting to me. Um, but when they get of age, everybody in the whole motherfucking world ain't gonna be like, oh, come and sit down. Share your emotions. Why, why were you late to work today? It's okay. I know you you having an emotional situation. What happened? No, no. You setting motherfuckers up for failure. You have to teach your kids to be in this world. And yes, you the family, you could get around them and hug them and love on them, and you can tell them they could come to you for emotional support. But if all you teach them is that that's what they need at every moment of every day, then you are teaching them to be failures. because the real world is going to kick them in the ass. And if they ever come across me on this motherfucking internet, baby, and thinking they want me to baby them, then they going to get a rude awakening. And not just me, I'm just using me as an example. The world will chew them up. See, I'm not the type to want to chew you up and spit you out for sport. I do it to teach you a motherfucking lesson. I do it to teach you a lesson. And then I'll help you up, dust you off, and say, "You okay?" And then I'll say, what y'all hear me say all the time? I'm just joking. You okay, baby? I, is that black eye okay? It's okay. Okay. You good? You good? We good. I'm letting them know we good. I want them to know that I'm not your enemy. But if I was, though, all I would do is finish him or finish her, right? And I'm teaching you a lesson. Remember, I'm your mama, baby. I'm supposed to teach you a lesson. I'm like your mama. I'm something like the mama that you didn't have. Your mama told you to go out in the world and everything was gonna be cool. Everything was gonna be safe. And then you got out here talking about your mama. You got out here and you think because you're a woman and you feel a certain way, you think you're gonna speak for all women. You better get your motherfucking ass out of my way, bitch. I'm okay with you speaking for yourself. Can you stop trying to speak for us all? Right? I'm never on here saying ain't no woman doing this. But when somebody come up and say something like it's a broad thing, and then for some reason in our community, uneducated niggas like to put out percentages, y'all. Well, what percentage you think it is, Bob? The fuck is you asking me? Don't know. And you now you want me to lie like you little lying ass bitch who was talk about well most people. No, I'm telling you that I don't know lots of people who do this and lots of people who do that. Don't ask me no percentages. I don't know. Because you know what? Even though I know lots of people who do this and I know a lot of people who do that, there's also a shitload of people who do this and that. Right? And they got a whole nother group of people who don't do neither one or none of this shit. And so you asking me for percentages, I, I I don't know. And neither do you. And then what does it even fucking matter? We having conversations don't really fucking matter. You could talk about what you like and don't. Now these niggas want to have conversations about what most people do. Well, but I believe most women, niggas, shut your ass up. And then even yesterday, another day, I'm asking when they said, well, most people do this. Like they mentioned that most black people, somebody said that black women have the nerve to start calling white women Karens, right? And like why they got the nerve to do that? I'm like, well, first of all, a Karen is not just a white woman. A Karen could be a white woman, an Asian woman, a black woman, and it could be an Asian man, a white man, and a black man. You could look it up. A Karen it is just a person. It could be any ethnicity and any race. And then she said some shit like, yeah, but the nerve of black. And I was like, wait a minute, why are we up here now speaking on black women? I said, so you telling me most black women is calling women Karens in their face? Yes. And I'm like, you mean in person? Like you ever seen that? Well, I see it all the time. I said in person. Oh, no, not in person. Oh my fucking God. Listen, and I'm gonna say this to everybody, right? This includes myself. If I have to remind myself, which I never do because my mom taught me that just because it's on TV don't make it true. And she also taught me that just because it's on TV don't make it so. It don't make it true. That's the difference between something being true and something that really happens, but it could be not true or true. It's little nuances. That's the word y'all. It's like little nuances. Anyway, um, so just because we on the internet and we can see some shit through a video, right? We don't know if that video is a skit. It could be real. It's a lot going on. But even if you have 300 Karen videos where the black woman called the white woman Karen, there are billions of motherfuckers in this motherfucking world. Let's put it at 100,000 videos where somebody, a black woman in particular, her, a black woman, just walked up to some woman and called her a Karen. And you sat down for the whole 2025 looking at them videos back to back to back. It still doesn't mean that's what's going on a large scale. I see it all the time. Yeah, bitch, because you looking at them type of videos. See, you be telling on yourselves. See, I can say, I see people sewing all the time. And they ask me, Bomb, you see people in real life sewing all the time? I'm like, oh, no, 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 just in the videos. I see people killing each other all the time. Oh, Bomb, you seen some people get killed in real life like that all the time? Oh, no, no, girl. I'm talking about in the movies. I like the movies like what's the name of it? Reacher and movies. I like them type of movies where they shooting each other up, girl. I looked at Deep Cover and all that shit, girl, and they be like, Bomb, but that's movies. Ain't nobody got shot in this neighborhood that I live in. I've been living here, damn here 12 years, close to 12 years. It's not 12 years. I think we hitting on 11. Don't quote me. The neighborhood before I moved here, I was there for 16 years. I think there was only one actual person who got killed, and he did not get killed in that neighborhood. He got killed somewhere else. His grandmother lived in the neighborhood where he was, right? But he got shot by the police in going to his own house in another neighborhood. Some of y'all live in neighborhoods where y'all know there's shootings, right? All of us don't, though. Most of us don't. As black people, though, we are on here advertising the most wretched bullshit, the most terrible shit. Now let me get to this Biden shit right here. Trump Biden, okay? This is it right here. This is what Aunt T mentioned yesterday. He was like, Biden admitted it. He admitted it. He admitted it. And see how you could pull up this? You see how you could pull up this right now? Biden reportedly bragged, right? Reportedly. Now we got to know what words mean. Biden reportedly bragged about firing of a prosecutor who was investigating his son for a firm. That's because somebody had alleged that that's what he had done, right? So there's a video where he actually says that yes, that I he so apparently like he said it. He said we withheld funding because of this particular person, right? Because of this particular person. Then everybody started claiming, oh, look, he admitted. So yesterday, Aunt played this clip. Now, let's get to the facts, though. Fact or fiction? And by the way, let's be honest. See, this right here, this is Law and Order. They even use Biden reporting, and if you read it, you'll see exactly what they have to say. I'm not gonna read it to you, right? You'll see exactly what they have to say. They're gonna say that it's all allegedly, and they made that claim. Now we're gonna go to this site where it says oversight Democrat plus House.gov, right? This is the government site. The government site. It says .gov. This is not a .com, a .net. You know, any of us could get a .net, a .newsletter, a .com. That shit only costs you like $20 a year. Fuck out of here. Well, it depends on who you go through. It's $20 that I'm talking about a year for to get the actual name. And it's not much to get a .com, y'all. It's cheap as the fuck. But you know what? You can't get a .gov though. You gotta be a government agency to get a .gov. .govs, and certain dots is meant only for those people. You gotta prove that you're a government agency and all that shit to get a .gov. I say that to make sure that y'all know that this is not just anybody saying this. This is the oversight committee. This is the people who actually had a committee on in the Senate or the House, right? And they had conversations and they had to get down to the nitty gritty because an accusation was made. And Aunt T was claiming they up there talking now. Yes, they could hold a committee on some shit, but did you listen to the end results? What were the findings? So they had a committee. Look, House Committee and Oversight of Accountability. The Democrats was running this, but it's not just Democrats. It's not just Democrats. It's bipartisan. That means they get together and assign people on committees. So that means it's both parties, if not all. Like if they had some people in other parties who was up there, they would be included too. And they tell you, if you go and look, you will go and see who was all involved in the committee. You got to prove things that you say. And just because somebody made the accusation, the American people was like, we want to know, we want to know. And so they had an actual committee put together, right? And they're talking about when Biden had somebody fired, a Ukrainian prosecutor, right? And they tell you the key takeaways where I don't even have to go through the rest of this and tell you what they found. They telling you up front what they found. But I'm not going to read that. We're going to talk about what the fiction is. Y'all know what fiction means? If you know what fiction means, then this is the fiction. Vice President Joe Biden calls for the resignation of Ukrainian corrupt prosecutor Viktor Shokin. It's about sent me a message. Oh, okay. Was a secret effort to help Ruzma, a Ukrainian energy company board on whose board Hunter Biden served. You see, that's what somebody claimed. Ah, look, he had him fired. He admitted that he had him fired because he was investigating his son. His son was on his energy board, and boom, 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 boom. I'm gonna tell you who told them that. As soon as if I tell you who even said that shit, then you already know it's a lie, right? But we're gonna hold off just a few more, right? So the oversight committee chairman Comer, right? The real quick pro quo wasn't Donald Trump. It was Joe Biden when he tried to hold up foreign aid when he was vice president in exchange for firing the federal prosecutor in Ukraine that was investigating the corruption from his son. That's what they claim. And then this is their findings, though, the actual facts. This falsehood was fabricated by Rudy Giuliani, baby. Rudy Giuliani went over there to Russia. Remember? He ended up in a little video. Y'all remember that little scandal? When he came back, he had some accusations, many accusations. And this just happens to be one of them. They would take their accusations and be able to link it to something. So there's a video of Biden saying, yes, I withheld this money until they got rid of him. Biden did do that. But it had nothing to do with his son. It had nothing to do with they fucking claiming. The motherfucker who he wanted fired was corrupt and causing issues where Ukrainian and government, everybody would investigate Russia. He would move forward. And not only did America get involved with that, but they got the UN. And they're like, hey, y'all supposed to investigate this. If you need help from us and shit, we need y'all. You got somebody over there who's doing bad, you need to investigate because they're the ones that got you in this situation, and you're going to always be in this situation. We need you to handle that. But for some kind of way, they decided to claim that he was investigating Hunter Biden. That's when I asked Antique to prove what the fuck he was saying. Because it's easy to show a video clip. Yes, Biden did do that. Now show me and everybody where Biden did that for the reason you claim that he did it. And see, Biden didn't hide it. Remember, he got a video where he says he did it. He did it, which means the United States did it. It actually means we did it. But when you decide to make somebody your enemy, you kind of back off a little bit, right? Even though you was proud that he did that so he could get shit done, but when you're ready to go against him and make him your enemy, you start finding all kinds of shit to lie about. But your lie, they'll hang it on something. Like they'll hang, oh, Biden's laptop. Biden is a grown ass man. And in his video, in his pictures, it's him and a woman. A grown ass woman, not no motherfucking child, baby. They claim he's in a hotel getting high. Wait a minute. So you mean to tell me Hunter Biden making all this money, like y'all say, billions of dollars is what Auntie kept saying. Billions. But he in that little crack ass hotel. He's in that crackhead hotel. Why is he in a crackhead? Even wealthy people who on crack, they don't end up in a crackhead motel. They still go to them high, very pricey ass hotels that they can still afford and do their drugs. You should have been suspicious, baby, at the fucking pictures when you saw that. We here in Delaware, ain't nobody ever saw no goddamn Hunter Biden in no cheap ass motherfucking motel here in Delaware. The fuck is you talking about? They would have did better putting him in an expensive hotel, sniffing on some cocaine or smoking crack. Wealthy people smoke crack too. Wealthy people do that cocaine too. And that don't mean they end up in no motel on side no fucking road. He got money. He got enough money to buy homes where he ain't got to go to no motel. The dumbass motherfucking shit, baby, that they put out. The story behind the hard drive, that shit didn't add up. First, it was a hard drive, and the man said he turned it over. I've been in the IT field for a very long time. And if somebody don't come pick up their computer, cool, it's mine, right? Because they signed papers after so long, it's mine. What we gonna do with it? We gonna wipe that motherfucker clean, maybe put some more memory in it and sell it. You know, when you go back to that story, there was no computer repair guy. The computer repair guy definitely back backed up his story. He said, nah, nah, nah. The story he gave was not the same story Rudy Giuliani grabbed onto and spread it. The story started changing the longer it got, the longer it got, the longer it got. So the guy got a laptop, and it was not brought there by Joe Biden's son. But he suspected that that's who it was for. I mean, it probably got stolen or whatever, right? He said that Biden's son never came and gave him a laptop. But he said he suspected that it could have been a government laptop. So he called them to come pick it up. Now, if he called them to come pick it up, then where in the fuck all these pictures come from? Hmm? Where all the pictures come from? He called them to come pick it up. And then the story came where he looked on it, he did this and he did that, and then he did this, and then he did that, and then he called him to come get it, and then they contact, and then all of a sudden, yeah, he saw all the pictures. That man, none of that happened. And oh, do you know when it happened? When did that shit come out? When he was about to run. Ain't that even this shit that they started claiming corruption when he was about to run? But you remember, Biden was vice president when this happened. It didn't come out then. After Biden, when Biden was vice president, right? And then Trump came about and he was running against Obama. And even then, this didn't come out, right? I'm sorry, he was running against what her name, Hillary. This didn't come out. They made up lies about Hillary Clinton. That's what they did. Talking about Pizzagate. All of you, these same little niggas who believe this shit right here, believe that Hillary and the rest of the Democrats had Pizzagate, where you were ordering pizza and you was ordering children. They even had it where they claimed that it was a website where when you ordered furniture, that it was children that you was ordering. And some kind of way they linked this all this shit to the Democrats. Even even though the Democrats didn't own a piece of place, they didn't own a furniture company, they didn't do none of that. But they said that yeah, them Democrats when they wanted to, they were doing human trafficking, and when they wanted to order children, and they were saying the children, the furniture had children names, like there was a whole big thing going on, all fucking nonsense. So let me ask you this though, because I remember when this shit, I'm like, people don't have fucking brains. With the furniture company, because some of y'all still believe that shit, right? Because some dumbass motherfucker convinced y'all that shit. So the furniture company, they kidnap children. And then when they want to sell the children, they put it up on the furniture, name the furniture by that child's real name. For what? Why would they use the children's real names that they were selling? They wouldn't. If that's what they was doing, they wouldn't. But I was like, y'all not making no fucking sense. Cause right now, even based on what you're saying, if you was able to find that, the police are able to find that. They could track them down. Why would they use the children's name? They don't give a fuck what them children's names are after they take them. You think they get, what's your name? What's your full name? Oh, okay. And then they say, put on the furniture, you know, bomb cherry juice. So when my family's still looking for me and shit, they gonna find a piece of furniture with my name on it. The thing about slow bitches and niggas, right? And when I mean that, I'm talking about people, right? I'm not talking about no color or nothing like that. I'm talking about just dumbass motherfuckers. I guess I would have did better just saying dumb motherfuckers. The thing about dumb motherfuckers is they so dumb that anything makes sense to them. Anything makes sense to them. They don't have no skills where they can break shit down and say, well, you know what, that don't make no sense. Like I'm able to sit here and say, this don't make sense. That's why we've been able to sit here um and break some story down, and then I'll be like, well, this can't be real because this truly makes no sense. Like it don't make no sense on his side or her side, right? Like for instance, the example was with the baby, right? The woman who claimed that she saw a baby on side the road that nobody else saw. And I was like, y'all was like, nah, Bomb. If she saw the kid on the side of the road, so she she went to the side of the road to get the baby. But I was like, nah, that don't make sense. Right? Because by the time you see the baby, you driving so fast on the interstate. By the time you see the baby, um, you would be past the baby. You wouldn't be behind the baby while the baby continued to walk. The baby, I'm like, how fast this fucking baby walk? And then the story was that she saw the baby, she bypassed the baby, got off the interstate, went all the way around, got on the other side of the interstate, got off again to come back on this side of the interstate. And I was like, well, in all that time, somebody else had to see that fucking baby. I was also saying that a baby on side the highway, a baby is a baby. It don't know to stay out of the street, out of the highway, right? A baby not smart enough to say, "Oh, I need to stay on the shoulder." I was like, that. I said that don't make sense. I said, and then the video that we saw, remember, she was claiming she was driving on side the baby. She had her flashing lights on. She driving on side the baby. I said, how fucking fast is this super baby? You could pull up. A baby take these tiny little motherfucking steps, baby. Even a grown person wouldn't have walking as fast as she was driving. I was like, this must be Superman's baby. See how you have to break things in order for it to make sense. So another thing, there was another incident with the man who brought his child. He said the baby was hungry. He brought his son some food, and she was like, what am I gonna do this? Why you invite all of them some food? And he said, well, I bought my son some food. Ask they dads to bring them some food. And y'all remember that story. And I was like, I could see him as a man saying he only gonna feed his son, right? Because they have some men like that, right? There's some men like that. Now, and my idea is like, if he messing with this woman, he knows she got all them children. Unless they not getting along, he could have bought some bread, some luncheon meat, and said, here you go, so she could feed all the kids. For the same amount of money he bought that meal for his son. But if they're not getting along, he can he could just bring food for his son. So okay, I could see on his end where he might do that. But then I said what I couldn't see was what she did. She threw all the food away, right? She threw the food at him, all of it. And that's what don't make no sense. Now I get why she not gonna feed just one son to McDonald's. I get it, right? I get it. But I was saying, nah, like if you want a man to treat you with respect and you got more children than his, ladies, I'm gonna be honest, like it seems like, and I was hoping that most women aren't doing this, but it seems like some of the women are saying, nah, Bomb, they got women wilding out here. Okay, so I can I'm gonna agree with y'all or believe y'all. I'm gonna believe y'all, right? I'm just want to say to all of you women who think that it's all about you, when you got children and you got this a couple of men who come, who are the fathers, when a man come about, and he treats all your children good, that is a blessing. That is not his job. That is not his duty. That is a blessing. And you should treat it as such. You say, I'm grateful that you know, that you making sure all the kids are cool. And then maybe this man will continue to do that for you because he understands that you understand that he don't have to do that, but he's just a good dude doing that. Now, I'm not saying you need to kiss his ass and still have sex with him, all that. That's something different. I'm talking about when it deals with the children. But this idea that you think that he gonna feed all the kids and you got an attitude about it, that might be why he only feeding just his son or his daughter. Because you got an attitude. You think and assume that he's supposed to provide for everybody, and he don't. The rules and the laws aren't like that, and that's why these laws are changing slightly, right? It's not so much on the side of the women anymore like that. Like, because women have fucked shit up for all of us, man. They got some stupid ass motherfucking women out here just fucking it up for everybody. Everybody. For yourself and everybody else. No thought process to shit. You just, oh, that's just the way it is. I keeps it real. Bitch, you keeping it real fucked up is what you doing. You be gracious of a man who comes in, he see that you have some children. He don't have to see when we talk about the stepdad conversation, right? Man don't have to be no stepdads to your children. And then she'll be like, well, he ain't got to be in my life. You see, that's the attitude. That's why most of these men not gonna be the stepdad to your kids. Is your attitude, because you understand that if a man step in and he like you, and then he get to know your children, and you hope that they get along, so everything will get along. You still got to treat him with respect. You still have to have an understanding that he don't have to be there, right? Just like you don't have to let him be there. It's equal. You don't have to let him be there, and he don't have to be there. And now that y'all have that understanding, now you treat him with respect because he's treating you with respect. As soon as you start not treating him with respect, though, you can't be angry when he no longer treats you with such respect. And I want you to know he's treating your children with respect because he was treating you with respect. He's still treating your kids with respect if you are still respecting him. You cannot disrespect him and expect that he gonna come and still want to respect your child who's not his. And then you talking about that's fucked up. This is a child. He's but he's not, but it's not his child. And you mistreating him. You mistreating him. That's why he mistreating. You know what? Like he ain't gotta be involved in this. He don't want to deal with you with your nasty fucking attitude. And when he don't want to deal with you and your nasty attitude, he not being with you on nothing that got to do with you. But you trying to hold on to him because you hoping that he connected with your child. So you still want him to be a punching bag. You want him to come and care about the kids, which he may. He may care about the kids, but he don't care about them enough to allow you to be him to be your punching bag. This shit is crazy. And I'm speaking on somebody like I know in my family doing some stupid shit like this. Just, oh, yeah, you like my kids. That's fucked up. My kid's hungry. He like, they not my kid. She called him all kinds of niggas and fags and all kinds of things, right? And then want to tell him the kids are hungry. And then none of them his kids. And so he hangs up on her. And then she started telling the family he dirty because what the kids got to do with anything. Girl, what you mean what the kids got to do with anything? That is the actual thing. What does the kids got to do with him? They're not his. And you call this man all kinds of names. You disrespected him. He would be a fucking fool. Like, oh my God, if a woman was mistreating my son that way, and the only reason he kept going, he was allowing to do that because he had some feelings for the children. I asked him what the fuck is going on. In fact, the honest truth is, I would be a little curious about a man who's still coming around for them fucking kids when a woman is mistreating him, dogging him, and all kinds of shit, calling him all kinds of names. I'd be wondering, hey, dude, what's up with you and these motherfucking kids? I'd be like, wait, something. Why would you allow yourself to be disrespected like that? And you're not interested in her, but you want to get, why are you still trying to get close to them kids? I'm sorry. I know, sometimes my mind, some people be like, oh, your mind didn't have to go that bomb. I'm sorry, but yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm curious about some shit like that. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm sorry. Anyway, motherfuckers don't know what facts is. Okay, they don't know what facts are. They don't. We got all kinds of shit going on there. Okay, so here we go. The firing of Viktor Shokin, Ukraine's corrupt prosecutor general, was the accumulation of a year-long effort by bipartisan international coalition to address the root out corruption in Ukraine. It wasn't just the U.S., it's an international coalition. Do you see that? Okay, cool, cool. Because that's why they only pieced out a little piece of that video. Auntie, you sure pieced a piece out of a piece of a video. Now I don't know if you pieced out the video or, like I said, you just letting other people do the work for you, which means you standing on some shit you don't even know what you're standing on. The removal of Shokin, whose slow walk efforts to fight corruption only increased the likelihood that is it Burma? I don't know how to say it, y'all. Burma's, I don't know. And its owner would be investigated. So they wanted some people to be investigated. But because of which is the corruption, and that guy was not wanting to be a part of investigating them. This is not about Biden's motherfucking son. This had nothing to do with no energy company until Rudy Giuliani claimed it. The false claim that Vice President Biden called for Shokin's firing to help his son was created by Rudy Giuliani. And you know the thing about it is, there was a dumbass bitch on that panel yesterday. Because she wouldn't let me speak, and T wouldn't let me speak neither. Not on his. That's why I don't get on his channel and talk to him no more, because I noticed that he'll ask me to stop, which I have no problem doing. But then when I start talking, he'd break right in. When I start asking questions, he'll then say, "Oh, you don't know what you're talking about. You don't even know." And I'm like, "Yeah, I do know. You don't know." But there was a dumbass bitch talking about, Mom, see, Mom don't even know, you don't know nothing about politics. Girl, shut your dumb ass up, you raggedy ass bitch. And get your motherfucking face out that motherfucking bottle, bitch. You motherfucking alcoholic, pissy ass hoes. You talk too motherfucking much. And you never shut up. Wait a minute, give me a second. Let me see. Let me see. Wait, what's going on? Let me see. Who is it, y'all? Who is it? There you go.
Shut up!
Shut up, bitch. Let me see if I can find it another way. Wait. Give me a second. I gotta go back to YouTube. I gotta go, y'all. I gotta go. I've been on here. I'm gonna go outside with my garden. Hit the cash app, baby. Hit the cash app. I'll stay up longer. Look, I shouldn't have to bribe motherfucker for no support, baby. $ bomb cherry juice. Okay, I'll stay on this bitch longer. Okay. Um, but other than that, I'm going to take care of my motherfucking business. Wait a minute. Let me see. Much and see if we could do it in karaoke, baby, so we could switch it up a little bit. Now, if it, you know, what the hell happened? Oh, I don't know who that is. Doug Joy. Maybe I should have put um Run DMC, huh? Here we go. Let's see. I don't think it might be karaoke. Let's see what it says. I guess I'll look. Or, okay. It says, "Shut up, bitch. Yeah, you raggedy asshole. Talk too much. Raggedy asshole. You talk too much. Stink asshole. You talk too much. Funky asshole. You talk too much. Broke asshole. Hey, you over there. I know you know you. You the independent network news on channel 9. Everywhere that you go, no matter what, I see you talk about this and you talk about that. When the crap took your tongue out, say you took it right back. Your mouth is so fucking big. You run that back. You talk too much, bitch. You're raggedy hoe. And fucking with me, I'm about to kick you, asshole. You talk too much, raggedy ass bitch. You talk too much, and you fucking ass snitch. You talk too much, you raggedy ass hoe. Like Bomb Cherry said, you got to go. You talk too much, you raggedy ass bitch. You talk too much, you raggedy ass snitch. You talk too much, and a fucking instigator. And I'm about to say it, abominator. You talk too much, you raggedy ass hoe. You asked me to do a song, so here I go. You bitch, you fucking so hoe. I know it, I'm about to say it, tic tac toe. Why you talk too much, red ass bitch? You's a fucking ass snitch. You asked me to do the song, bitch. Okay? Nah, you asked me to do the song. I'm gonna see if anybody in the chat know who we talking about, but I ain't said your name yet. You raggedy ass hoe. Like I said, you got to go. Okay, man. I have we was having a whole motherfucking conversation. Whole motherfucking good conversation, y'all. We was over there about Taylor. If y'all don't know who I'm talking about, y'all probably won't. But go check out Taylor's chat yesterday. Okay, it was a good conversation. They was talking about Taylor had a good conversation. I missed it in the beginning, you know what I mean? And but from my understanding, they was over there having a great conversation. Y'all make sure y'all subscribe to Taylor if y'all not subscribed to her. I know it's hard, like when you put in a name, just Taylor, it don't come up for me. So I usually like it take me a while, but let me see. I'm gonna put it in now so y'all can see, right, what her channel is. Um, See, it don't come up for me like that. And I am subscribed to her, so it's going to eventually show on my list. But Taylor Swift taking over, baby. She everywhere. Okay, I put in Taylor. I didn't even put in Taylor Swift. Put in Taylor. You would think because I'm subscribed to her, but Taylor, you ever thought about putting like Tay Tay behind you, Taylor, so you can kind of because it was hard for me to find you the first time I subscribed. But if you're in the chat, put your link in, and then people can hit it that way also. I'm not sure who in the chat because I have never. I'm sorry, I was only in chat for a minute in the very beginning, so I'm gonna come over and see if I can see the chat now. Give me a second, okay? What's going on, David? Choco Kitty, what's going on? Bridget, how y'all doing? Jones and for Mo? Brownsville. Oh my God. Wait. Is Brownsville still here? Oh my God. I miss you so much. Okay, I miss you. I hope you're here. I did. Wait, no, that's not the link. I'm sorry. Don't hit that link. Okay. I don't even know where the link gonna take it. Let me grab the link. I'm gonna give people an opportunity to come up if they want to come up. Um, man, I should have looked in the chat earlier. I be missing y'all. Let me see. What's going on, David? Take a bite. How you doing? Let me grab I'm on Zoom. So and Zoom changed. I haven't been coming live too much. And I keep saying that, right? Lately I've been like, oh, Zoom changed. I need to, but I ain't got time to be looking at Zoom and looking through all them goddamn trying to look. Okay. That go to link. Anybody want to come up? Um, so anyway, the person I'm talking about, I'm gonna see if she ever came to the chat. Let me see. Hey, Mr. Music. Um, let me see. I'm going all the way up. A bitch tired. What's going on? H ball. What's going on? Trump did that bombing to flex. Oh yeah, we're gonna talk about that bombing real quick. Um, I got off track. Y'all know I go a little. Help to revive our ancestors' reputation by imitating their comments to truth. Teach the children to do the same. Speak truth always. That's what we need to do. The cynical one was here. Now I don't see that she came. Queen Sun Kiss came by. Hey everybody. Anyway, even if she did, she probably won't say nothing in chat. I'm not sure if she blocked. I don't really block people. There's only like a couple of people blocked over here. Um, and that's because they did some real, crazy stuff, and I just got fed up with them. But they end up changing their names and coming back anyway. Okay, and usually be them slow ones. They be begging for my attention, but I'm not gonna put that name out there. Y'all go over there by Taylor, and y'all could go see. You go about 8 hours when I came, and she was already up there. Apparently, she may have been up there from early on. I don't know because I didn't go over there till. What's going on, T. Will? I miss you, girl. Choco City. Oh, Choco Kitty, you got a wrench. You couldn't get the link. Let me yeah, you got a wrench, but I'll grab it. Thank you. Let me look it up. So it does say at Tay Tay 333. Okay, let me look it up real quick. I'll grab it for y'all. That's my girl anyway. Y'all know. So I don't mind helping y'all. You know what I mean? We supported each other over here. So you put Tay 333. Let me see. Hell no, that's another. Who in the hell is that? Okay, maybe you have a look. I think you have a dash. Dash. Let me put that dash in there. Okay, let me see if that comes up. Man, they still got a lot of Tay-Tays with threes too. I still don't see her. Let me share the screen so you can see what I see. Okay, hold up. Um share. I might be doing it wrong. Okay. I'm gonna come and look at what you put in again, because maybe I put it in wrong. Let's see. You said put in Tay with a dash. Okay. Yeah, I put it in wrong. I put in Tay in a dash 333. Okay, so let me put in. Oh, not there. I gotta put it here. Boom, boom. Let me just type it all. Tay, that Tay, and then 333. See, that came up. Let me see where she at. Um, okay, there she go, y'all. See right here. Let me get the link really quickly so I can share it. Oh, I could have put it in like the link like that. That's what I could have did. Oh, you got it. Okay. Choco Kitty got it for y'all. Okay, y'all see. Make sure y'all go subscribe. If y'all want me to review a little bit of it since I'm over there on her channel, let's see. Let's go over there and see if she got it up. It was live yesterday. Okay. I don't want to say her name because she'll swear up and down that I said her name. Even yesterday she tried to pull some bullshit. So let's see. Yeah. Okay. Okay, here we go.
Only some cancer. You got to figure out how to get past that without targeting people to take your frustrations out on. You know?
Finna bring this nigga out the sky.
So I wasn't up there yet. Okay.
You could be a Republican today and a Democrat tomorrow, which we know.
Okay. I am brown. Why is that? Why?
Tay-Tay's talked sports with me before.
Apparently, there are people that do depend on participating online.
Even before I was up there.
I've been to Washington, D.C., but mostly because I'm in Delaware, I would go to Dover. So I would
at the origins of it, there were multiple gods. Like you look.
And we were talking about church.
Well, are you all right? But I didn't mention your name.
No, I didn't say you mentioned my name.
So why are you mentioning mine?
Well, I'm not mentioning your name yet. I'm asking you a question. Now, if you don't want me to ask you a question, I won't ask you no question. But I mean, everybody know you lying, B. Like, what's up?
Say what you got to say.
I asked you a question.
And I said, say what you got to say.
I just asked the question, that's all. If you don't want to answer, it's okay. Okay.
Is it okay? Is it really okay?
Yes, everything. It's fine with me.
Is it?
I'm asking. I mean, you ain't answering no question. Well, I gotta answer the question.
Exactly.
There you go. I just want, I'm about to share the chat. We're gonna hang up. Well, Taylor, how long you been? Oh, you've been up here for 8 hours already.
Yeah, I've been up here for a minute, Bomb. I got the Holy Spirit that came up on me.
I've been her co-pilot the entire time.
Yeah, Mella been up here holding it down with me.
I've been her co-pilot the entire time.
We already know that
the flight has been so smooth.
We already know that Mella
listen to the replay.
Okay, we already know that
legendary experience. Period.
We already know that Mella can hold some shit down. That's a fact. I'm not taking nothing from you, Mella. What's up with you? Don't get mad because if the truth hurt.
The truth is that
okay.
The truth is
that's all.
The truth is that
you ain't got the truth in you, girl. You ain't got no truth.
The truth is that
you ramble. That's it.
I've been accused of not being loyal to people by you.
Yes.
You specifically.
Yes.
Have said that I'm not loyal to people.
No, I ain't never said you're not loyal. I said you the backstabbing ass bitch. That's what I said.
My argument to that is whoever told you I need to be.
No, you don't need to be. But
whoever told you I need to be
you ain't got to be
other than myself. Whoever
you ain't
told
got
you that.
Okay, so you just told everybody that you was a snake ass bitch, and it's okay.
Other supposed to.
Nothing wrong with being a snake ass bitch.
You have a case.
Don't get mad when we call you out. When I call you a snake ass bitch,
you know whatever you pronounce
everything
is
I
what
know.
you are, Bomb. Whatever you pronounce is what you are. Did you realize
that? Bitch, you ain't gonna never find nobody who said I snake them hoes.
Are you slow today? Are you slower today than yesterday?
You can't even say that I snake
today than yesterday, because I promise you,
yes, I'm slower today than I was yesterday.
What you're reflecting, Bomb, cherry juice. Now drink that shit.
Look, bitch, you the only drinker up here. Well, no, you're not the only drinker, but you right now, bitch, you the drunk, okay? You was the drunk back then. You a drunk now. And it's okay.
Come with the childish name call. Childish name call.
I don't fuck with people who stab people in the back.
I hate that you've been missing out for hours and hours of us having a good time and you want to get in on it.
I'm having a good time right now. You've been
missing out. You've been missing out and you want to join in. I get it.
Okay, well,
I get it. You missed me. I appreciate it. Goodbye.
I just came up. I mean, you and asked you a question. I heard what you were saying. I I had some questions for you. It's okay.
Your name never came out my mouth.
I know I didn't say
You better find James Kills if you want a fan.
Your
You better
name
find James Kills. He's your fan, not me.
Why are you bringing up James Kills? He's not up here. But it's okay. Go ahead,
He's
Mella.
the one that brought up your name. I was trying to figure it
about
out.
Nobody bringing up my name.
James Kills brought up your name.
James bring up my name. I bring up James' name.
James Kills brought up your name. I was like, why did he do that?
James and you are the same.
Why in the world did he do that?
Except you was closer.
And
right?
lo and behold, as God would have it, here you are appearing, feeling like you missing out on something. I know you miss me.
Girl, you got me all the way fucked up.
Well, here you are.
You read that all wrong.
Here you are, asking me a question as if I matter to you. Stop playing.
That bitch want me.
That alcohol got you.
She want me to miss her so motherfucking bad, baby. I think she been gone for about 2 years. We was on the road. Nobody brought up a name. Everything was good, right? And then the bitch gonna come over talking about I miss. And then she popped up on my channel just like a couple of months ago. Remember, she just popped up, and everybody was shocked that I didn't go in. I just let her speak. She was rambling, and I was nice as I can be. But see, that's what I'm talking about with how she's a snake ass bitch, right? Because she came on my panel, and you could hear. I can replay it right now, and you could hear how she was nice and everything, right? And I was just like, I barely said a word, in fact, because in fact, I was wondering what the fuck she was doing over here, right? But I just remember I let everybody up, so I'm not gonna be a hypocrite. I'm not gonna let some people up when I say I let everybody up and not let her up. So I let everybody up. But everything went good. Everything went fine. I even got a few phone calls like, Mom, was she over there by you? I was like, yeah, girl. They were shocked that I ain't go in. I was like, it's all good. I played nice. But see, then we on somebody else's panel, and then another different side of her come out. She come on my panel, she being nice, she being sweet, to where I'm being, come to another channel, she telling me that I ain't shit, I'm this, I'm that, and it's gonna come out, all kinds of shit gonna come out. Came up here and asked her a question, because she really was talking like she, like she the type of person who have people back and shit. Nah, you mean that bitch will have your back. She studies your back. She want to know all the points in which she could stab you in it. Okay, that's what she want to do. And so she can always come over. She could come over. If she can handle me talking about her ass, but then after I finish talking about her, we'll move on and keep it pushing. No big deal. But it'll never, never, ever, ever be like it was. It'll never be. And that's all I was saying. And yes, she is the one I'm talking about. That bitch right there. Now y'all go look at it, because it got kind of hot and it got cool. Everything was going good. It never got low down. I didn't go low down. She didn't go low down. So we ain't never got to worry about that, especially on my end. I only go as far as other people go. But yeah, she's a snake ass bitch. Okay. Y'all saw it. Look, I wouldn't, for those of y'all, and I told her I wasn't gonna talk about it. Like, she wanted me to do a stream. She tried to convince me to do a stream, put a name and title. I said, girl, the new people don't even know you. I said, they got a lot of motherfuckers don't even know you, and I ain't even gonna bring your motherfucking name up. You ain't. But she didn't even ask me, you want to do a song about me, don't you? Go over there and do a song about me. Yeah, bitch. So I did a little one on her today. I know she happy. Okay, now we're gonna move on. Y'all make sure y'all go check it out. The chat, the link is in the chat. Yeah, y'all. Oh, and I just want to announce for some of y'all, somebody came up. Let me see when he came up. Paul came up, right? And Paul, we was having a great conversation, actually. Good conversation. And then Paul told us something at the very end that had me damn here in tears. I'm gonna put that up. For those of y'all who've been here for a while, y'all gonna know why I was in tears. Everybody was kind of happy. Let me see what had happened at. Maybe about here. Let me see.
I bet you if I start drinking and end up
Here we go with the childishness. I can't relate to that either.
I think you started the childishness. But you just think that you're smarter than everybody, and you think nobody thought what you just said. You think that what you just said, that you was, I guess.
I would like to believe.
Remember, he said the black community. He was talking about, we know Trump did this, Trump did that, and you know. So I knew he was non-black.
He literally.
You got that. Hey, Bob, you got that lady, that African lady, she got fired?
Yeah.
Use that against us, unfortunately.
The women that, and didn't.
Okay. Saying, man.
Damn it, y'all. Sorry, we went past the 12-hour mark, and it happened after the 12-hour mark. But I just want to let y'all know that Carl here is Mike Green Eyes. He came on a panel. That was my first time hearing his voice, and he informed us that he's Mike Green Eyes. For those who remember Mike Green Eyes, y'all, man, we missed him so much. I used to email his thing and check on him like, hey, but he never responded. So to be honest, I thought maybe he passed away, because we never really knew much about him except he was funny, nice, and because he stayed in the chat. And I remember when he left, he informed me and a few of us that, by email, that he was gonna be leaving. And so I was like, okay, good, if you're leaving, that's cool. Stay in touch, make sure you're good. And then when I ain't hear from him in like 6 months, a few of us got together and we was talking about it, and I hit him up in the email. A few of us hit him up in the email, but he said he don't have access to that email anymore. But anyway, I'm so glad to hear that he's okay. I know some of us don't think that you're important over here, but once I'm used to seeing you, I be feeling like we family. I ain't never met none of you. I don't think anybody here right now. I've never met you in person, but it's almost like a daily thing, where we shouting at each other, we saying hi to each other, good morning to each other, things like that. We having conversations, having fun, laughing. I feel like even if I needed to cry, I come on here and express it to you all, like y'all like kind of like a family to me. So for me, I know it doesn't happen this way for everybody, but I tend to kind of feel like we family. And so then when I do notice when y'all disappear, right? I notice when y'all disappear. And if I don't see you anywhere, then I get concerned. And I'll think about, I'll be like, damn, I hope they're okay. Now, if I see you disappear and then I go somewhere else and your ass is over there, then I'd be like, damn, did I do them something wrong? That's only happened a couple of times. I'd be like, damn. But then y'all know one year we was over here popping, the channel was popping. I think it was 2020. It was either 2019 or 2020. Man, it was popping over here. And I would go to sleep at night, which I really wasn't going to sleep. Motherfuckers was running me off my own channel. Y'all remember that shit, baby. It was popping. They was asking me it wasn't even they. One person was doing it, but everybody seemed happy with it. But when I would come back the next day, some bullshit that popped off. And I used to actually tell everybody, I say, hey, I know y'all want me to go, but y'all know we can wild out over here. But they'd be like, yeah, Miss Bum, but you be controlling us. I'd be like, yeah, I'd be, trying to keep everything fair and keep everything cool. I could tell when shit going too far, so I ran it in, and whoever side I got to be on to kind of rein it in, I will. Like if I got to be on the women's side because the men are wilding out too much, or if I got to be on the men's side because the women wilding out too much, that's what I do, right? I'm like the mediator and shit. And then when I'm not here though, fucking shit got so wild that they look, people wanted to do an uprising on me, y'all. I remember that shit. That shit was so, looking back at it, it was so funny. But when in the middle of it, I was like, it was funny to me. But then I realized they serious. And I was like, okay, I gotta take control of this shit, right? They were trying to do an uprising on me, y'all, and the shit. I still don't know what happened. People be like, you know what happened. All you gotta do is go look at it. And I'm like, y'all, y'all think I got motherfucking time to go and review my own stream after the fact? Y'all got me fucked up, okay? I'm not that person. The reason I go live is so I don't have to do no editing, no nothing, right? I don't even want to go back unless I have to, right? If I got to rewind just to prove, like if somebody say you said this and I'm like, I didn't say it, and then I got to rewind it. I don't have no, if you know exactly where I can go to rewind it, but I am not sitting through no stream trying to dig through. I don't know where none of my songs are. People are like, Bomb, you got some. Man, them songs are gone forever, even though they on the channel, in some stream somewhere. You think I'm going through that shit looking for that shit? Hell no. Okay. It ain't gonna never happen if I gotta do it. If one of y'all wanna volunteer to do that shit, then go right ahead. But it ain't gonna be me. And I never went back. That's was some stream we was supposed to be reviewed. People like, Bomb, you need to go back and see what happened. There was some time when they was having fun. They said, we had so much fun, Bomb, you need to go listen to it. And I'm like, if I wasn't there when it happened, then I don't deserve, as far as I'm concerned, I ain't going back to listen to that shit. That don't even make sense to me, right? It don't make no sense. If I'm in your stream when I got there, if I wasn't there before, then I don't need to know what happened before. You know why? Because if it was for me, I would have been there. I know that sounds silly to a degree, but yeah, no. Uh-uh. And everybody grown. I'm not nobody's mama. So I ain't gonna do nothing about, like, the truth is, what I'm gonna do about it. What I'm gonna go and listen to what happened, and then what y'all want me to take a side or some shit. Ain't no sides in this shit. Y'all adult. Y'all told me to go to sleep. I turned my computer off and looked at TV all night. Okay. Did some sewing or some shit. And and the consequences, I'm not gonna deal with no consequences. But I remember the upright. I remember Rude was over there talking about, hey, I'm Cherry ain't gonna be able to do nothing. We gonna get rid of that nigga Devastate, because Devastating had just come. But see, I knew Devastate for many, 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 many years. Like, I wasn't joking when I said I was on the internet for a very long time. I know some people, we've been knowing each other 30 years. From only the internet. Never met, just internet, right? And so when Devastate came over, of course I welcomed him. I know him, right? I know he gonna do right. I know he cool and everything, but nobody else knew him, and he had control of the channel, right? But I've given control to Rude and shit like that, but and that's when the shit be wild now. Anyway, and they was trying to take over, tell Devastating what to do, and if he didn't do it, so he called me and said, Miss Bomb, we need you. Nah, all right. I came up. It was crazy. It was crazy. Anyway, that summer though was fun, but at the same time it's crazy. So I ended up, a lot of people left. But I don't know why they left, right? I don't know who said what, the when and where. Some women left because of the women. Like, the women are claim, uh um the men left. They don't care that the men left. They think that some of the women left because of the men. But when I talk to certain women, they actually left because of the women. Okay. Because we got to be honest, like, we had some wild ass motherfuckers over here. Like, everybody was, everybody wild was over here. Okay. We had Black Woman Spear was over here, and, and the women. And then we had Rude and the men. Aunt T was over here. L. Nixon was over here. Like, it was a shitload of men and a shitload of women. And the thing is, though, what I liked about it is everybody are strong people. Like, I don't think I have weak people who listen to me. If you're a weak person, you wouldn't be able to listen to me. I believe that. I believe that the weak ones kind of scurry away, right? Because they don't like my language, or they can handle, like if it's a weak man, he can handle when I'm going after women, but he can't handle when I'm going after the men. If it's a weak woman, she can handle when I'm going after the men, but she can't handle when I go after the women. And so that weeds out themselves. They kind of weed out themselves, right? And I don't have no problem with that. But I know every single one of y'all who come over here and chill with me, I know y'all ain't no weak people. Okay. And so, I'm okay. It's okay when a lot of people here for a minute. They like to come when I'm dragging somebody, especially somebody they like or don't like, and I put their name in the title and drag them. Oh, everybody will come over, right? But if I'm dragging somebody they really like the men will come over. If I'm dragging a woman, if I put Cynthia G name in the title, baby, it'll be so many people over here, and it'll be a whole shitload of men watching me drag her. The thing is, when I'm dragging the men, they gonna go about their business, and they be saying bomb is mean, but they love me, y'all. Okay, and I know that because when I go in other areas, these men respect me, but they be claiming they scared of me. Why would they be scared of me? They're not scared of me. Okay, I ain't beating nobody's ass. I'm not going to nobody's house. I ain't threatening to do none of that. But they scared of my mouth, and they should be. I just be having fun, okay? Um, anyway, I just want to thank y'all for coming over, okay? I did want to do more of the politics talk. Y'all, I look, Candy been here for a while, Miss Not For Everyone, baby. Letitia been rocking with me. Bridget Emner came over. You know what I'm saying? Listen, we don't have no weak men nor women over here. We just don't have it. And Miss Sunkiss, how you doing, sir? Sunkiss, nobody on this piece who be over here with me are weak. None of you. And look, when Sunkiss came up here, because I know that if I ask y'all questions, y'all answer it. Y'all not scared of me. I hope y'all not scared of me, because I'm just a pussycat. I'm just a putty cat. That's all. Y'all not scared of me. They be acting like they scared of me. And what they really scared of is when I'm gonna ask the question. If they ask me a question, I'm gonna answer them, right? And I'm gonna ask them questions back. And they don't like that. Okay, they don't like that. Uh-oh, Brownsville coming up, y'all. Let me see. Hello?
Peace and
Is
love,
that you,
peace and love,
Brownsville?
peace and love, Queen. How you
How
doing?
you
Can you
doing?
hear me? Am I coming through
Yeah,
clearly?
yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you good. I can hear you good.
You sound so good. I miss you so much. You've been gone. How you doing?
Man, I'm doing wonderful. You know what I'm saying? I
That's
just
good.
happened to scroll through YouTube and I seen you was live. I said, okay, I gotta hit up the Queen because I haven't chopped it up with you in a very long time. And Cuzzo told me, you was going through a medical situation. So I just wanted to make sure you was good. You know what I'm saying? And I'm glad to see that at least you sound like you're doing well. And I hope and pray that, your healing is coming and everything's gonna work out for your good.
Yeah, thank you. He told you that I asked about you, right? Because I asked about you. And how Cuzzo doing? Because I ain't seen him. I have worried about him too.
Yeah, Cuzzo's doing real well. So I just left his presence yesterday. We were together
Okay.
due to an unfortunate circumstance, but nevertheless, when we together, we always have a great time. So we had a great time together. Um, and he's doing very well. Right now,
That's
he's
good.
just concentrating more on his construction business, and he's leaving YouTube alone right now, because I guess it became to where it wasn't really fruitful for him because I guess he got demonetized or something like that.
Yeah.
So I think right now he's just trying to focus on family and then also focus on his construction business, and he's doing very very well. We had a great time together and yeah, he's awesome. Family's awesome. Everybody's doing good.
That's good. That's good. I'm so glad to hear that. Yeah, I was thinking about you and him. Like I said, I truly be thinking about people when I start missing them. And I started going to his channel, seeing if I missed a live or, did he leave a message or just want to make sure y'all good. I miss you, him, and PH Diva. There's a few others, but I miss her too. I'm gonna have to
Yeah,
figure out how to
everybody.
find her.
Yeah, Cuzzo speaks to her. He says she's doing well. Um, she living her best life. The supreme goddess is always gonna be good, no matter where
Yeah,
she at.
she is. That's a
But
fact. That's a fact.
yeah, we all doing good, man. I just actually, so right before I was with Cuzzo, I had just came from the Exumas in the Bahamas. So I spent 5 days out there, had a beautiful time. It was just me and my wife. You know, we had
Hmm.
a really, really, really good time. And, we got some unfortunate news. So,
Right.
we had to, kind of cut the vacation short and, do what we had to do with the unfortunate news. But we still turned the negative into a positive. You know what I'm saying? And, we had a great time.
Yeah.
And so now we're about to go on vacation with the kids as well. So we're gonna give them their little, summer vacation. You know, I
Yeah.
try to make sure my children get to see the world. You know what I'm saying? Because that's not something that I was able to do as a child. And I feel like the more of the world you see, the better I guess perspective you will have when it comes to the issues of life.
Yeah. No, I see what you're saying, and then I agree with you. You know, because they're able to see things outside of their community and outside of their whole country.
Right.
See how other people are living and just enjoy and even just have relaxation with the family. That even just that alone is good.
Right. So I don't really be on YouTube that much. I pop in here and there, like whenever, I have a moment or two, I might tap in, see who's live. And every now and again, you'll see me tap in and have a conversation with somebody. But it's definitely not something that's happening often, anymore.
Yeah. Now I'm not on here that much myself no more. You know, but and you probably have a little more relaxed too, huh? Because this internet stuff, boy, especially what you and Sharon was going through. The men constantly attacking y'all.
Well, see, the thing
And
about that, Queen, people ask me about that. Even when we were together, other family members was saying, hey, man, what's up with this YouTube stuff? You know, who has I got a bus and this and that. And I'm telling them, I'm laughing about it, right? Because what
hmm
I learned about YouTube is most of these guys who say that they had a problem or issue with me, it's because these guys are fake and phony and they wear masks, right? So they come on the internet and they're playing a character, they're playing a role, they're trying to sell content. You know what I'm saying? And I can't hate on them for that. I can't blame them for that. I mean, you get it how you live. But for me, to be authentic and genuine of who I am. So me and you can have a conversation right now over YouTube. We can go on the phone and have a conversation. And in person, we're going to have the same exact conversation. It's not going to be any delineation. It's not going to be any difference with how I'm speaking and what I'm talking about and what my opinions are and what my thought process is. But I learned a lot of YouTube is all fake and it's all phony. And these guys aren't the, projection that they put out there on the internet. So when they see and hear guys who are actually just being themselves, it causes them to hate who they are, right? And because it causes them to hate who they are, they all they're gonna do is take it out on somebody who's just being real. Because if you are a fake person, then you're going to hate somebody who's real because oil and water don't really mix. You understand that, Queen?
uh-huh, understand? Remember, I told you it was going. The men was gonna come at y'all mainly because y'all are real. And if you didn't go on their side and become red pill, because y'all could have made a lot of money if y'all was red pill. If y'all was ready to just cater to the men, talk about the women, the men with it, they feeding. They don't mind giving money to those men. But when Sharon asked for donations, they made it seem like it's a bad thing. I'm like, this man is raising his family. We can see his family behind him. Why wouldn't he? Nothing wrong with him asking for money. He's the
But see,
man. But
told you about what the red pill was. The red pill, incel, manosphere, they're all one on the same side of the coin, right? They're rim brothers. They're no good suckers. That's just who they are. And the overwhelming majority of these guys are lovers of men, right? Because there's certain way that men who love women, is certain way they're going to interact with women, right? They're going to speak to women. They're going to speak about women, right? Especially if you have a close relationship with your mother, you have a close relationship with the woman that's in your family, that's been in your corner, right? But if you are no good sucker and you hate women, then it's not going to be shocking for you to have this red pill type of ideology to where, every conversation you have is going to be bashing women. You're going to hate the people who you aren't necessarily around a lot. So a lot of these men, right, I'm willing to bet if you peel back the layers of the onions of their real life, you'll notice that they don't have a solid relationship with their mother. They don't have a solid relationship with their sisters. They don't have a solid relationship with their daughters, right? That's why a lot of them are quick to cuss their mother out, are quick to say this and that, because they lack in those relationships, right? And then some kind of way, they've heard something from another man that resonated with them, that pulled them onto that side, right? To where they've become a lover of men. And that's just the bottom line. They don't want to admit it. They'll never come out and say, yeah, I'm a lover of men. Brownsville was right. But I guarantee you, it's going to come out one day. We're going to see, hey, yeah, these red pill incel, these dudes was all another letter will be added to that LGBTQ. And it's going to be them.
The M. Yep.
That's it. That's what it is. You know what it is. Queen. I mean, people think, that me saying these things, that I'm kind of being, like, I'm going overboard, right? Or is kind of humorous. But in all actuality, I'm listening to these guys and I'm observing how they're interacting, and it's not normal interactions, right? So you gotta really do a deep dive and kind of figure it out and pinpoint it. Like, why he talking about women like that? Why he talking to women like that? Right? And it's only the only logical conclusion that you could come to realization is that this is how this dude talk to women in his real life. This is how this dude think about women in his real life, right? Because I love, my mother. You know what I'm saying? If my mother called me right now and say, hey, I need you to do XYZ, boom, I'm on it. You know what I'm saying? My sister called me right now. Hey, listen, I'm near. And my daughter, that's my heart. You know what I'm saying? Like, we ain't even gonna have a conversation about that. But because of me loving women all of my life, I can't turn around now that I'm in middle age and all of a sudden get a different perspective and different opinion about the woman that's walking this earth. That's not gonna happen, right? And if you solid like that, it's never gonna happen for you. But if you one of those weak dudes, if you one of those dudes that is suffering and have been dealing with rejection anxiety because no one actually taught you and showed you the game on how to present yourself in an attractive way to the opposite sex, right? So you've always been a lane. You've always been somebody that been always walked over, and somebody else has been chosen above you. And you've never understood how to process that and move around from it and deal with that rejection, right? That's a part of maturing as a man. But a lot of these dudes, they can't get over that hump, right? So then these incels and red pill and manosphere dudes, they've carved out a lane to exploit these lame dudes' pain, right? And in carving out that lane, right, what they have created, and I want to say they know about it. I'm not going to say unbeknownst to them, because I believe they know the type of cesspool that they've created within these men, right? They've turned them all lovers of men, haters of women, right? And now they're just making money off of them. They're selling content off of them. You know what I'm saying? And listen, I ain't gonna knock their hustle. Like I say, get it how you live, right? But have an honest conversation. And I'm sure if they're ever in a real life around real people, and they're not, let's say they're just selling content and they're not truly living their life like that, I'm willing to guarantee you they will talk much differently than how you hear them talk on the internet.
No, I agree. I agree. Even they admit that, when you catch them and and I start asking them questions, they admit they don't act that way. They're not talking this way to women. Most of women aren't talking the way to them, the way they claim women are acting, and that's why they always refer to like actors, actresses, actors, and rappers, right? The female rappers as well. They always refer to them, you know, and but most women in society are not, what is her name? Glorilla. But even Glorilla don't act like Glorilla, right? She believe in God. She, even though she's a rapper, she's a church going young lady. But they can't see that, right? All they see is what she's doing as a job, as entertainment. They don't care what she's doing otherwise.
Well, they use the lifestyle that a Glorilla raps about, right? Which
Hmm.
is a lifestyle of, hustling as a woman and not being taken advantage of by a man, and getting your own money, and being independent. And a lot of her stuff is provocative, is racy, is stuff that I don't necessarily believe that women should uh ascribe themselves and communicate that way. However, it's her choice, right? She's actually selling something, and she's giving some people hope who have been taken advantage of, and who have been ran over, and who don't feel like they will have the opportunity to succeed, right? So that's who she's speaking for, right? And I can understand that. And I don't believe that she represents the majority of women who are walking this earth, though. I don't. What I'm saying is her lyrics and her performative lifestyle in terms of what she's putting out in the media. I believe there's only a small percentage of women who truly gravitate to what she's saying on wax in their real life. Most women are modest, right? Most women aren't trying to be overly sexual, right? Because most women aren't working in strip clubs. Most women aren't living a street lifestyle, right? Most women are mothers. Most women are brilliant thinkers. Most women want to have successful careers and do things in a certain way. right? So when they talk about the Glorrillas and the Sexy Red, I think what they're trying to do is create a false personification to put on the woman who actually rejected them, right? Because we know, Queen, that Glorilla and Sexy Red wouldn't even look twice at 99% of the dudes on YouTube, right? So
Right.
what they're doing is they're falsely labeling the woman who they've come on to, who've rejected them, and now they want to put them in this Glorilla space, in this Sexy Red space, right? When those women weren't that at all, right? And even if they were,
Yeah. Well,
they're not being honest about where they meeting these women.
right. I'm because I mentioned Glorilla for a reason. She don't have no lyrics like what you're talking about. Her lyrics is pro woman, but she not about being no hoe or nothing. Like, so she ain't nowhere near like a Sexy Red. But I think just because she's a rapper, that's what you men tend to do, right? Lump the women together. So Sexy Red, I don't even listen to Sexy Red music, so I couldn't even tell you what the hell she talking about. Because her shit straight trash, right? But Glorilla literally is not talking about she's talking about just not dealing with certain type of men who, like, if he cheating on her, that's what the fuck nigga free was, right? So she used the lyrics. I guess maybe it's the cuss words that you don't like, because what she was saying in fuck nigga free is that she free from this man who cheating on her and things like that. And if you and yeah, Glow is all about her just being talking to herself about she don't have to be mistreated, and she could be strong and things like that. So she not shitting on men, just certain type of men, and the ones who cheat and hurt women. And so she yeah. And then they tried to lie and say that what her name also, the one what her name, the one of my favorite rappers from Texas, they tried to claim that she trashed it too. So I think what y'all talking about is how the men dress them in order for them to cater to the men who purchase the music more than women. And so I guess when they just dressing sexy, y'all start automatically think they just always just talking about sex, telling women, but these women are positive to women, saying, hey, you could be sexy and still have a job and make your own money, but they're not really just sitting on men, right? And
Yeah,
they're
and
not telling them to be whores neither.
I can be honest with you, Queen. I don't, I don't even remember the last Glorilla song I even listened to. I even heard, right? Because I
Okay.
don't listen to, those
Right.
profanity lace
Me.
type of songs anymore.
Yeah.
Back in my younger days, I would listen to Biggie, I would listen to Tupac, especially, when I was a young soldier going to war, things of that nature. But I feel like there's growth and development that has to take place, right? So there's
Right.
only certain um wavelengths that I'm going to expose to my spirit, right? And so you probably right. I haven't listened to a song. She could be making those songs that you're referring to, right? But
Mhm.
I guess for me, um, it's all about and for me for them, because you see, I can't really criticize Glorilla, Sexy Red, Meg the Stallion, and them, because I don't really know a lot of what they're singing about or rapping about, right? But
Right.
what I do know is I don't hear them or see them, you know, going to jail, getting arrested, getting locked up, or hear them in a lot of scandals other than Meg the Stallion with the whole thing with Tory Lanez and that whole situation. But as far as from a legal perspective, he was found guilty of, assaulting her, right? So I don't understand the backlash that she
Assaulting
get.
her, or you mean shooting her? Because he shot her.
Well, that's a form of assault. It's assault with a deadly
Oh, wait,
weapon.
but that
You know, you right about that. He shot her and this and
he
that, but
put a bullet in her fucking feet.
right.
Okay.
But
Yeah.
but I get all that, right? All I'm saying is, what they should be actually speaking about, they're not, right? So it's a ruse. It's a ploy to reel in these weak men, reel in the men who are ignorant, right? Who's just gonna gravitate towards the lyrics and the content that they're putting out, or the videos, or whatever that's going on. And what they're trying to do is put that personification on all the women who've rejected them, right? So they want to put it on their baby mothers who decided enough was enough and decided to leave them because they was in a situation where they was being mistreated, right? You see, all of those men, they're against paying child support, right? I haven't heard one of those men who were red pill, incel, or manosphere ever say, yeah, I'm for child support, right? They're against child support. Um, Anything that is considered a responsibility of a man, they want to strip away, and they want to put that burden, that heavier burden on women. That's the issue that I've always had with the rhetoric, right? Men should be men, and you carry yourself a certain way as a man, and it's not to put burdens on women. It should be to lift the burdens off of women and put it onto yourself.
Right. But I mean, I agree with you. Those men, they pick those women because those women are successful women, right? Because Glorilla has some, if I'm correct, she has a few church songs, rap songs, right? I think she even have Kurt Franklin in his choir. She is an actual religious young lady, okay? And just because she rap, people assume that she must be a thought or something like that, right? But she don't talk about giving her sex to this, that, and that person and all that. She don't talk like that. She do but when I guess they hate that she had a song called Fuck Nigga Free, which is
Hey,
dumb as
Queen,
hell
I
because
gotta go. I'm gonna try to come
okay,
back though.
okay, thank you for coming by and I'm glad to see that you're okay. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I'm shocked. These men hate successful women, which but Glorilla, there's just as many men. First of all, more men buy music than women in the black community. Okay. Them men love Glorilla. Okay. Because first of all, she not tearing nobody, no man down. You know what I mean? Men. She not tearing black men down. Even Meg Thee Stallion don't tear black men down either. If anything, she's Meg Thee Stallion, as far as and this just how I see it. I'm quite sure people may see it different. I listen to Meg Thee Stallion. I would love her. Like when I say love her, I'm talking about her music, and I've been liking her since she was uh what was it? Something Snow. God damn it! Look, I can't even think of the name, but it's something Snow, right? She had another name before she became Meg Thee Stallion, right? And her lyrics, right? And they just good. She good. She is damn good. And the white girls who interviewed her when they was like, because she black and rapping, they automatically think she talking about fighting and thugging shit. And that's what these men doing to these women too. Because I think most of this area that we in are goofy dudes, y'all. They either square, like we could call them different names, right? We could call them just the straight dudes who really just not in the street life, right? Just regular dudes. Some people may call them squares, right? Some we they not really into hip hop or no culture. They really not into no culture. They don't know nothing about nothing. Uh, and but then they sit on these panels and start judging shit. And how you gonna judge something you don't listen to? Just like Brownsville said, because he mentioned, the rappers, and then when I mentioned the women, he automatically went to how they dress and then what they said in the music, but then he admit he don't listen to the music, right? Um, I'm listening to these women today in their rap, the ones that I like. There's a lot of rappers, right? A lot of female rappers. I don't know every single one, just like I don't know all the male rappers, but the big ones, right? That most of us know, most of them women are not shitting on men. Well, actually, I don't know none of them that's really shitting on men. Like even the Sexy Red, is she talking about her body and what she could do with her vagina and shit like that? So she more on the sexual side. I'm not against that, right? There's a time and a place. Tina Snow, thank you. I knew you. I know y'all were gonna let me know, baby. I know. Look, Tina Snow was a bad bitch, right? And the men, they can always mention Biggie and Tupac, and they always go to them old rappers. But when them old rappers back then, they wasn't thought of as big as. It's like when people die. Oh, I gotta put. It's telling me let me charge. Hold up. Oh, this is not my old laptop where it would have died. But this one is telling me. Okay. So today, um, back then, let me see, is it going? Yeah, it's charged up. Okay, cool. Um, Biggie. See, I was here, from the beginning of rap, and I remember when Tupac. Everybody didn't think Tupac was the best rapper. Not then, right? um Everybody wasn't even into his listening to his rap because where he was from. So, and there was a battle going on between the two different coasts. And remember, and Tupac used to be with the ones who sang the Humpty Dance, do the Humpty Dance. He was a dancer. He was a background dancer before, so people didn't take him serious into talking about he a gangster when he was a dancer, right? So that's in the beginning. Now, you know, after that, he becomes like a god, which I understand. I'm not saying that, but he cussed, right? He had different types of songs about thugging and shit, right? Isn't it something how even when they religious and when they say they changed, they still will go back to the men who was talking about shooting each other and shit? And they making it seem like, oh, those were righteous. Them niggas was fucking shooting each other in the fucking street. Ain't that something? Look, I love me some Tupac, Choco Kitty. So that's not my point. What I'm saying though, you didn't even see what Brownsville said. Like Brownsville, he was like they willing to be like, yeah, and then they cite Biggie and Tupac. And the reason they do that is because Biggie and Tupac are thought of as great rappers, which, yeah, they're good rappers. And I have no problem even giving they flowers and say, yeah, when you sit down and listen, they were good fucking rappers. That's a fact. But when they talk about the women, though, they always talk to the content of the song. You see how he did that? He mentioned where they talking about sex or they talking about this with their bodies. You see what I'm saying? But those men was talking about killing, and that's my point. Because I like myself. Biggie had a couple songs that I remember, and I and Tupac on the other hand had many motherfucking songs that I remember because he was just smooth with his rapping and things like that. So I ain't hating on none of them. It was a lot of good rappers back then. When we go back into the 80s, 90s, 2000, early 2000s. I think early 2000s when shit got fucked up. I ain't gonna lie. And the music started to kind of, I call it fucked up, but really it was good music, but it wasn't lyrical anymore, right? Now it's more. That's why I can make something that it'll be funny and we'll rock to it a little bit, right? Because I could damn near say any fucking thing. And it sounds like real something. What's going on, Mew? Where you been? It must be a good day for me. It's like a good couple of days. Like I saw Mike Green Eyes yesterday. I see Mew today. Brownville today. Nay came on. I haven't seen Nay in I be missing y'all. Y'all may be seeing me. Y'all know I don't look in the chat much. So don't think I'm crazy, y'all. I don't really look in the chat. Y'all could have been in the chat yesterday saying hi to me and everything. But if I don't see y'all, I'm just saying I ain't see y'all. Okay. And I know y'all think I be forgetting about y'all, but I don't. If you got a fucking wrench over here, baby, you remember it, and I need to give out a few more wrenches. Okay. When I'm closer where I can handle my computer, because y'all know y'all ain't had to do too much to get a wrench over here, except I just noticed you. Once you get that wrench, I'm notice you all the motherfucking time. Okay, so I'm gonna be giving out a few more wrenches. Actually, right now. Let's see. Oh, there go Brownsville. Brownsville had a wrench on me. I thought he did. I'll still give him one, y'all know, because if you come over and stuff like that, he family. Welcome, Bridget. Welcome, Bridget M. Okay. Who else? Let me see. I gotta go up, y'all. I don't want to miss nobody. Welcome. So that's what I was talking about with the music thing. I'm missing somebody. I was looking for somebody to give him rent. Anyway, how you doing, Mew? Welcome back up, Brownsville. Hold up, Bomb. Oh, go ahead. You sound muffled. Say something again. Hello? You there? Hey, Mel. I need who I just gave a wrench to somebody. I hope I gave him a wrench and didn't block him. I need him to say something. Uh you there, Brownsville? Oh, you muted. You muted. Bridget, I need you to say something. In the chat, I mean. Um Somebody else. Could y'all have some of y'all haven't chatted, y'all haven't said anything in a while, so I don't know if y'all here, but I'll catch y'all on another day for those that I notice I want to give a wrench to. Black Beauty, what's going on? Brownsville, you're on mute, but let me know, you're on mute right now. Mel, how you been? Uh, TMKC, how you doing, sis? Um, she said, wait, she said something. Wait, Mew said something. Y'all gotta read it. She said, hold up, Bomb. Sexy song is way worse than the leading song. Huh? It's okay to say you delete our brothers, but have sex. Oh, I see. Okay, she said, hold up, Bomb. Sexy songs is way worse than deleting songs. It's okay to say you will delete our brothers, but have sex. That's deplorable. And I agree. Women are over there talking about being sexy, liking men and things like that. And the men are like, oh my God, they so bad for the community. Oh my Jesus. That's crazy.
Hey,
And then
Queen, can you hear me?
oh yeah, you sound good now. You sound good.
Oh, okay. I guess I'm just going through a bad area right now. But
okay.
What I was gonna say to the overarching point as to why you never hear men who are in successful relationships complain about women who don't want them and who they don't want, right? What I need everybody to understand is everybody ain't for everybody, right? And all of us aren't the same. So there is a certain demographic, there is a certain type of individual who's attracted to the, provocative, flamboyant, aggressive type of woman, right? And that's okay. The problem is these men, they're, for some strange reason, they are taking their animosity on the women who don't want them. That's the issue. So these women who they're speaking of, maybe they've rejected them, or maybe they, saw them as a lame and saw them for who they were and just wanted to take advantage of them, whatever they're complaining about. What it comes down to is the individual, right? Because you're going to attract who's actually for you and vice versa.
Right. But and I agree with you. I agree with everything you said. I just want to preface though, I think a lot of men who's on here who's talking about women, they got it from another group of men. See, that's what make this manosphere thing dangerous. Because before the men get out into the world to even figure out if women like them or don't like them and things like that, they already have this stigma against the women because these men have told them, well, women want this, that, and third. And even some cases, even some of the women are online saying they want this, that, and third, right? Now, just because you say you want that, because nothing wrong with wanting something, right? I want to be a millionaire. Like shit. That don't mean that I'm gonna be one, and it doesn't mean that I am gonna just choose a man and who's a millionaire, right? But the danger is the older men who was on here catching these men at a vulnerable time when they was actually teenagers. And most of them admit that, right? They were teenagers when they found the manosphere and they started listening. Now, imagine I'm not sure about you per se, but just most of the boys in your school, when you was in school, let's say you was in high school, I'm quite sure most of the boys all the girls wasn't liking all the boys, right? So there was some who they just wasn't getting that type of attention from girls in school.
So that's the answer right there. So you basically gave the response that I was gonna give. Because what actually happens in real life is you're going to be a product of your environment. So the person or the people who are going to have the biggest influences on you are the people that you're around the most, right? So if you're in high school, see, the only people who are influenced by these manosphere suckers are the people who are loners in real society. They're the incels, right? That's why I say they're both the same side of the coin. They're both the same crabs in the barrel, right? When you talk about the red pill incel manosphere, because there's only a certain type of guy who's gonna fall for this type of a ruse, this type of a rhetoric. Because if you're a normal guy, you're going to understand quick, fast, in a hurry that red pill rhetoric isn't what you're going to find as your experience in real life. You're not gonna be the type of person that is going to speak to women and speak about women in this way, because you're not gonna have a problem with a woman finding you attractive. Does that make sense?
Well, no, I see what you're saying, but I believe that before they even get to certain points, I think anybody could fall for ruses if they catch you soon enough, right? Like young enough. So, like I was saying, a young boy who's still in high school, who really possibly haven't even driven a car yet, but he was able to find the manosphere on the internet. He don't know much about the world, but he listens. So he in search of some answers from men on how to be a man and how to, become popular with young girls. But these men they make it seem like they're gonna help them with that, but then they start telling them how these women ain't shit. Like you said, they become lovers of men. I think he got knocked off, but they become lovers of men before they even had a chance to even know what a woman is like, because these older men have messed them up. You see what I'm saying? Now, Brownsville is correct when you talk about older men, right? The older men who are older and they minds, they just decide to follow because they got a lot of followers. But if you catch a child when he's younger, he can fall for anything. And I think it's easier the younger they are. And then these men are using scare tactics, right? Because they say, don't get married, because they going to take all your money. They going to want half. You going to have to give them $3 million a year. And that's when we come and say, nigga, you ain't got no $3 million in your whole life span. How you giving a woman $3 million a year? these black men are on here with the most ridiculous talking points because it doesn't fit them. And they always refer to this wealthy man who's playing sports. And when he got divorced, she got so much money. I think it's fucked up that they even announce how much somebody's paying a month, but I guess it's public knowledge from some of the people. They say, well, what they announced wasn't really even true. It wasn't even true. I didn't have to pay all that. You know what I mean? But these men like Obsidian, some of these men they were just dangerous. Kevin Samuels was dangerous. Not just dangerous to the woman, but just dangerous to people. People who possibly one day gonna want to get in relationships and start a family. He's just dangerous to our whole community. I see it. But when we get older, of course, if you're older, and I feel like if you're older, you've been out in the world a little bit, or you didn't even go out in the world, and you're 25 and you fall for the manosphere, then yeah, that because you're weak minded, right? You're weak minded because at 25 you done had some chance. Even if you didn't go out in the world, that's because you chose not to go in the world. You chose not to go get those experiences, you know. Uh, and how when he said, "Well, none of the women are like me," well, dude, uh, because the women you like are the Meg the Stallion, the Glorilla, you know what I mean? Like you want these women who are wanted by most men, and you're ignoring all the just normal women, the normal everyday woman. I don't even want to call her, I'm not giving no numbers to it because that's not what I'm talking about. I'm not saying that she's unattractive. She could be very pretty, but she just don't style up a certain way, right? These motherfuckers looking at how we dress, and she dressed too sexy. So he automatically thinks she a hoe. Or this woman over here, she dressed too athletic. So she must be a dyke. You know what I mean? And she dressed this way, and she dressed that way. Ooh, and she looked like she gonna be expensive because her hair and nails done. And I know I can't compete. You know what I mean? Like you get and but they want these particular type of women, which who's already taken in relationships. Then they looking at the guy she's with, and then he sizes up with him, and then now he want to go find that guy to teach him how to be him. Yeah, that's some weak ass shit right there. I'd be damned if I go try to find a woman ever in my life to help me be her. If anything, what I like from women is that we do share. You know, I ask somebody where she got her. I'm like, I love that shirt. And most of us will say, yeah, girl, I got this from so and so and so and so. Uh, Not every woman not like that. I think we had a discussion where we was when we had the discussion about women not liking women. I think it was over there by Dr. DJ Witch Doctor. And he was talking about how women hate women. And there are some women who don't like women. And there's some women who just don't even know how to act around women because maybe she just grew up around boys, growing up. I um I grew up around mostly boys, but I always liked women, and I'm more of I'm the type who come up and ask you a question, you know, uh, or tell you how pretty your dress is, or oh, girl, I like those shoes. Now I wouldn't outright ask her where they from, because we don't kind of do that. You know what I mean? That would be rude for me asking her where she got them from. I'd be like, oh, snap, I like your shoes. And some women would just tell you where they got them from, and some women be like, thank you. And then they got some women, uh, shit, they roll their eyes. I only had that happen maybe a couple of times, and I didn't, it wasn't no problem. I told her shoes were nice. It wasn't like I told her they were nice just to get, uh, any conversation. But the truth is, like, If I told her her shoes was nice and she didn't say thank you or anything, and she just rolled her eyes, I just, okay, like she kind of standoffish, stay away. You know what I mean? But and nothing wrong with people who don't like people. I just stay away from people who don't like people. You know, I tend to find that people, and listen, I've run across all kinds of people. I've run across the people who tend, I don't know if it's that they don't like people or they just don't trust people. And I get it. If you don't know people, you possibly shouldn't trust them, right? And just because I came over with a nice smile and said something nice, don't mean that they should be so welcoming. So I understand those type of people. You know, I know that I may have to gain their trust if it's something that I'm trying to get from them. You know, like we live in a neighborhood and I'm just trying to be a neighborly neighbor. You know what I mean? And I come across a neighborly, a neighbor who isn't so neighborly, right? And I don't just be like, bitch, what's wrong with you? No, I realize she don't really wave when I wave at her. I don't give up, because it happens naturally for me, y'all. I don't have a goal in mind when I see my neighbors and I just say good morning or good day. Like I say that to everybody who I make eye contact with, no matter where I am, or I wave. And it's natural. Some people just do it because they want something from somebody. And it just naturally happens to me. I even tried to stop doing it because here in Delaware, when I first moved up here, people thought I was strange. I think I told you a couple of times where I said good morning. It almost got me in a fight. Like I was going in the store, they was coming out the store. So I made eye contact and I said good morning. And I kept going. And right outside the store, like when I got to the door of the store, uh, you know, I went to get a basket. The basket used to be sitting right outside the store. You know how and when I went to get the basket, I noticed the women had stopped in the middle of the parking lot where I said hello, and they was looking back at me like, what the fuck? So when I went to get the basket, I noticed them standing there, and she's like, "Do I fucking know you?" She said something like that, right? It shocked the hell out of me, y'all. Uh, I was like, "Oh no, no." And they looked, it was two of them, and they looked at each other and then they left, right? But that's when I noticed me just speaking to people, you know? Like, so I tried to stop, but I couldn't. Okay, it just comes right out, y'all. I may not always compliment, but I do admire them when they are doing their thing. I know that's right. Look, they got some beautiful motherfucking people out here, man, uh, doing their thing. And I don't have no problem compliment, you know. And sometimes you know, today and since that incident when I first moved up here, I think about what I'm about to say, you know. I had to think about it because I'll be thinking, oh my God, suppose I end up in a fight just by telling somebody, hello again or some shit. When I'm thinking about, like, one time I was in I think it was Dollar Tree. It was one of these stores. I'm not sure if it was Dollar Tree. So don't get me line, but I don't know why I think that's where I was. But anyway, there was this young Black woman. And she was young. Like I could tell she was somewhere like in her early, if she was even in her 20s, it would have been her early 20s. And she looked so, you could tell she was tired. You know what I mean? I don't know. Maybe some, I don't know. You could tell. And so I'm up there and I don't know what made I thought about it because I was about to blurt out my mouth and I said, no, to myself, I said, don't. And then I thought about it and I said, how you doing today with your pretty eyes? Because she had these pretty eyes. You ever seen somebody like they got these, I don't know what it is. It's like their eyes are really dark, but the way they shaped and everything, they were so pretty. And she looked up at me and stunned a little bit. And I said, "Oh," I said, "I hope your day not that bad." I'm giving her some, I'm letting her know, you know, um, I don't know. I just gave her a compliment. Sometimes I feel like compliments, sometimes a little compliment or a little, what is called courtesy, yeah, courtesy, could just may change somebody's day, y'all. You know, you could be having somebody could be really in a fucked up spot, and I don't know, but I think I told y'all. I know some people may not believe me, but sometimes I could see people, like I could see things, right? I There's things I could see, y'all. Like I could look at a child and I could tell you when they're gonna die. Like I could look at people, the ones that when I mention children, because that's where it happened the most. I don't know why it happened to them mostly, and it used to scare me, because I'm looking at this child and I could see that um they gonna be dead by a certain time. I don't know the exact age. It's not like it shows me the age and shit like that. I see that they're young and I see them in the grave or in the casket. That's some fucked up shit that I've been going through all my life, right? But I also see other things with people. I see colors around people. And this particular young lady, I don't know. I was pushed into feeling like I need to, say something nice to her. Okay. Maybe they think they might be coming. Yeah, well, no, I don't think anybody ever accused me of coming on to them because that would be weird that I called her beautiful, right? But I basically was talking about the eyes. That's why I mentioned that you have some pretty eyes. She has some pretty eyes, and she looked so sad. And I just saw something. Something just said, you know, she needs some positivity. Oh my God, man. Like I said, you remember over there by Sharon, the last time that happened, I don't go around people that much no more. Because I'm tired of that shit, right? I think that's where my headache stems from. Okay. Uh People. I feel people sadness and I feel the pressure, the depression. Sometimes I become depressed. I don't even know why. I start realizing that it's like energy that I'm feeding off of other people. I'm over here in a slump because I'm feeling somebody else fucking slumpish energy. Man, this shit is driving me crazy, baby. Okay? Like, anyway, what I was about to say before I said that? Oh God. I'm about to say something. Yeah, I don't oh, I don't know. But I felt oh no, I was saying the last time. So we could go look at the stream if y'all want to, right? You'll see where we was over there by Sharon and we was talking to Marvelous. Marvelous was talking. Marvelous talk a lot, man. And he thinks a lot. He's a very thinking person. He thinks so much that it becomes real crazy, right? That can happen. Okay, that can happen. Um, and but I keep telling him I understand because I'm understanding him, right? I can see there's a lot that I see from him. But this one stream, something happened, and I saw a flash of him committing suicide. I swear, y'all, I saw him in his bathroom, looking in his mirror, thinking and crying. He was looking at himself in the mirror, thinking and crying. Okay. And then I saw him dead. Now, during the stream, I don't know, like when I saw that, it flashed before my eyes while he was talking. And so I mentioned something because he was saying something, and I said, well, I mentioned something about depression, and then he confirmed the way his response. He kind of confirmed that what I saw is what he thinking. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go see y'all because I can't explain it. I can't explain it. And then he if y'all look in his face, because remember he gets on camera when he's talking. So he's on camera and he starts saying, yeah, he thought about suicide. I act so I so while we was talking and people was like Sharon was like, you got to be strong and weakness and this. And so I stopped everybody and I was like, wait a minute, everybody, because it was almost like, you could try to say that committing suicide is a weakness, but You think telling somebody who might be considering suicide that is a weakness, you think they're going to stop them? That's not going to prevent them from doing it. In fact, you kind of almost telling them the same thing they already think about themselves, right? We got to consider that somebody who don't think themselves of importance, they have determined that they are weak, that they are this and they are that, and these things aren't good. Yeah, he is married. But he was in that bathroom just because there's people who commit suicide, they have families and they be married too, right? So anyway, he so because he didn't actually say he was thinking about suicide, but I was listening to what he was saying. First, I saw it, and then I was listening to what he said, and everybody was taking it like we just having a regular conversation. But I heard him, and like I said, I saw him, right? I felt it, and so I stopped. I was like, oh, wait a minute, everybody, wait a minute, and then I stopped everybody, and I go to tell him that he's important. I go to say, and then he kind of confirmed that what I was thinking. He really thinking about it. Let me go see if I can find that stream. Can't explain it. I can't explain what I see. And because first of all, people don't even be believing me. But if we're gonna go see, and you're gonna see where he confirms what I saw is what he's been thinking about. How would I know that he's considering suicide? I wouldn't. I don't even know him, except for that I saw him do it. He didn't never say on that panel that he's considering suicide. But he almost broke out in tears on that panel that day. Okay, let me go see if let me go see if I can find it. And I was thinking, oh my God, like I never seen nobody flash online. Like I can hear people, and that's how I be knowing they be full of shit, right? When y'all hear me say, I don't know why he lied, yeah, and some people be like, but Bomb, he could be telling the truth. I promise you, I'm seeing these motherfuckers' whole lives flash before my eyes. Okay, yeah, motherfuckers be claiming. Look, they be claiming they in tech, and them motherfuckers living with their mamas. How did I know they living with their mamas or their grandmamas? Because it flashed before my eyes, and that's when some of these motherfuckers just started claiming that I'm doxing them. You must have looked me up, bitch. What is you talking about? I ain't look you up. I'm gonna look you up. I don't even know your goddamn name. Okay, let me see if I can find who it was. Sharon, right? Yeah, Sharon. It wasn't that long ago neither, so I'm gonna be able to find it. I hope. Uh, yeah. Oh, I put an A. That's why Sharon Brissy. Was it on? It was on the new channel. I'm not sure if it was on the new channel, but he had the new channel because he used to stream on both the channels. But I'm gonna find it because it was not that long. Um, and let's see if we can find it together. What was we talking about that day? Anyway, let me go to the lives. Anyway, the link is in there. Anybody want to come up? Y'all welcome to come up. Okay, while I look for this. But I know people don't believe. Ever since I was a young girl, like I could see things. People come to me, right? Now, I just it's just so much, and I think my headaches might be related to that because the only time in the whole 30 years now. Now I wasn't 30. My son is 31. I started the headaches when my youngest was born, and he was about 3 years old. So he's my my youngest is 27 or 28. Is he 28? Yeah, he's 28. So he was about 3 when I started headaches. So I'm gonna just put it at like 25 years since the migraine, right? But never stopped. The only time my head has stopped in these 25 years is when me and hubby go out on a boat, and we went way out in I get confused whether it's the Atlantic Ocean or the Pacific Ocean, y'all. But okay. But whatever's up here, up north. We went way out there to fish. The farther we got away from land and shit, my headache stopped. And it stopped. Y'all, tears started to flow down my goddamn eyes because I didn't even know. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I've been in pain so long that when my head stopped, tears flowed down my eyes. I felt so good out there. I'm crying. Hubby don't know what's going on because I wasn't crying boo hoo, boo hoo. When he looked at me, tears was just flowing down my eye. I felt free. Everything about where we was like, oh my God. In fact, I felt like I should jump in that motherfucking ocean. I felt like I should jump in the ocean. Oh, hubby said Atlantic Ocean. We was out there and I felt like should jump out there because that's where I belonged. I swear to God, I felt like, and I felt so good out there. I felt so fucking free. So I don't know. Maybe that's me overthinking shit, right? But my headache was gone. Every time, look, I was like, babe, when we going back out? Okay. The second time I went with him, it was freezing cold, y'all. Freezing fucking cold, right? Freezing. I still wanted to go. I was like, shit, that felt so good when I was out there the last time. Okay. I went out there, and while he was fishing, him and his cousin, I was sitting out there sleeping in a motherfucker. I was cold, but I wasn't cold because I wrapped myself up in things. The wind wasn't blowing on me, so it was still cold though. And I went to sleep. Hubby think I want to go out there and catch some fish. I would just want to go out there and be free from the goddamn pressure of people. I feel like I feel people's pressure because I'll be thinking, why am I depressed? Like nothing's wrong. Look, y'all, I don't feel anything bad about nothing. Everybody in the family is doing as good as they could, right? Uh, I'm Me and hubby not having no problems. The family, as far as I'm concerned, everything doing good. And all of a sudden, I'm depressed. At first, I don't even realize I'm depressed, right? Um, until I realize I don't even want to get online anymore. I got to make myself get online, and I just feel I don't want to sew no more, even though I want to sew. Like I'm planning my next project or whatever, but I just don't have the energy to do it. And I'm thinking, what the hell's going on? Like, and I'm like, okay, somebody around me or somewhere in my vicinity, I don't know. It could be somebody in my house, or it could be a neighbor. You know what I mean? And when I say a neighbor, it could be any of these motherfuckers in all these houses. We live close also to a whole apartment complex. It could be somebody else depressed, and here I am feeding off that fucking energy. I don't know what to do about that shit. Now, somebody told me, you need to take a cleanse, get a cleanse. Like, that's why I said I need a mentor. Like, my grandmother's not here no more. Nobody, I don't even know who in the family I could talk to about this, because maybe they know some answers. I got to get this get this energy off me. I try not to make eye contact with a lot of people anymore. I just don't want to be around people. Okay. The worst thing is kids. I love kids. The worst thing is to look in this kid's face and see that he dies. It don't show me his age, but I can see that he's dead and I can see that he's young. And the only person I keep telling, I told some of y'all this before, I don't know when I die. That's the only, like, I think I've looked at everybody and I could kind of see when they die, right? And I'm not talking about age, but I could just by looks. Now, this is the scary thing, right? Because some people grade before some of y'all get grade before, way before you really old. Some of y'all, like my sister, started getting gray when she was like in her 20s, right? So like, but if I see somebody gray, I just assume they're going, okay, they older, they lived through their life, right? They older. I do not know when I die. That's the only person I can. I never seen myself dead. Like I didn't have great. I haven't seen myself dead at all. As a matter of fact, have I? No. I'm like, God damn. So, but I also never see myself with gray hair. That's what it is. I see myself through periods. I never see myself with gray hair in none of my dreams and nothing that I've done. So I thought I was going to die young. Because if I haven't seen myself with gray hair, to me, that meant that I'm not going to be here, right? But then in my family, guess what? Uh, some people grow gray early and some of us gray really late. Like my mom was like in her 70s when she started graying, getting gray hair. Okay. My grandmother had a head full of gray hair though in her, like I remember when she was like 40. I think she was 50. She may have been already 50. If I'm Yeah. But when I was an adult, my grandmother had gray hair. Um, so yeah, I don't know. Like I have no idea when I'm a cook. I never see my I never see myself with gray hair though. So I assume I've seen myself through the years in dreams and things like that. Um, I've seen myself with my grandson. I also seen myself with two other grandkids, and one of them will be a girl. But I didn't see me with them. I just saw them. So I've seen that I'm gonna have a granddaughter and I'm gonna have another grandson. Um, so I knew that when I was young. I knew that I was gonna have two boys and one girl. And yeah, I've always known that. I've always seen myself holding one of them, but the other two I don't remember um if I ever held the girl before. But I think so. I think I was here to hold a granddaughter. Okay. And so I don't know what that means though. I don't know. Like, I already started having grandkids, so I already have one I don't know. So and then my husband, when I freaked out about him, so he when I see him passed away, right? Which I've seen since before we got married. He great. He great and older. So but the other last week when I had that scared the shit out of me because he won't go to the doctor. I know you're listening, baby, because you text me. He won't go to the doctor when he had that cough. He kept coughing. I kept thinking, oh my God, like man, go and get yourself checked, okay? Because I be freaking out. Shit. I don't know why I got debt on the brain, okay? I got debt on the brain. Anyway, let me see. Let me see if I can find this link. I mean to this video. Uh it had to be more than 3 weeks ago. I'm gonna find it. Foolery Friday. Let me think if it was Foolery Friday, I think it may have been for all this absences, Manosphere spin. Okay, let me look. Anyway, what y'all want to talk about? I'm gonna see if I can find it. Okay, I remember this guy. Remember when we had that guy take off his he was looking old as hell. Man, we used to have some good conversation over there with Sharon, okay? I think yeah, his name is Hank. But it wasn't that stream. Now let me think, was it after that? I think so. So this stream with Hank was, let me see. It says a month ago. I don't know. It feel like Sharon been gone for 10 months. That's what it feel like to me. Let me go. That was they said that was a month ago. So 3 weeks ago. I think it was after that. Yeah. No, I wasn't up there with no angry man. I I think that was him streaming. And the man wouldn't come on that panel if I was up there. You know, he ain't fucking around with me. Ain't a man no better. Okay. Because I don't play with him no. You know, when everything was cool, he would come up and then he would get crazy and shit and then be like, oh, we just joking. That nigga like to go low and then he want me to be quiet and tell me I'm a married woman. You's a married woman. You need to treat me like you treat your husband. Man, when he said that shit, that's what made me not fuck with him no more. That's what made me have to drag that nigga, right? When the hell a nigga gonna tell a man who has a girl, right? Who he been living with for many motherfucking years. How is he gonna tell another woman that she's supposed to treat all men like she treat her man? I'll be damned. My husband, when he would not be happy with me if I was treating all men the way I treat him. That was fucking ridiculous, y'all. That's fucking ridiculous. I gotta see. Sharon got two channels, y'all, and they both called the same goddamn thing, and so it's confusing to me. So let me see. I gotta go through the lives this way. I'm gonna share the screen because maybe y'all might see it. Let me share the screen while I do this. Okay. See, he got the wildest wake up show, and then he got the wildest wake up show. One of them was his channel that he got demonetized, and the new one he named it the same thing, if I'm correct, right? And when he started the new channel, so this is the old channel, and the reason I know because of the subscribers. So when he started the new channel, I think so. It should be on this channel, possibly. So it's not longer than a month ago. The ones with the red lines, those are the ones I was on. Because I don't look at shit. If I wasn't there, then I don't look at it. Right? But my picture's up here. Um that's a month ago. Check this check. Most of them going, I'm gonna be up there. Let me see. It's a month ago. Age gap. I think did I do a stream after that? Because Marvelous is
Okay, I thought.
Let me see, I'm gonna go way. It was towards the end, maybe. So I'm not looking for me, I'm looking for Marvelous, y'all. That's happy. Marvelous scared the shit out. I was like, wait a minute. I was like, you belong here, you should be here. And
have to take responsibility and stop saying that she was a participant when she is reacting.
Well, no, Sharon,
this was a good one. See this guy right here, Hank? Hank looked like an old man, and they was trying to give advice, but he ended up taking, if I'm correct, he ended up taking the hat off and the shirt off. I don't know if it was this day though, was it? And he took that, people was like, you look old as shit. Because we didn't believe him when he told us he was like 20 something years old, I think, or 31 or some shit like that. We were like, you sure? No, it's not even. I had some fun over there with Sharon, man. Which one did I just click on? Was it after Sinners? It was before the Met Gala. The Met Gala seemed like that was some of the last conversations I had over there. Me, I don't know. Dr. Umar Johnson. I was over there Friday.
No, because
Yeah,
it's
here
not
you
a
go.
statue is not about representation because typically statues
Marginalized part of America. So you're not the average, brother. So what we look like on average isn't the same as what they look like on average. Even how I was pointing out
Yes,
earlier,
it is.
it is
Yes, it
not. So
is.
you telling me
Take out your
black
phone and Google
women
right
and white
now.
women got the same
Take out.
body shape?
No. That right
Okay,
there is
yes,
not
so
what I'm
listen to
saying.
me. Just
Take
hear me
out
out.
your
This is what I'm
phone
pointing
and
out.
Google what is the average weight and height of an actual
Okay,
black
but
man or an actual black woman, and it is overweight.
okay. Now
It will be
listen to
considered
me.
obese.
We're overweight by the BMI, right? But do you agree with me or disagree with me? A white woman and a black woman, both of them are 185 pounds. Do you think they'll have a different figure, or do you think they'll be have the exact same shape?
It would be different.
And that's all I'm pointing out. I'm not saying by the BMI wouldn't be considered still a obese woman, but her shape as a black woman is not the average obese person. That's a white woman's frame, if we being real. I'm not saying it isn't black women who look like that. I talk about them all the time. It's the V shape. I'm saying we all talk.
Yeah, we talk about this goddamn statue, baby. It's crazy how the community decided to talk bad about a statue, right? It's just a motherfucking statue, right? It's a motherfucking statue, baby. Nah, damn, I don't even know what to say. Because then they make it seem like only black women are shaped like this, and it's crazy because, oh my God, I feel like there's a lot of women that's shaped like this. There might be only one race of people I don't see shaped like this. Um, and there might be an Asian woman, right? Um, I don't see a whole lot of Asian women. I'm not saying that they fit and not big. I'm just saying they don't really have, nothing in the back. They don't really have no hips or nothing like that. They could be wrong. But anyway, yeah, I couldn't believe that we was having the conversation, I thought it, and so by the time I got up there, I was like, well, there are other statues, right? So I'm the one who gave other pictures like this, that where there's other black statues. I think I even put the pictures up. They got them of the man, but black women be a target, y'all. People put shit up. If once they started admitting saying that we were the most educated, we became a target from these black men. I remember being here. Them men was like, they hated when they was like, yeah, black women voting. Like they just giving out the stats that they gave out, you know, and it was in the paper. It was in a magazine or something like that. That's why it was announced. And the black men, when they saw it, they didn't like that shit. They didn't like that shit at all. I can't find, listen, I don't know how to find that shit. And is it important? I'm trying to find Marvelous. I had so many conversations over there.
and this is what really had me in like this had me just really shocked.
Wow, this is the one I wanted to interview with her. That's Dr. Umar's daughter. And but like the depression came on. I don't know what the hell wrong with me. I'm like, I'm gonna do an interview, put a name in the title, see if she'll come over and we'll talk, right? To give us some support. Um, it was a good conversation, but it was crazy, yo. It was crazy. You know. There was men, they was willing to shit on her when she was talking about her father before. Come on, come in. Baby, my baby. Oh, what you looking for? Oh, anyway, what was I saying? My son came in. Oh yeah, they were shitting on her because a few people gonna come up. It's gonna be what his name? What his name came up? She was over. It was like oh yeah, Izzy Band's gonna come up, and they're gonna be like, oh yeah, well, before you was here, I was saying this about you, saying that about you. But now that I'm having a conversation, you this and you good, and they understand it. Now, then some of the women was like, why she talk about her father? Didn't that happen last month? Now, the idea that they asking why a young lady is talking about her father, she could talk about her father when she want to. Oh, she's searching for clout. Man, I'm sorry, the chat can't be shown because you will see the jealousy. The jealousy that happened in that goddamn chat, baby, was on 10. I ain't gonna mention names, okay? I ain't gonna mention names. But, you know, yeah, I am. I ain't gonna mention the names just by mentioning names. We're gonna mention the names another way. Let me mention the names a little different. One of the names just a little differently. Watch. Let's see. What his name? DJ. Which doctor? Let me see. I think his name is something else, right? Like I don't know why. Um, isn't it for human? Something like that. Let me see. Oh, let me just go. I saw right. Not for human consumption. Okay, he's live right now. Let me go to his channel real quick. Oh, look like JP over there. Might be talking about something. This is gonna be about JP too, but let me find it real quick. Let me see on his channel, and I'm gonna put. Let's see if I. Nah, damn, I can't find it that way. What if I put bomb cherry? There you go. Here we go. I said I was gonna get to her. She easy. She trying to give JP that pussy, man. She trying to give him that pussy. Let me find me a beat. Let me see if I can put something on. I might be able, she trying to give him that pussy.
Doctor?
I wanna give JP that pussy. I'ma knock her to the floor. Fuck that bitch and fuck flow. Fuck though. She wanna give that pussy though.
Doctor?
Wanna give JP that pussy. And wanna give JP that pussy. You see what? Nah, bitch. I let JP know. Now this is something I'm about to let y'all know because I kind of scurried off on some shit. So Robin M is trying to give JP that fucking trim, right? She trying to fuck that nigga, and that's their way of flirting. Now I know some of y'all say, "Bob, that's crazy, Bob." Robert, why would she do that, Bomb? She calling him this and calling him that and calling him this. Oh, you mean like nagger? Oh, you just a nagger. Why, you just a nagger. Oh, you just a nagger. You ain't nothing but y'all naggers. You mean like that? Baby, I need some sound effects, honey. You mean, Bob? What you mean? Right. They'd be like, Bob, she couldn't like him. There's no way. And then one of them who kept calling him a nagger married his ass. I know, baby. I know when I say something, it don't make sense, and yet what? One of the women who was around here, and she was flirting with them men, and I had said that a while back. I'm talking about Flo right now, right? You know, when I said Flo, I was talking about Flo because in this discussion, I was talking about them two women, right? And so, like, it shocked the hell out of me, right? That he got married. It did not shock me that she married him. It shocked me that because he was the one who claims he always telling the truth and then right? And he was like, I'm never getting married. So he said he never getting married. And in my mind, I was thinking, yeah, that might be best. You know, in my mind, I was like, yeah, that might be best. Um, it did not shock me that she married him. Okay. If y'all go and look and at them streams with them before, not just with him, with other men, you'll see her get up there on the panels. When she turned on her cam, you could see her smiling and flirting with the men. The men she called naggers. And I didn't think no problem with it, nothing wrong with it. I think shit, that's how we women get what the hell we want to get, right? I'm thinking it's a smart move. It is a smart move when women get up there, turn on the cam, and become flirtatious and giggle a little bit. You know, the men start treating them differently. I've been saying that for years. I'm like, all you gotta do is get up there and turn on your cam. It don't matter what you look like, because these men will then fall in love with you, okay? Anyway, but she was over there talking about that young lady. That was some crazy ass shit. Talking about she just flexing. She trying to get clout off of her daddy. That's her daddy. And nothing wrong with her getting clout off her daddy, if that's what it is. But especially if she's telling the truth, she has the right to talk about what's going on. Right? I was shocked at some like thinking, damn. Okay. Thinking, damn. Look, Taylor said the story of Job was God being messy. I'm gonna have to go look at some of that in the beginning, you know, because I know they know more about the Bible. They gonna break it down, uh, so I can see what the hell they was talking about. So y'all make sure y'all subscribe to Taylor if y'all haven't already. Okay, let me see what yeah, Umar is not the Umar y'all know. And then the men were willing to believe that she and her mama, her mama did this and her mama did that. This was crazy. I still think I do want to review this. We're not gonna do it now though, because I do want to put her name in the title, see if I can get her to come over, you know. I might hit her up, see if I can I gotta save this. Let me save this. I think it's gonna be a good stream if I could get her to come over, especially when I put it in watch later. Yeah, let's put it in watch later. Damn, I watch later I got a lot there. Okay. Anyway, I was rambling. I think I gotta end up getting let me see, a cash app. I don't know why I didn't get the notification on it earlier. Where is it? I gotta find it, y'all. Okay, look like so I gotta get the shout outs, baby. Get the shout outs. Let me see who I gotta get the shout outs to. What the hell is that? TMKC. I gotta give you a shout out, girl. Okay. Damn, should I put on a beat? If I can think of something right quick. But anyway, thank you for the cash app, honey. Okay. And I do want y'all to know I miss y'all, right? But yeah, like I ain't been doing nothing, y'all. I've been planning to make a quilt. And then every time I plan the quilt out and hubby take me to go get the fabric, when I'm in the store and I'm looking at this shit, I'm like, why am I making this quilt? Right? I'm like, what am I gonna do with that damn quilt? Like, and then so then I said to hubby, yeah, like we're not gonna put that on our bed. And then I said, well, I could sell it. So then like we came home, I didn't buy none of the like I walked out the store without buying anything. And I told hubby, yeah, I I started thinking, what am I gonna do with the quilt? I can make it, what am I gonna do with it? I said, we're not gonna want an American flag on our bed. So I was thinking about so my quilt idea was on one side I was gonna do the American flag. And on the opposite side of the same quilt, I was gonna do an African flag, like the African American flag. You know, I think it's what is red, green, and black. Because I was just trying to at first I was gonna do the back side just black, which on one side, if it's just black, I would put that on my bed. Right? I was gonna make so it's gonna be a rag quilt. A rag quilt. On the rag side, gonna be the American flag. On the opposite side, I was thinking I'm gonna do a full another color. And so I thought of black. And my bedroom is black and whatever color. Like I changes it from black to gold, black and white, black and whatever I decide to change. So the curtains usually stay black. My furniture is black, and my bedspread or whatever, and the matching shams and all that is could be black and something else, right? So when I put my Paris theme on there, it's black and gold. When I put like this right now is black and silver, like a kind of like a black and white. And so I said, well, on the back side of the quilt, I'll make it black. It'll be a solid black on that side. And then I was like, okay, but like, what am I making a quilt for? So then I said, well, it's going to be nice. It's going to be a really nice quilt. But I was like, why am I doing it? So I had to think about why am I doing it? Especially that one, right? Which takes like 179 blocks. Like I counted it all out. I patterned it all out in my head and wrote it down. Right? Let me see what my paperwork. So we're about to get into a little craft knowledge right now, y'all. I'm gonna show y'all a little something. Because I ain't got nothing else to really talk about unless y'all come up and help. But let me grab my notebook. My notebook has lots of shit in it, right? It has my sewing ideas, patterning. It also have my gardening ideas. Anything that I do, I kind of write it down. And I don't see it in front of me. Oh, here go it. Okay. It's in my little bag. Okay. So if anybody want to do a quilt, like if y'all was doing it with me or if y'all was interested, then I'm willing to do it, right? A rag quilt. Do y'all know what a rag quilt look like? Let me show y'all what a rag quilt is. Okay, hold up. Am I sharing the screen? I don't think so. But we're going to see right quick. Let me share the screen again. Okay, let's go see what a rag quilt is. So y'all can see what I'm talking about. A rag quilt. So this is a rag quilt. So it's a quilt where you see these edges, the edges on side of the quilt is left out and you wash it and then it starts to ravel up and it becomes cute like this, right? I don't see like these multiple colors and shit like that. I don't like that. Like my mind, I need some. This is the easiest quilt because I got all types of fabrics in here of all colors and shit like that. And I could just put them together and make this quilt. This is the easiest goddamn quilt where I don't have to go buy nothing. I got enough fabric to do it, right? But I want to do, I can't, my brain can't, I can't put that on my bed. Now, some people think it's cute. Nothing wrong with that. My brain can't process this shit right here. My brain do not like this shit right here. Anyway, so we're gonna exit that shit. I need something more like something like this. where it has some type of pattern. You see like that? I like my brain can handle some shit like that. Now on the opposite side of a rag quilt, see how this haven't been washed yet because it's not really raggedy on the thing. On the opposite side, let's see if they show it. No, they're not showing the opposite side. The opposite side of a rag quilt is just regular. It looks nice. It don't have the rag portion. Let's see. How would I just put images? Let's see. Okay. Oh, look at that. This is what I'm making. I planned this shit out right here. Just like this. I didn't never see a picture. I've seen pictures of the American flag quilts. This is my first time seeing this one though. And this is what I was gonna make, y'all. This one right here. Damn. Okay. I wonder if she already patented it out, man. I took my motherfucking time. Let me see. Oh, it's a few of them. Okay. I came up with, I knew it wasn't an idea, like my idea is the first idea, but I was thinking that's what I'm gonna do. Like I'm gonna do an American, and maybe because of the 4th of July coming up and shit, you know, is why it came to my mind. But I said I'm gonna do an American flag quilt. This one is real nice because it got stars, but I wasn't planning on putting stars. I was just gonna put blue in this area and do the red and white stripes, so it's gonna look actually just like this. And then I said, but I'm not gonna want that on my bed. I'm like, look, my bed, I don't want that shit on my bed like that. So that's why I said on the back side, I was gonna do a solid color. Let's see if they have any pictures where they show you the back side. The back side looks just like a regular comforter. Let me see if they oh, this is a YouTube thing. I didn't know that. I thought I went pictures. Let me find where that one with the stars. So I'm not sure if anybody into quilt and quilting, right? Remember, people have asked me, do you quilt? And the first thing I tell them is no. And I'm about to explain to you why I tell them no. Okay. I think I may have explained it before. Because people don't want to pay for no motherfucker quilt. Okay. They ask me, can you quilt? And then they want to quilt. And then what they really want though, let me show you what you really want. You really want a quilt that's not a quilt. It's actually a patchwork. So there's a difference between quilting and patchwork. And I think I tried to explain that before because people do hit me up and they like, I want a quilt. So when you buy a quilt from like Walmart and shit, and you paying like $50, $60, that's not a quilt, baby. That's patchwork. And that patchwork is already just fabric. Because if you know what a quilt is, it's a lot of motherfucking pieces that we gotta piece together. And so let's go back to what I was talking about before I get away from the American flag. I ended up patterning it out. That means I figured out how many squares I need in order to make this quilt. Now I'm glad that y'all saw a picture of the actual, like something what I'm making. Where is it again? It was the American quilt, right? Let me see. That's cool that y'all see because now y'all can understand when I explain it. Okay? When I explain it. So I need y'all to what happened? See this quilt right here? I don't know why I'm gonna click on it. Okay. See that quilt right there? That's what I'm talking about. That's what I want to make. Except where you see stars. I'm not sure how they put the stars on there, and I don't care because I'm not doing that. But that area gonna be blue. And I decided that it's gonna be like maybe 2 or 3 blues. Almost like the one that I just saw. And then it got the red and white. Y'all see that, right? Okay, cool. Let me see if they show the back side so y'all can see the back side of the quilt. The back side just looked like a regular thing. Okay. And I could do a different design if I wanted to. But no. Anyway, now let's change the view. Because I'm saying we could quilt. You could quilt with a hand and we could quilt with a machine. If y'all really want to quilt by hand, I'm willing to do quilt by hand. Okay. And I'm gonna tell you what we're gonna have to do. Okay. But first, let me finish talking about this American one that I was gonna do. So let me put something up. What is called? Host to no. I want to share. Let me go to more card. Whiteboard. Okay, let's go to the whiteboard. Do I go to whiteboard? Yeah, let's go to whiteboard. What the hell are these motherfuckers talking about? I don't know. I'm gonna just exit that. Okay, whiteboard. So, oh, we got some grids. That's even better. Okay, so a quilt, right? First, you got to decide how big you want the quilt, right? So let's say we're gonna do the quilt, and I decided that mine was gonna be 75 by 65, somewhere up in there, right? So remember, we working with an American flag. So let's say we're gonna go here, here. That's where the stars gonna be, and then we're gonna have these rows, right? Y'all get it, right? Y'all got it. Okay, cool. I'm gonna just draw a few more for you. So when you're quilting the way I'm doing it, the first thing I decide is on how big are my blocks going to be. Okay. So you can have smaller blocks and you can make larger blocks. And what is a block? The block is what you end up putting together. Right. So you're gonna have wait, can I go back on that? Yeah, back and back. I'm gonna do it like this. I'm gonna do a line like this. Because they still gonna end up being rows, right? But then they're gonna be more rows like similar to this. Because all of them gonna be like that. Even down here, it's gonna be like this, right? All of them gonna be like, because you're gonna sew all these blocks together. The difference is when I'm sewing this row and I want it to be, I think the top row I said I want it to be red. So this one gonna be red. All of these gonna be red, and they're gonna be different color reds. But I could do it also where it's one strip of red too, right? I could make it simpler, right? So there's all kinds of ways to do it. But the way I had planned to do it, I said I wanted to have at least 3 different colors of each color. I'm sorry, I said that wrong. 3 different patterns of each color. I mean, even though it's gonna be blue, it's gonna be 3 different fabrics of blue. And even in the red, it's gonna be 3 different fabrics of red. And then the white's gonna be 3 different, y'all see? So then that means I'm gonna go to the store and I'm gonna grab some 3 different types of blues, 3 different types of reds, and 3 different types of whites. And I think it may be in my cart. Let me see if I can go to my cart. Boom, boom. Let me get rid of that. If it's not in the cart, I'm on the wrong way. I got sign in. I don't, there we go. See, there go my cart. So, see, so I have a blue there, a red there, another blue there. That's a different type of blue. See, this blue is different than this blue. And that red is different than that red. And that's another blue. And that blue has stars on it, little stars on it. And I have another blue, just a solid blue. And I really like this blue right here. this blue right here. So look like I got more than 3 blues, but I decided to settle on 3. But as you can see, I put more than 3 in there. Okay, I think I might have 4 with that 3 reds and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 blues. Oh, 4 reds, 5 blues. That's what it looked like. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm gonna get rid of this one. No, but see, it's the cheapest one. The one I want to get rid of is the cheapest one, baby. God damn. Okay, I'm gonna leave it there because it's so cheap. Okay. Um, but I definitely like this. So I have the blues and reds in here, and when it comes to white, I have a lot of white fabric already, and so I may just do a regular white, instead of doing different ones. Now I could do different ones, and we'll give it a different effect, but the effect not so great that I have to do it. Okay, that I have to do it, so I don't have to do it. But anyway, so let's get back to my. Oh, I'm not sure if y'all can see what I'm showing. Huh? Y'all can't. Hold up. Bomb all over the place, y'all. Give me a second. Share the screen. We're gonna go back to. Okay, we're gonna go. Okay, here we go. Sorry, I forgot. I knew I was sharing, but I forgot I was sharing the. So here go the blue, red, blue, red, blue, blue. Another blue that I really like, and I like this red too, because it has stars on it. So I figured that I got a blue with stars and a red with stars, and then so the blues and the reds kind of go together. It would look good in the quilt. So they in my cart. Okay. Now I'm glad that I showed y'all my motherfucking cart, cause baby. Okay. So I was like, well, I'm really not. I mean, I would like that I did that quilt, right? I would like that to do that American flag quilt. But the truth is, like, I'm not gonna really put it on my bed. It'll be something that I'm proud that I've done, but it's not my style in my bedroom. You see what I'm saying? So, um, so that's why I left out the store. Like originally, I went to Michael's, and I had no. Originally, we went to Michael's. The Michael's I went to didn't have fabric. Hubby took me to Hobby Lobby, and I had fabrics in my goddamn cart. I had some blues, and I had some whites, and I had some reds. And then I turned around and had some motherfucking blacks and grays for a whole nother uh quilt quilting that I was gonna do. I was gonna make a table runner, and I don't even have no table in my house. So here I am with this shit in my basket, and I'm thinking, why am I making this table runner? It's gonna be beautiful, but I don't have no table for it to go on. I said, but it's gonna be beautiful. It's gonna be something I've done. It's gonna be beautiful, but I don't have no table to put it on. And then I said, and then I'm gonna be doing this American flag quilt to go on my bed, but I don't want that shit on my bed for real. It's gonna be something that I've done. It's gonna look good. I'm gonna be proud that I've done it, but it's not gonna go on my bed, right? So, so I put all them fabrics back and walked out that fucking store. When I went out there, hubby looking at me like, "What's up?" I said, "Babe," I said, I had all the fabrics in. I said, but then I thought, what I'm gonna do with the quilt? And then so I'm trying to ration it out with him. He's just listening because that's what he does, right? He's listening to me ramble about, yeah, I'm gonna like the quilt. I'm gonna be proud that I did the quilt, but then what I'm gonna do with the quilt? And then I said, and I can sell it, right? I said I could sell the American flag, and then I did this. I don't know why I did it. I don't know why I did it, but I did. I went to eBay first, and I looked up American flag quilt. Actually, I just put in quilt. Oh wait, quilt. Right? Now, the reason I did it is because I want to know what people paying for quilts. Is people buying quilts? What are they paying for quilt? And I didn't even look up the American flag quilt, just quilts. Okay. And you see what I see? They considering this quilts, but this is not a quilt like what I'm doing. And it's not a real quilt, but it is quilted fabric that's turned into a bedspread or whatever, right? You see the price of that shit? I can't compete with that. But they shit can't compete with mine. But people would rather pay for that than what you're gonna have to pay for mine. Right. So at first I was like, I could sell it. Then I said, nah, I gotta go look and see what if it will sell. And if it does sell, what does it sell for? Now see this quilt right here? I can make this quilt. We all can make this quilt. But you see that price that quilt sells for? You and I cannot make that quilt for no 36 motherfucking dollars. You understand what I'm saying? We cannot make that. And this is not a real quilt. This is called patchwork. What does that mean? That when they made the fabric, that they made the fabric this way. Or when they made the fabric, they could have taken different pieces of different color fabrics, like you see, and pieced it together. But it was on a big ass roll that you could buy, and then so nobody sit there like you and I gonna do. Okay, this is cute as hell too, babe. If y'all want to make this, we can make this in any color that y'all like. Okay, it looks like it might be 4 different colors. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I see gray. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep, I see 6. So they got 6 different fabrics here. You see it? Wait. No. This and this is the same. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Did I count that already? Yeah, it's 5. It's 5. Okay. So they got 5 different fabrics. We can make this. We're not gonna be able to make this for no $36. And before it was on sale for $36, looked like it said $68. We're not gonna be able to make this for $68. And let me show you back to my Michael's Court, baby. Look, this is my Michael's Court. Y'all see that this fabric is $3.99, $3.99, $3.99, $3.99. It's not really not even the most expensive fabrics, but you see my cart right now is $54. That includes the batting. Batting size is 90 to 108, so it should be enough for a very large quilt, right? Well, yeah, it should be able to do a queen size and maybe even a king size. I'll have to see what the king size is, right? But the batting is enough. But the fabrics, we need a couple of yards. So I only got one. So I only got 1 yard of each of these fabrics in here, and I'm already and that batting. I'm on $54 already. So now let's go back to me looking for that American quilt that's gonna sell. This is pretty. See, I can do if I did this, and we could do the pillows. You don't have to have a sewing machine to do this. Okay. While y'all listening to me, while you at home right now, chilling out, listening to me or whomever, you could be having that quilt in your hand, stitching that shit together. I'll show y'all how to do it. Now let's go back to what I was planning to do though. Remember, I was making an American flag quilt, which, by the way, I know would sell, but that's the point of it selling is not the issue. The point of it selling for what I would have to sell it for is the issue. Okay. Let these aren't real quote by people quoting. Okay. Now this is look, that's a 30. This is 40 by 37. It's very small. It could be a rug. You can make rugs with quilting. Um, rugs, table runners. You could put this shit on your wall. Like I was gonna make one. I was thinking about making a little small, pretty thing that go with my living room, and it'll be a wall piece, a decor, right? Be nice. Um, because those are the smallest ones. When you start making queen size beds and shit, like making a kid's quilt, okay, we could do a kids quilt. You know they small, right? You could do a throw, which means a lap. They call it lap quilts now, but we all used to call them a throw, right? A throw which your grandmother kept on the back of her couch, and when you got cold, you threw it over your body. That's a throw. Um, those are large. A throat is large. And then when you start getting in queen sizes and shit like that, we talking about it. Very large quilts, y'all. Okay. Um, so when I thought of when I let me go back to before we get to the pricing, because I'm not done. Right. You see that $55 is me just buying shit. That's not I haven't put no thread in there. I'm not even finished with the rest of the fabrics because I don't in my cart isn't enough fabric to make the quilt. Because I need and I'm gonna tell y'all that in a minute. But yeah, it's not enough. Let me see. Vicky just walked in the house. He's gonna be looking for the iPad. I gotta find it. Let me see where it's at. Dang. Where's the iPad, y'all? One of them downstairs. It might be over there charging. Probably is over there on the floor charging. My grandson. Anyway, okay. So I said to myself, let's go back to the quilt. That picture of that quilt. Let's do that first. Is it still on here? Yeah. See this quilt? You see how the flag is? Flag is on one end. And then I was thinking, well, even if I put it on the bed, you're not gonna be able to see the stars, all of it, because it's gonna be on the side. So I said, oh, I gotta plan it. Hey man, I miss you. Wait, who messed up your hair? Who did your hair?
Mommy?
Did she cut it?
No, she made it Ronaldo.
Oh, wait, but did she cut it though?
No, she did not.
You cut my baby hair like that? It's curly. Yeah, she made it curly, but it look lopsided in the mouth. Hold up. What are you looking for? The iPad is right there. Wait. Yeah. Wait.
Do you see it, Mama?
Uh-huh.
Can you see it now?
I can't talk about he's mad because I say who messed up his hair. It's messed up. Okay. Okay, so this is a pretty thing to go on the wall. Like when I thought it through, I was like, yeah, American flag, but then the star part gonna be on the side of the bed, even though it's large. Remember that side, a portion of the hook goes on the side of the bed. Y'all know what I mean, right? So it wouldn't just be flat out. Now, let me go back to there. Remember that one that we saw? That I said looked just like the one it looked exactly like the one I was doing. Let me see. Where did it go? Let me put it here. American flag. Oh, rag. Let's see if it come back up. Because it looked like she had it on the bed. He or she. Yeah, right here. See? See, they ain't got nothing on the side because truly, if you put it on the bed correctly, that would be on the side. And then, so when I saw, when I thought about it, I was like, oh man. I said, baby, even if I make it, I got to redesign it because the way I designed it is I'm all over the place because I was talking. See, so look, y'all. Let me show y'all something. See this rag quilt, American flag rag quilt. Y'all see the price on that? Yeah. Look at that. $900 motherfucking dollars. And then, and let me tell you see that rag quilt is not worth $900 motherfucking dollars because they did a simple quilt that we can do within a day. Like this quilt right here could be done in 4-5 hours. Probably sooner than that, to be honest. Yeah, in fact, sooner than that. See the way they did this quilt? This quilt is not worth no $900.
Hey, Mama.
Uh,
I'm going to play some more games.
okay, good. You got it. So, and I'm not saying that they don't deserve to get $900. Okay, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is this quilt could be done in a matter of a few hours. Theirs. Okay. And then they ask for $900. Shit, if they sell it, I'm gonna make mine for sure. Okay. That means they're gonna let me know that somebody's out there. We can make this with just, as you can see, 1, 2, 3 colors. They didn't mix up the colors. And they didn't even do squares. They did just rows. This is easy to make. Huh?
Is it on?
What on?
That's.
You know how to do more.
Did you turn it down?
Oh, it might be turned down. I don't know. You the one that turned it down last, Leaky. You had it last. You need some help? It's on that side, at that end over there.
Okay.
Yeah, over there, by you. Yeah. Look up this way. Yeah, that way. No, this way. Ricky, give me the thing, man. No, that's upside down now. Now that's right. Yeah. Now look to the side. Yeah. Now you see the up and down? Okay. But you look like you're going down. Yeah. Okay. It's got it. It's up now. Go get your headset, Nikki. Go get your headset. Yeah, do it in your room. Good. Close my door, please. Come over trying to take over.
ABCDU.
Now I think they get $900. I think it's worth whatever they get. But what I'm telling y'all, right? I'm telling y'all that we can make this within like just a couple of hours, no more than a few hours, the way they did theirs. But the one that I'm doing, right? It's gonna take a while. Okay, it's not gonna take months or nothing. It's definitely gonna take all day, if not a couple of days. Okay, if not a couple of days. Because if you look on theirs, let's look at it again. Let's look at. Oh, look like they. Oh, they got. They have jeans. Y'all see where they put denim on the back. That's good. They took some denim and put it in the quilt. Oh wait, is that on the front? Maybe. No. Now see how the back of the quilt look? That's what I was looking for a picture of. The back of the quilt look like a regular, it could look like a regular comforter or whatever, right? Cool. But so that means when I put whatever on the back, if I put all black, it'll look cute. You could change up the colors or however you want to do it. So the back look this way, but the front is rag. And the rag meaning this part right here. Okay. This part. And you see, that's how we know that they didn't do blocks. They did rows. And which makes it easier. It's just you just have to so this red to that white to that red, that red. You see what I'm saying? And then take this block and fit it in there. And boom, you're done. That's how simple this shit is. Now let me see what they did on the back again. Because that's something ain't right. Oh, okay. So they did theirs. Wait a minute. Let me. Oh, because of the way they did it. Okay. So what they did, I mean, they did even a trick that make it even faster. They put two quilts, or what I would call two patchworks together. Okay. And yeah, they put two. So they did the front, and then they did a backing, and then they put them together. Is what they did. Okay. And they asked $900, baby. Let me see if anybody watching it. Do I go look? She feel like I'm cheating myself. And it ain't even cost them. They didn't even the $50 that I got in my cart will make this. If I did it their way, it would be so simple. So hell yeah, they didn't even spend $50 to make this. Okay. And they asked for 900. Now that's how, but the thing is, if they sell it, then I know mine or yours, if you did it, would definitely sell. It would, but it would definitely we would we wouldn't make as much money even if we sold it for the same price because it's gonna cost us about $100 in materials, and then it's gonna cost us time. And so I'm not saying there won't be any quilts on this piece that's worth that $900. This one just isn't. Okay, this quilt isn't worth $900. They're not gonna be able to account for anything. You could tell that they refurbished the jean material. The front, I could tell that the fabric isn't all that. It don't even look like it's on a rag, so it's probably not even cotton, or it has some cotton, but some polyester in it. Um, it's all kinds of things wrong with that equating this price. Okay, but there's some quotes. Let me see if I can find. And they trick you too. You got to be very careful when you come on here um, to buy a quilt. Okay. Look, the pattern look like somebody selling the pattern that they created for $5. We don't even need a pattern for this. This is ridiculous. But if they could sell it, nothing wrong with it. You don't need a pattern for no goddamn quilt. Look at here go one, $250. This is worth $250. Okay. They didn't wash it yet. They must be selling it and letting the people wash it. This is, you see how they individual blocks, although it's the same color going across, it's individual blocks. So that means the person have to take the blocks and put them together. And then from all these blocks, put these blocks together and that block together. And then they start putting the rows of blocks together. And see, so that's what this is worth more, $200, most definitely. Okay. And they back must be black because CBC black in between. They should have, but we're not gonna be able to, even though we can see the black in the front, when they get washed, it's gonna shrivel up and you're not gonna be able to really see the black like that. It's standing out right now. I know that back is black. Yeah, see, you could. The reason I know because I can see it from the front. Shouldn't be able to see it from the front, but see the back is black. Okay, this is a fully rag quilt. It's sad they hadn't washed it so you can see how pretty it is. They really are pretty once they get washed and things. And that's definitely worth $250. And it might, and it's really worth more than that depending on the size. So that's how you gotta be careful with Etsy because you gotta go and look and see what the size is. And then sometimes they have these options, right? So it just showed that what you see, it might say $99. And then they have, and then when you start clicking, as the bigger it starts getting into $200, $300. Okay, which Let's get away from the American flag quilt and just do a quilt. I'm gonna do quilts on sale, just t-shirt quilts. People be wanting me to do the t-shirt quilts, but then they don't really want to pay me. Now, a t-shirt quilt not gonna cost as much as, I could do. I think depending on how many shirts you sending me, and how big you want it, I could do a t-shirt quilt for about $100, right? And more. It goes up. It depends. Like you want a t-shirt quilt, but you sending me 30 shirts. You sending me 30 t-shirts and shit. Yeah, I'm sorry. That's gonna be way more than $100, okay? But I think I could see like this t-shirt quilt right here. See, so this t-shirt quilt is cute, right? You provide the t-shirts, and then I cut them up, and then I turn it into a quilt for you. Now, see how it says $82? Yeah, that's the beginning, baby. That's the beginning. That's with 15% off. It says $97. And then you start messing around with that $82 is only 4 shirts. So this is not even, that means 1, 2, 3, 4 shirts. You send them 4 shirts, and when they're gonna put it into a little, and that sounds like something that go on your wall, and that's they charging you $100 for that. 6 shirts, $136. 9 shirts, $200. You start talking about 20 shirts, $366. 24 shirts, $400. This quilting shit is real, okay? And it is worth it, you know? So, because you send me a shirt, and I cut the shirt up. I got to stabilize the shirt. I then quilt that shit into, and you tell me what background color you want. Still got to have some batting in it. So if you want something that's for your bed, you're gonna know you need a lot of shirts. Okay. But if you want something that's gonna be cute on your wall, and I think they might have some options. See, they say this is 20 shirts. So for this one that we see that they're showing cost $366. Normally, that's with the 15% off. Before this 15% off, this shirt, this that they created cost $431. Okay. I'm glad they let them know, because that's why I say it's tricky. They show you a picture of something and they have multiple pictures. But then when you thinking that $89 was gonna be for this. Nah, the $81 ain't gonna be for that, baby. Okay. And they're kind of cute. Yeah, you ain't getting that for $81. I think only if I know you we online, I'll give you a good deal, but you can make good money with the t-shirt quilts. And I can show y'all how to do it too if y'all want. Now, the reason why it's expensive, first, you do have to know what you're doing, which is simple. You do have to have stabilizer. You have to have some other equipment to cut the t-shirt up right. You got to do sashing, but you don't have to. Yeah, because they got somewhere the t-shirts touch each other. Like this shirt will touch that shirt, that'll touch that shirt. But they have what they call sashing in between. Which separates the shirts from touching each other. So that means you got to buy fabric for the sashing. And then you got the batting. And then you got the back of the quilt, right? So even though it's not that difficult to do, even if you don't know how to do it, like I can walk you through it, you're going to pay. First of all, if you already have the shirts, you're good. Like if you collect the t-shirts, cool. But if you had to go out and buy them t-shirts, 20 shirts, you must be going to Goodwill. And even then, they want $7 a shirt. Shit, I remember when they were 99 cents. I can get 20 shirts for $20. Shit, not no more, baby. Not at Goodwill. Anyway, But yeah, you can make a nice little quote. And it's one of those things like if you're a sports person and you've been following, you got shirts for all your sport team or whatever, right? You into Goku, whatever you into that kind of shit, you got shirts, Naruto and all that shit, you can put them into a quote. You got your baby, your kids had different shirts growing up. You can make a quote out of it for them for, heirloom for them to pass down. Okay. If y'all want to do something like that. Okay, let's get back to what I decided to do. That's something. So I wanted to do a hexagon. Let me see if I can find one. A hexagon table runner. I'm gonna show y'all what it looked like. No, I gotta put quoted. Let's put quoted. This is one. That's cute. Yeah, see something like this. Oh no, I see one that's better. Okay, wait a minute. Even though that's cute, but they doing all kind. They doing applique on theirs. That's cute. This is what I wanted to make something similar to this. Not like this, but it was gonna be a table runner. And I said I was gonna do like a bee kind of beehive type of thing because that's what the hexagon kind of remind me of. So I'm gonna make it yellow and black and uh make it real cute. Why does shit keep popping up? God damn. Anyway, but it wasn't gonna have the background like this. I have it in my head how I want to design it. But then I don't have a table. I don't have a table. Look, the dining room table that we had is outside in the backyard. Okay. My dining room is gone, y'all. I turned it into that's where my industrial sewing machine is. That's where my cutting board my yeah, I did that. I did that a few years back. Nobody was sitting at the goddamn table anyway. Okay. Table chairs was just sitting there for years, and none of us are sitting at that shit. And so one day hubby come home and my industrial machine was about to go in that spot. But I want to make things, but then I was like, if I make it, what am I gonna do with it? It's gonna be beautiful. Then I said, okay, can I sell it? Now, to be honest, I can sell it, right? But it'll sell easier if I let the people tell me what colors they want. So maybe my yellow and gold isn't what you want. You might like purple and teal. And somebody ordered a pillow for me that was white and green. I was shocked at the colors. Somebody got a pillow for me with orange and I think it was orange and white. Colors that I would have never thought that people like, but they do, right? People like colors. My grandson's favorite color is orange. He told me that ever since he was like 2 years old, and he still stand by that shit today. His favorite color is orange. Okay. So if I make what my colors would look good to me, you may like it, but you'd be like, what am I gonna do with that? Like, it don't go with my home decor, Bob. My home decor is this color, that color, and this color. And then it's harder to sell. So I prefer when people tell me what they like, what colors they like. I'll make something in those colors so I can get rid of that shit. Shit be sitting around my house forever. Just for me to, as soon as I show it to hubby and my kids, baby, I'll be done with it. They be like, oh, that look good. And they don't even say it look good. I have to ask them what you think. Uh-huh. It's all right. I'm like, I spent 3 weeks making this. What you mean it's all right? What at it? Here you go, touch it. I be having to make them touch it and shit. Like, please touch it. What you mean it's all right? And then they touch it. And then just to tell me the same thing. Yeah, it's all right. I don't know what I be expecting them to say. I don't know what I be expecting, y'all. I I be expecting, oh, that's a great, oh yeah, this look good, mom. Or something like that. But they men, or even when they were boys or And even if it was, even if I had a daughter who wasn't into crafting and things like that, she would say the same thing because she's not into it. If she was into it, she would be like, "Oh, you did a great job. Show me how to do that." You know, I don't know why I'd be expected. What I'd be expected? I don't know. But it don't matter what I expect because I sure don't get it, baby. I sure don't get it. Let me see what these people make it. I don't know what the hell that is. Anyway, I don't know why I saw somebody make this. That's what gave me the idea of this thing. So it didn't look like this. It looked better. I don't know. Did I see it on a YouTube? I think I saw it on a YouTube channel. And I said I could do that. So I already cut out and made my pattern for my oxygon. Oxygon, is that what I made an oxygon pattern, y'all. Piece. One night it was hard. It was not that fucking easy, okay? I don't know why I thought that shit was gonna be easy, baby. I'm thinking, oh, it's just I said it's one, two, what is 5 sides? 6 sides, right? Two, what's it? Yeah, I said it's just 6 sides. Said I could do that easily. And I started to make this shit was wobbly and crooked and shit. And then so I looked up a video on how to make hexagon shape. Y'all, that shit wasn't, they told me I had to have compass. Is that what they call? With the pencil and the point in the middle. I don't think it's called a compass. What is that thing called? I don't know. They were like, you need one of those. I was like, I ain't got one of those. I was like, I have paper, pencil, and motherfucker rulers. What the hell you mean? I'm like, there's no calculation. So I ended up finding a video that used calculations. I was so happy. I only found one video. Everybody else wanted me to do it with a whatever that thing is. You know, with the pencil, a little pencil go in it and a point, and it makes this perfect circle. I don't think that's called a compass. But I remember I might have one. Hubby used to have that type of shit. I didn't ask him because he was asleep. But I made and I was prepared. And then when I got there to get the fabrics, I said, what the hell am I gonna do with it after I make it? Y'all don't know all the shit that's in my house that I done made. The shit is in my house. It just sitting in my motherfucking house. In my house. Okay. Just sitting. And I keep saying I don't want to do Essie channel. I keep saying that. But I got so much shit, I'm gonna have to do something with this shit. Okay. The shit that people ask me to make, I make it for them, I make the money. The shit that I just make on my own, like I'm not a good seller. Like I tell you people what I could do. They say, "Oh, can you do this?" I say, "Yeah, I could do that," and then I do it for them. I get the money. But if I just make the shit, then I just made it out of nowhere. You know what I mean? I don't know what to do with it. I said this year I'm gonna go out there and everything that I made without people asking me to make it, I'm gonna go and sell it. I keep saying that shit, but I don't know. Okay, I'll be probably getting tired of this shit. I keep making shit and just be sitting here. Anyway, let me see if so quilting. My point is, I know I talked a lot to make this simple ass point. Quilting is very expensive, right? And so to quilt to sell, nothing wrong with quilting for yourself. You quilt for yourself as a hobby. Hobbies are expensive. Cool. Quilt for yourself to put it on your bed is a great idea, right? Because you made it, it's yours, and you're going to use it. That's an excellent idea. But to quilt some shit, like I want to do that American flag, but I don't really want that shit on my bed. And then I don't even know if I'm going to be able to sell it for what it's going to be worth. Is it getting sit in my fucking house? I don't even have no more closet space for the shit that I done made. Okay, because we got people, we live in this house. We not fake ass people with a house over there where we do videos and shit, but we actually live in another house. That's how them people kitchens be perfect. They don't be living in them houses. Now they got the ones, they got the people who they wealthy, they live in big ass houses, and they might have people who come and clean up. They got a production crew that makes sure everything good. I ain't got none of that. I ain't got that. Bitch, I'm broke. We working on a budget over here. Shit, we working on a non-budget budget. That means we ain't got no money for a budget, but we working on that. That's what we working on. We working on not having no money as budget over here. And, and to me, like if I'm not gonna use it, that got to be the most ridiculous shit. And some things I made, I really want to use it. I got some bags that I made that baby on fire. You know what I mean? They fire. They look good. They look better. Y'all know I made a bag that looked like that, the tote bag, except it don't have the tote bag on it. But the truth is, if I wanted to, I could put the tote bag on it. Yeah, I'd get in trouble if I got caught legality wise, but my bag looked way better than that tote bag. And why would I want to walk around with something that say the tote bag? No, it don't say the. Does it say the tote bag? Yeah, that motherfucking bag say the tote bag. I'm just like, what the fuck? It's like walking around with a bag that say Pepsi on it, Coca-Cola. Like it's one thing for the tag, for them to have a little branding on the little here and the little branding on the tag on the front. It's another thing to have something called the tote bag. Y'all motherfuckers fell for that shit. That little bag is expensive for the mini. My medium, which is really like their mini, I don't even make that mini. Their mini is so fucking mini. But my regular size bag is called my mini, right? Because I call it a mini bag. I do have a pattern for a large one, which is just as large as they large one. But my regular size bag is bigger than a regular size bag. And it looked way better too. I actually looked at their bag and copied their bag, except like I made my bag better. Okay. So the bag do look like their bag. It looks like a bag. And it's my pricing is not like their pricing because I think their mini is like $100. And the size that I make, they sell for almost $300. I think. Okay. So if y'all want a bag that look like their bag, but in any color y'all want, hit me out there. That's what you talk about. I'm not, and if you want me to put the tote bag on it, like I don't know why, like you can put your own name on the fucking bag. You can walk around and when motherfuckers be like, oh, I like your bag, you be like, and they see the name, they be like, what brand is that? You be like, nah, girl, this is custom made. Motherfuckers don't want no custom made shit no more. Custom made shit look like it's considered cheap. But we getting back, we fixing it. People getting into the quilting shit, okay? But they don't want to pay the money. Okay, you got to pay me the money or you got to learn how to do it yourself. And guess what? I'm willing to show you how to do it yourself, baby. Look how cute that is. That's some ugly shit to me. Now let me tell you, the pattern itself is cute. I cannot deal with all these fucking different colors. My brain don't like that. But if it was like three different colors, but when I say three different colors, I mean like, because this is one, two, three, it's four different colors. Wait, is it? Yeah. Yeah. It's four different colors, but my brain don't like it. My brain don't like that. Actually, it's one, two, three, four, five different colors. Five. This one is see these are the same color, which is that. Oh, this color matches this color. So that one, two, maybe it's four different colors. So it's mixing me up. My brain don't like it. My brain don't like that shit. Some of y'all like this shit. Nothing wrong with it. My brain don't like that motherfucker shit right there. Now my brain do like the other side. See the other side of this? I could clearly read this. My brain is not, my head not hurting looking at it. I like the shape because I like the hexagon shape. This shit back here though. But you know, it's easy to make. I know y'all think this probably hard to make, but this is easy to make, y'all. You start with the centerpiece. Um, and there's a piece that's connected to all six sides. This piece is connected to this side of the hexagon, this piece. So that's how you do it. You start off with this piece, and then you sew this piece onto it, that piece onto it, that piece. But yeah, this is a hexagon. So yeah, that's how you would do it. Or, because now that I'm looking at it, that's not how they did it. Okay, I see how they did it. It's trickery, and yeah, see this down the middle right here. So they did this side, and then they did that side, and then they pieced this side to this side. You got to look at it real careful to see that your brain don't pick it up though. If you don't see, if you don't know how it's done, you wouldn't have known that. Yeah, it's easy to do, y'all. We could do that in no time. Okay. And then yeah, usually on the back you do something different. I like if I made this, I wouldn't even never have it on the other side. The other side would be the wrong side. This would be the right side. I like this. Okay. But we all got our own taste. See, that's the good thing, right? They got this lady. She just passed away. I didn't find her child. See, I like this. But this is trickery, right? Because the trickery on this that it looked like it's different fabrics, but it's only two different fabrics. Okay. It might be wait, let me see. One, this yellow. Okay, so it's this yellow, this stripy, and then it's red. Okay, so this is actually three different fabrics. But looking at it, it looked like a whole lot. And my brain can handle this. This is cute. It's cute to me. And this is the opposite side. You see how the opposite side is? Wow, wait a minute. How did you do that? Wow. So this is two different quilting, or should I say two different piercings, but it piecings put together because as you can see, this is this line connected to that line, connected to that line, connected to that line, right? You can see obviously this side is easy. And this side though is where they pieced it together, the way they pieced it together, right? Different ways they could have did it. And then they put them together and quilted. And the reason why we know they quilted this side is because if you look on this side, you can see where they went around like that. That is called the quilting. This part is the quilting, y'all. The sewing of the lines. That's called quilting. The piecing the pieces together, that's called patchwork. Okay? Patchwork. So you can have a quilt without it having all patchwork. And you can have a patchwork without quilting. Okay. So just because something say this is a quilt, like we go to Walmart.com and it says it's a quilt, doesn't make it a quilt that I'm gonna make for you. Right? Basically gonna be light. It's just something you put on your bed, right? And if it says it's a quilt, that means it's sewn with some lines on it somewhere. Doesn't mean that it has batting and all that. And then when you buy a quilt from somebody who quilts, then they're gonna have a top, which is usually the piecing piece or the patchwork piece. They're gonna have some batting in the middle, and then you're gonna have a backing. And they're gonna put all that shit together and make something real nice for you, hopefully. Okay, now let's get back to what I was talking about. I'm rambling, but that's okay. I got nothing else to talk about. So let's go back to my what I was saying as far as how I patterned it out. Took all this time patterning this shit out. For what? Bomb don't know. Bomb don't know. Cause Bomb realized she don't want that shit on the bed. I don't think that shit cute. Okay. I don't think it's cute. I think it's great for me to, what happened to that piece? I wanted it back. Where is that? Okay, let's go back. I don't even know where I'm at, y'all. Let's go to whiteboard. We're gonna do a new whiteboard. No. No. Or is he coming back up? Oh man. Let me see if I can put up what the hell going on? Nah, baby. Oh, I'm hitting the wrong thing. Existing whiteboards. I want this one. There you go. It's all ugly, but y'all understood, right? So this is what I came up with. Now, I said that we know this gonna be all blue, right? Let me put an X to it. How do I put an X to it? All of this here will be blues. Okay. And then I said I wanted this top to be red. And then we want the last one to definitely be red. I also decided that I want my squares to be, let me see what I wanted to make sure before I say it. I think it was 6 inches. Yeah. So I want each block to be 6 inches. Right? And I'm gonna have, let me see how many rows is it? 13 rows. So from here down here, it's gonna be 13 rows. So that's how simple it is, now the reason I wanted to do big blocks, because I didn't want to do small blocks. And if I want a certain size, the smaller the blocks mean the more sewing, right? Doesn't that make sense? If I want it to be a certain size, the quicker you get it, the quicker way to get to that size is to have bigger blocks. Now the good thing is I can make this a small throw size, which will still go on the bed, but it would only go at the bottom of the bed or on my couch. It's still ugly though. That's why I don't want that American flag. No. It's not because I could do the full thing for my bed. I just don't like it. Mentally I can't have that shit on my bed every day for like 4 months. I change my sheets, not my sheets. Yeah, I change my sheets and my comforter every like 3 to 4 months. I cannot have no American flag on my fucking bed for no 4 months at a time. I can't do it. Can't do it. Okay. So anyway, so we got 13 rows. So that's how I decided, right? I didn't have a size in mind. I was just thinking I wanted to be a queen size. So I measured my bed from one side all the way to the other. And then that's when I came up with the size that I wanted. And then I took that and I said, okay, I'm going to do this many rows because that's if I do 6 inches, right? Which, by the way, is going to end up being 5.5 inches. No. Yeah, 5.5 inches. So each 6-inch square will end up being 5.5 inches. That's because I'm sewing them together. Okay. And my seam allowance is 1/4 of an inch. 1/4 of an inch and 1/4 of an inch is 1/2 inch. So from each 6 inch block, I'm taking 1/2 inch away on each side. See what I'm saying? So cool. So y'all with me? So then what I had to do is I said, okay, well, I'm gonna have a total of, because I wrote it down. I should have got, I don't have the picture when I was drawing it out. It took a while for me to figure this out. Okay. So now I could make it smaller. I could make a small pillow and do the same thing, which means, of course, I'm not gonna do no 6-inch squares. If I wanted to make this in a pillow, what you would do, you would say, oh, how big do I want my pillow? So me and hubby have this long pillow that goes across our bed. Both he and I sleep on the same pillow, y'all. Okay. And on his side, there's a pillowcase on his side and a pillowcase on my side. We just put them on different ends, right? But I could make a pillowcase, and that then I would still be made my little quilt that I could still be like, oh, look what I made. But then still the problem is I'm not gonna put that shit on my bed. I'm not. Okay, I'm not gonna put that shit on. I already have some American type thing pillowcases already. I want to get them shits away. That's when I was learning how to make pillowcases, y'all. I learned how to make pillowcases. This got to be like 5, 6 years ago. I bought the fabric. I was like, yeah, I'm gonna do this. I made them. They came out perfect. And then that shit is somewhere in a box downstairs. In fact, I'm gonna take that fabric and cut that shit up and reuse it, repurpose that. Nobody laid on them or nothing. They like brand new. And the thing is, though, I probably could sell them. I probably could put them up for sale. I think I ended up getting that fabric only because it was on sale. It is red, white, and blue. Um, Most of the stuff when I was learning how to do shit, I would buy some fabric that was on sale and Joann's. And so I would just buy shit. It'd be like cute, but it's just not my style. You know what I mean? Like a lot of people would like it. I just don't want it on my bed. That's all. Okay. My furniture is black. If it got to go in my bedroom, it got to go with black. It got to, and y'all say everything go with black. Nah, not with my brain. Okay. It, it gotta, it gotta go with black. It gotta go with the theme of my room. Okay. And, oh, it can't come in here. It can't come. It could lay on top of a pile of some shit that I need to go and put up. But it cannot be a part of my decor. It can't do it. My brain can't take it. Can't do it. Okay. I don't know why that is like that. Solids is my thing. I'm not into polka dots. Um, Fuck all that. No. Anyway, so I had to do math. So that's why math is included in all kinds of things in our life. And sewing, math, you got to know a little math, but you don't have to know, and when I tell people that, they'll be like, oh, I can't sew that because I don't like math. That's what they tell you with computers. You got to know math. You ain't really got to know math like that. Once you learn the job and what part of math you need to know, you will learn it, right? Like I didn't know what a 1/8 was until I started sewing, right? But you don't really need to know what 1/8 or 1/4 is in sewing, to be honest. The only reason you need to know that is because rulers are included. But let me say this. You don't need no rulers to do no motherfucking sewing. They ain't always have no goddamn rulers. You get a piece of string or something where you can measure. You ain't got to have a ruler to measure something, right? You just need to know the measurements. And what I mean by that is you take a piece of string, you put it on this end of that end. That's what you're measuring. Ain't got to have no numbers on it, nothing. The string go from here to here. And then you take that same piece of string from there to there and put it wherever you want and cut out what you need. Whatever you need to go from here to here. That's on that string. And now you got what you need. It don't have to have no numbers on it. Okay. Now, what made it easy with numbers? Because I can conversate and give you a pattern without you having the actual pattern. But the thing is, patterns wasn't a thing. Okay. Now these motherfuckers trying to make a pattern everything. They over there angry that the pattern companies sold each other to. Oh, it's gonna be an end of patterns. Oh, what am I gonna do? Oh, so it's gonna go away. Oh Lord, the patterns. And I'm like, the fuck you do using the pattern for anyway? That don't make no sense. To use a pattern makes 0 sense, y'all. And it's almost like the training wheels. Like a pattern is like a training wheels on a bike for kids. And so I give you a pattern, you go cut out the pattern piece, you sew it up like they tell you, and bam, you got a garment. You made whatever you were supposed to make. Now, this is the thing though. What you made doesn't fit you. It don't fit you and no fucking body else that you know. So now you start learning that, oh, I got this pattern and I gotta make adjustments. I gotta go and cut this off, but I gotta measure my body. And then when I measure my body, I gotta go to this pattern and measure it. And the too much piece that's too much, I gotta cut it off. So I gotta cut off here, right? I gotta cut all this off and just have this piece. And now this pattern is no good, right? Because now you done adjusted the pattern, right? You got to go around the neckline. You realize the neckline isn't right. The shoulder line not right. The chest isn't right, right? Your torso is a little longer than this pattern or a little shorter than this pattern. And you realize if you think with a brain, you'd be like, well, what the hell I got this pattern for? And exactly. What the hell you got that pattern for? Because you was training. Nothing wrong with having it when you train. But now you ready to learn some other shit, the real shit, the shit that's gonna make it fit. You want to know how to make it fit your body. And now what you're gonna do is you're gonna get rid of the pattern altogether. You're not gonna make no adjustments on the goddamn pattern. That's ridiculous. What you would do, you're gonna get a piece of paper and a piece of string or a ruler. And now you're gonna measure your body. And when you measure your body, let's clear this up real quick. Clear page. When you measure your body and you realize, oh, from my shoulder to shoulder, it's 16 inches, right? From my shoulder to my chest line is 8 inches. From my chest line, if you're a woman, to your underbust is another, what, it's 4 inches, so 8, 9, 10, it's 12 inches, right? Because the measurements is usually from your shoulder, okay? And from your underbust to your hip, underbust to hip, depending, it's like I'm short, so my underbust to my hip is gonna be like another 8 inches. Some of y'all is gonna be 10. Most of y'all gonna be 10 to 12. If you're real tall, it's gonna be 12. If your average height per se is gonna be 10, right? Inches. Like that even though we all different and shit like that, that's some basics that when they make clothes that we all can get in them, right? And they come up with this system of size 12, size 10, size 8, right? But it's because they know certain things about the bodies. How far is your chest line from your underbust from this? And they do that on different heights of people, and then they come up with the average number, and then that's what it's called, the average, right? And then they make these clothes that don't fit nobody. It don't fit nobody right. Okay, because they had to give it an average, and so it's kind of might be too short for the tallies, and it's too long for the shorties, and even there's nobody just right that really fit the clothes, but we all can get in them and wear them. There's a different thing between fitting and something that you could just wear. That's completely different. But anyway, I'm rambling, but you know that your shoulder is 16 inches, but we do everything. We got two sides of our body. Now we got two sides of our body, and then our body is divided into four, right? Because we got a front and a back, a left and a right. So the way they do it easily with a pattern is you decide, we got to split this. We're going to split this evenly because hopefully most people what's on this side is going to be on this side. So if I take my shoulder from one side to the other 16 inches, I'm going to divide that by 2, right? And I'm going to get 8. And from when I go down from my shoulder to my chest line, which is also a woman's breast and a man's chest, right? So, but we're gonna deal with women because I did an underbust. So from her shoulder down to her chest, we say 8 inches. You're gonna keep the 8 inches there. Okay. And then from there to your underbust, and then from your underbust to your hip, right? Cool. So now we're gonna have a piece of paper. It's really so simple, y'all. Instead of buying a pattern, opening that pattern up, ironing that pattern out, then cutting the pattern out, and then placing that pattern down, and then cutting. But before you do all that, you then got to make the adjustments to the pattern piece to fit your body. By the time you did all that, I promise you, you already made your own pattern that's going to fit your body. Okay? Because, see, these numbers are important. There's some other numbers that are important too, right? So even though I did shoulder first, I would have really went from your shoulder down to your bust line to your, to your underbust, and then to your hip, because we're making a shirt. So that's all we need, right? We're just making a shirt. If you want to make a dress, you would go down to, after you do the hips, you would go further down to where you want either the shirt or the dress to land. Needle it, mini, all the way down to your ankle, right? That kind of shit. But we're gonna just focus on the top. Now, those are your measurements going down this way. Then you need measurements going this way. That's your shoulder, right? Because you went from shoulder to shoulder. Then you want what they call a nipple to nipple. With women, take this measurement with your bra on, and you measure from your nipple to your nipple. My nipple to nipple point is 9 inches. Okay. Then you take your now you're gonna take the roundness of your body, right? You could take your roundness of your body from around your chest area. I don't know what mine is right now, but it was something like 42. Okay. Wait, is it my breast that's 42? Yeah, my boobs. No, my boobs is like 52. That's my bust. My underbust usually gonna be like a reduction of, it could be higher. It depends on your shape, right? But mine is something like 40, something like 43, my underbust. Okay. And then I go to my natural waist, right? You take it, your natural waist. Or, because it could be very confusing, or the widest part of your body, you know what I mean? Like around your waist, the widest part. Because they usually say your natural waist. And what you do is you bend over and wear that spot. But the problem is that used to be what they considered the widest part on a woman's body. But our body, its shapes have changed. Some people have big upper guts and fupas and all that kind of shit, right? I'm not saying that, and I happen to be one of them bitches, but not in this case, because my chest is larger than my stomach area. Okay. Even though my stomach area is not small, but the rest of me is a lot larger. Okay. So we got the breast, right? No, we got the chest, the underbust. I don't know my underbust wait, I think I got it wrong, y'all. I think my underbust, yeah, that's about right. Might be like 45. Then I got the 42 to 43 in my girthy. I'm a girthy bitch. I'm girthy, y'all. I'm girthy. Okay. Like some of y'all gonna be like, Bomb, what the hell you talking about? I'm only like 32, bitch. I'm 42, bitch. What you talking about? I'm a girthy bitch, okay? I'm girthy. And then, oh Lord, you ain't hear nothing yet, because I didn't even get to the girthy of the girt. So you got your chest, your underbust, right? Then you got your waist, and my waist is something like the shit. I don't know. I don't have all the measurements right now, but my under bust and my waist is about the same. Okay, it's about the same. So that's why I was getting confused. So yeah, about 43, 42, 43. And then you go to your, what I did. Okay. And then you go to the roundness of your hips. Okay. So we did the chest, the under bust, right? And then we did men don't have under bust. Okay. Y'all just got chest. So cool. We did the waist, right? And now we're going to do your hips. And, oh Lord, Mom don't want to write this one down. Okay. Bomb is at 57. Okay. All right. Now, yeah. Okay. Don't worry about my numbers, goddamn it. Don't worry about my numbers. Don't worry about yours. Okay. Worry about your goddamn numbers, not mine. Anyway. And then how long do you want whatever you're making? So now the importance of this numbers, I'm about to show you what you do with these numbers. These numbers, right, go this way. So we know the shoulders. At the shoulders, we're going to do a drop to 1 inch. That's for everybody. Our shoulders slope a little bit. Some people's shoulders slope more than others. So you can take the measurement to see where your slope is. Children's slopes is usually like at a 1/2 inch, right? But when we get older, our shoulders get larger, and they slope. They still continue on their slope. So about 1 inch will be safe if you don't know, and then or you can measure yours. You can measure your slope. Okay, so we're not going, even though this is the starting point, right? This point right here is the starting line. We're going to drop 1 inch. And then we're going on at that 1 inch mark is where we're going to put our shoulder. And remember, my shoulders was 16 inches. But remember, we're doing half. I'm doing half the body. And that's why you divide the 16 inches into 8 inches. And I will go out, measure this way, 8 inches. Okay? 8 inches. Then I think this 8 was my nipple to nipple, right? Was that my nipple to nipple? I think so. And we don't need that right in this moment. Not right this second, but depends on what I'm making if I need my nipple to nipple point. Because if I'm making something that need darts, then you need your nipple to nipple point, right? If I'm making pans, even if I'm making pans, I still need my nipple to nipple point. Because if my pans have darts in them. So your nipple to nipple point shows the center of your body. And how else to know the center of your body is to take two things that are on your body that we know is centered, and then take those two things and measure in between those things, right? So that makes sense that we know that breasts or even your nipples, even on a man, right? On a man, he still got nipples. We know that the nipples is two items that centers our body. And so we kind of go by, okay, let's take this nipple to nipple measurement. And in between that nipple to nipple measurement is our exact half of our body. It's the center of our body. And everybody's going to be different. Okay. Your nipple to nipple point, maybe 10. Women who got the big boobs and things like go way out, that point out, It don't matter what the nipple to nipple point is. Whatever that number is, you're going to divide it by 2 and go into the center. You're going to know that's the center of your body. So that's what the nipple to nipple point does. And you need it for anything that needs to be centered. And dots helps, right? Because your dots align with your nipples, in case, ladies, you didn't know that. Your dots on your pants, if you ever look down, if they fit you right, your dots should be matching with your nipple point. The princess darts and shit like that goes down. If it goes from your shoulder down, it should align with your nipple. Okay? Because it should align with the center of your body. It should be going straight down the center of your body. So I hope that makes sense, because it should make sense. Right? What are darts? Well, darts is, I think I showed this in another thing, a dart. So everything we wear is either circles, squares, rectangles, right? It's shaped like that. It can even be a triangle, right? I can make a dress out. So to make a dress out of a rectangle, your dress is like a rectangle. But then they do something to manipulate the fabric to get it to fit around your body. And so what do? They come in, and this rectangle, they take some fabric out. And so let's say this rectangle it got to go around your hips and butt. So whatever the largest part of your body, that's how large your rectangle is. As wide as your rectangle. And then from there, but your waist, and it's the largest part of your body, because some people got larger bellies than their upper half is bigger than the lower half. Okay. So that's why I got to say the largest part of your body, the widest part of your body, that's how wide the rectangle need to be. Okay. And then we start manipulating with the fabric. So let's say you do it, it's a woman with a large chest, but her bottom is small. But remember, it's still got to be a rectangle that fits all of her. But then we want to take out some fabric around her waist and legs and shit. So we go in and we find a nipple to nipple point, her center of her body, and then we go a couple of inches from the center of her body, which usually is a nipple point. Okay, that's why instead of, I could say the nipple point. That's what they use, and they go in here. That's where they're gonna take the fabric from. So they're gonna go in here, and they're gonna cut out, either cut it or sew it together. And the way it works is they take it out through a piece of what they call a triangle. Because darts have dart legs. And as much fabric as they need to take away, they take it away. And when they sew this point of the leg to this point of the leg, this middle part becomes obsolete. It shrinks it up. So the fabric ends up doing this. That part of that triangle, if that dart, which I'm calling a triangle because that's what it is, but they call it a dart. Whatever that measurement is that they took from this side is what it's going to bunch it up, right? It's going to take away from this side. So it takes 2 inches from that side. It also takes 2 inches from this side. And then so the rectangle now is shaped like this. It comes in, right? So it comes in like that. So it can fit you. And that's how clothes are made. If we talk about shapes, circle skirts, y'all heard of circle skirts. You can have pants made of circles. You can have tops made of circles, right? Where they have it's a big ass circle, and they cut out a little spot for your head, and you get in that motherfucker like that. And it's a circle all the way around. They done cut out some armholes as well, so your arms get in, and now you in a circle shirt, and it really flares out at the bottom. And they cute. They be cute. Okay. So that's how you turn shapes into clothing that's fitting. Okay. And it fits to your body if you use your measurements. But anyway, now so people like myself though, you see this number here, this 43 to this 57, that's a big jump. So what I'm saying is that we take the numbers. Let me go through that real quick. See if I was writing, y'all, but I'm actually using my mice pad. This and shit, this is getting hard. That's why my writing is bad. But anyway, so I take the measurements, and so with my nipple to nipple, I would need that if I'm making dots. So we don't need that in this case. So then we go down to we go down the shoulder. The shoulder is 1 inch from the starting point. Cool. This is now my shoulder. It did this. The pattern does something like this. It goes down 1 inch. And then now my next measurement is going to be my chest. So from my starting line, this is always the starting line. Okay, because your neck is still up here. See, your neck is still up here. It's the shoulder that did a slope. So the starting line is really your neck, where your neck be. Okay, that's why you're always going to take your measurements from there and not your shoulder slope. You're going to take it from the top. So my first measurement, I think I said it was from my chest from there. I think it's 12. Let's just put 12. I don't know what it is. Okay. So we're going to go down 12 inches this way. When I get to 12 inches, I'm going to put a line. Boom. This is, okay. This, I'm going to put a line that goes straight across. Then I'm going to go to my underbust. Boom, and put a line. Then I'm going to go to my waist. Boom, and put a line. Then I'm going to go to my hips. Boom, and put a line. And then I'm going to go to how long I want the item to be that I'm making. Okay. If this was a shirt, I can make it as long and short as I want. And if it was a dress, I can make it as long and short as I want. Okay. So we're gonna go a little lower and just make it there. That's a line. Okay, so we know that's my shoulder line. This is my chest line, right? Now you said that my chest was 43, right? No, I said it's 52. Yeah. So I'm gonna go out 52 inches this way. Bam, and put a line. And then I said my underbust was 43. Bam, I'm gonna put a line like this. Then I think I said my waist was also like about 43. Bam. And then I said my hips though is all the way out here 57. Bam. I know I'm talking a lot, but it's really simple. Once you get it, you get the numbers, and this is easy. So now what y'all think we do, right? We go from your shoulder, we take this line, you draw it to this line, and then bam. And that's your shape. You can see my shape is quite weird. You add a seam allowance and you cut that bitch out. Of course, you got to do your sleeve, right? And your neckline. Okay, that's simple. Your neckline portion gonna go over here, by the way, like this. It depends on what kind of neckline you want, but I usually do a 3x3, which is a nice neckline for everybody, especially a woman. If you want it to be a turtleneck, then you'll do something like a 3x1, right? 3x1. I have you up a turtleneck, or and actually it's gonna be a close neck. Okay. And you're still gonna put a piece up there, depending on what kind of turtleneck you want. That's like a mock turtleneck, like 3x1. Now you cut that bitch out, yo, and that's your pattern. And I'm not joking, it's easy, right? It's really easy like that. It's way quicker than buying a pattern. You got to buy the pattern. Then you got to, like, it's a hassle. Pulling the paper out, finding all your pieces, figuring out what pieces you need, finding them all, ironing them out so they'll be straight, cutting them out after you iron them out, and then putting it down, and then the pin to cut it out when you could just have your numbers, draw these 6 lines, cut it out, and then put it on top of your fabric and cut that shit out. Now, I just want to say something to people with bodies like mine, because this look weird, right? This look weird. So my body and the women who ended up getting their booty done and all that shit, how do you determine when you got to do something special? Well, if your waist and your buttocks, your hips and your waist is a difference by 10 inches or more, then we got a problem. Houston, we got a problem. Houston, something ain't gonna be right. Houston, something ain't gonna be right. Right? So we gotta understand what happens when we make clothing and pants. Because remember, I said we got our front and back, and on our front and back, we got our right side and back side, right? So the way I showed y'all is to make it to kind of insinuate that our front and back are real similar. Real similar. And so we equated everything equally, right? When I divided something into 2, that means I took the right side and the right and left. That's both your back and front, and I divided into 2. But then there's some things you divide into 4, and that's what I didn't tell you, because even though I put these lines, I just put these lines, but the truth is these are my numbers, but you do divide it into 4. I thought I said it, but now I realize I didn't say it. So we take the 43, we divide it into 4, and then that number, what is that? If I'm correct, it's like 11 is 20. Isn't it like 10 and something? I'm trying to figure out the what, so that, but that's in 3/4 or some shit like that, maybe. Yeah, something like that, right? So I will make it 11, right? So I wouldn't have went out all the way 43, y'all. I would have took the 43, the number, the 52, the 43, and all those, I would have divided those into 4, because we break our body. Remember, we did a circumference. We took the ruler or the measuring, right? Not a ruler, but a measuring thing. And we went around the circumference of our body. And our body is broken down into 4 when we have to do front and back. Now, we didn't do that with nipple to nipple because that's only in the front, right? That's only in the front of our body. But everything else that go when we take that and do the measurement fully around our body, then we breaking that down into 4. Remember, this is only half of the pattern. This is not the full. Now, there is some who do theirs different. So that they know one side of their body is different than the other side of their body. And they break down these numbers even more. Like, there are some people who have handicaps and different things going on with their body where they have to do it that way. Most of us don't, though. Okay. So I took this 43 divided into 4. I take the 43 here and divide into 4. I take that 57 and divide into 4. And it usually be something like around, on some shit like me, if you're going 10 inches out, that's that's a lot, right? So, and I'm always usually going out 10 inches, definitely, for me, especially around my butt area, right? Now, so I was exaggerating when I did this. I was joking, but it's the same concept. My number's just not going to be 43. I'm not going to go 43 inches out unless I'm doing my full body. If I'm doing my full body, I will start from the center of my body and I will go and still break this up, right? This will be the center because this is the center. This side over here is the center. The side right here. This side right here is the center of the body. So you put the pattern on fold You take the paper, put it on fold, and then you do all the measurements on this side. Then when you cut it, unfold it, and then you'll have both sides if that's equal. But you don't have to do all that because you could just put your fabric on fold and not the paper on fold. You see? So that's why I said put the paper on fold. And then you take these numbers and you divide them by 4. Now, y'all got that? I hope y'all got that. Because you got 4 sides of your body. You got your right front, right back, left front, left back. So when you took those measurements, you went around that whole body. So you have to count that. Now, there's other people that have to do. No, they don't. Not what I'm about to do. But now when I take our whole circumference of our body and divide it by 4, that means I'm taking it and saying that each side of the 4 parts of my body is equal. But with women, that's not necessarily true, right? With women, we got boobs. We don't have boobs in the back. So when we take this chest measurement and we break it down into 4 equally, yeah, that's our body's not built like that. But normally, unless you got a like big chest, which some women do, it doesn't matter because you took that number and you put it in that space, and then it's in the chest space only. And when you put the shirt on, your chest fit comfortably. And so usually people don't have to go in and start adjusting with that unless you have other things going on. You got to sway back. Like when you put the garment on, it depends on the fitting of the garment too. Is it a loose fitting garment or is it like a fitted garment that fits your body? And if it is a garment that fits your body, like a fitted button-up shirt or a dress that hugs your body real nice, then you're going to have what we call an issue, right? Because you may have space. It might be too tight in your back. It shouldn't be too tight nowhere, but you might have some space further down in your waist area because the way the fabric ended up folding and creasing. So it's little things. Now listen, those little things really usually don't matter unless you are a clean motherfucker. Like you want your shit fitted, baby. It's fitted to your body. That's why you come to somebody like me, right? And get your shit custom made because you do want it to be fitted to your body. When you go out, that shit is clean. You could tell when people get their shit custom made or fitted. You don't have to get your stuff custom made. You can take your stuff to somebody and get your clothes fitted to you, though. They can take a garment that you bought and make adjustments to it to fit to your body. And it will make a big difference. Okay. Anyway, but remember, I said that you got this big chest, and your chest is way significantly bigger than your front. I could tell you exactly what happens to your clothes, ladies. You know how on the side of our bodies, your clothes the line on the side supposed to be right there on the side of your body. But with us, with the big chest, what'll happen is that line will end up either more in the front or more in the back. And that's how you know your clothes not really fit. Your pants, you ever had a skirt on, and when you wear the skirt, that line that's on the side is not like in the center of your thigh on the side. It might be in the back or it's in the front. That's how you know your clothes not really fitting you. Because those lines everything's supposed to be centered on your body. The center of your body need to be centered, and the lines that's on the side of those garments supposed to be equally down the side, equally. It shouldn't be more to the front, and it shouldn't be more to the back. And if it is visually that way, then yeah, you need some adjustments done. Okay, you need some adjustments done. Person with big boobs, you're gonna need some adjustments done. right? They call it sway back or full bust adjustment and things like that. That's why when you buy patterns, that shit ain't fitting you, baby. You're gonna need adjustments done. And for me, pants. Now, weirdest thing about me, I'm really short. And even though I'm a thick ass bitch, right? I'm a thick ass bitch. But babe, I got some thicker man's thighs, right? I would call my thighs normal size thighs, on a short person. That's not abnormal. What's abnormal on me is that thing I carry in the back. Okay. It is abnormal. Okay. It's considered abnormal. And so, especially on my body type, my butt circumference is larger in inches than I am tall. Is that normal? I'm only 4'11", which puts me at something like what? Just about 60 inches. 60 inches tall. Somewhere around there, right? It puts me, I'm something like 60 inches tall. My butt is 57 inches around. Okay. So yeah, that's kind of abnormal. Not anymore though. Apparently women going to buy this shit. I don't know why they're doing it to themselves. But good luck, baby. Good luck. Anyway, so I only mention that because this number 43 and 57 is more than 10 inches, right? Um, it's more than 10 inches. And so what I said about my clothing, first of all, I can't find no pants ever in my life. Remember when I told you I've been wearing dresses all my life? That I don't wear pants? I think I may have told y'all that. I told you since I was a little girl, I always wore dresses. I wore dresses and dresses and dresses. And when I do wear pants, well, remember I said I was a tomboy? Well, there was reasons for that because the only pants I could fit if it was like they look like boys. I could never be like a girly pants because my waist is way smaller than my butt, right? So that means imagine me with some baggy ass motherfucking pants on. And I had to wear a belt. I don't remember girls wearing belts back then. So it was my body, it was actually the shaping of my body that kind of determined what I wore. So I always wore skirts and dresses. Even when I wear shorts, right? The shorts would be under my skirt on my motherfucking dress. Now was able to wear some shorts. And then because back then everybody's shorts was short shorts. Today I could wear a regular pair of shorts and people be claiming I got on short shorts because they look like they short shorts in the back. My skirt's hiked up in the back. My dress is hiked up in the back. Some of y'all know what I'm talking about, but I don't know if you know what I'm talking about, like to the degree I'm talking about, because I could be walking around and motherfuckers claiming that they could see the top part of my stockings, right? Back then. And I'm like, is my shit that high? I couldn't bend. Like it would be so, yeah, so it was hiked up like that. I didn't even recognize it, because I was young. I didn't realize what was going on like that. That's why my skirts was long. Nobody ever called me no thought. Now, I used to always have my stomach out and shit like that, trying to be girly in boy clothes. I wore boy clothes if I put on some fucking pants or a shirt. Okay. Trying to cover up my butt because I didn't like it. They used to call you fat. And I had no fat on me, but it was big back there. So I was called fat. Anyway, besides all that. So I got 10 inches going on. And remember what I said about usually we equal and divide the body equally. When I divided by 4, I then took this number, 57. Oh, thank you, babe. What's that? Oh, the meatballs. Thank you, babe. I thought it was hot. Thank you, babe. Hubby done brought me dinner, y'all. He done hooked me up with some meatballs. I can't eat meatballs and spaghetti because I can't eat the noodles anymore. So he make me a sandwich with the meatballs. Anyway, so my butt is so big. Remember I said that when we divided by 4, we are assuming that I could take this 57 inches equally divided into 4. That means I'm assuming that my front right and my back right, my front left and my back front are equal in size, right? That's what it assumes when you do it that way. And usually it don't matter on most people, right? It usually don't matter on most people. You could get away with it, right? Do you really care with that line on the side? Only when it's on skirts. There's certain things where we as women, we notice it, right? We notice that our skirt is hiked up in the back. It's not equal around all the way around. We notice those things. So that's a sign also that, you need adjustments. So, and that's why my back will be much higher hiked up than my front. My front will be below my knees, and my motherfucking back will be all the way up my thigh, almost. It sounds like I'm exaggerating, y'all, but I'm talking about it's a big ass hike. Okay, it's a big hike. Remember, I got short legs anyway, so it's not like it got 4 to hike up. Okay, I'm only 4'11", goddamn. So it ain't got 4 to hike up. So, but it is, the front could be underneath my knees, right underneath my knees in the front, and the back will be almost going up my backside. That's because clothing, when they make clothes, that's what they assume. Or they know that it's really not like that. But most people, you got a little pooch in the back, right? And the front can handle the little, it'll work out for you. Except for people like me, right? And women who went and got their butts done, who decided to do this dumb shit to themselves. I ain't hating on you, bitch, but you're crazy, okay? You crazy than a motherfucker. And you gonna regret that shit. And I ain't talking about y'all smelly asses and all that other shit y'all going through. The reason your ass smelling, because you don't even know how to wipe your ass. Take your time, bitch. If you would have listened to me 8 years ago, bitch, I was teaching people that you don't want no big ass, right? I was like, you don't want this big ass. And then I had to tell y'all how a bitch like me got to wipe. And bitch, you can't do it sometimes, ho. You can't be in a rush and say, I'm in a rush. I'm not gonna wipe fully today. Girl, your asshole gonna be itching. Get that shit out your ass. You nasty ass hoe. You nasty hoe. You better sit on that toilet and you better lean forward, bitch. Take one hand and open the cheeks up. Just pull them up. Just like if a man having sex with you and you pull it up like this, bitch, when you wipe your ass, you got to do the same thing. You gotta use both hands when you wiping the ass like mine, baby. You went and got you a soul submarine, bitch, and want to act like you still in a toot boat. Bitch, you ain't got no toot boat back there no more. You got a whole motherfucking long ass, oblong ass submarine back there, bitch. Reach your ass back there with both your hands. One hand gonna grip and go upwards, and the other one is gonna have the tissue paper and the wipes, and it's gonna wipe. Oh, and if you're not using 2 hands, you stinky. You a stinky hoe. Don't come near me, baby. I quit. You can't be my friend no more, baby. Stay your ass over there. We could and these bitches assholes be itching too. I swear to God, y'all. Listen, I'm speaking from experience. I ain't telling you no lie. I'm speaking from shit. You don't know how to get back that right, baby. You be like, Mom, it itch back there. Mom, what's going on? And listen, my mom loved me. I was young. My mom loved me. I tell her something going on back there. Mom, my butt itching. What's going on? She'd be like, well, go get your ass in the tub. I said, Mom, I got in the tub. Right? And she said, well, let me see. Right? Let me see. That was some witch hazel, all kind of shit that before she looked, she made sure you did everything you were supposed to do. My mom didn't play. You wasn't getting in no bed until you got in the tub And we ain't even had no fucking shower, so I ain't had to worry about none of that. Baby, where I'm from and who I was raised with, you wasn't when you came from outdoors, you ain't get you ain't getting in nobody's bed until you got your ass in a tub. Okay? That's a fact. That's a motherfucking fact. So it just so and lo and behold, though, when I'm going to sleep by somebody else's house, a friend's house, where my ass didn't have to do not a goddamn thing. In fact, I would go stay by my friend's house, and when before I got into bed, I was ready like, can I take a bath? The motherfuckers was shocked that I'm taking a bath. What is you talking about? Don't everybody take a bath before bed? Just because I'm at your house don't mean I don't need to wash my goddamn ass, baby. People used to be shocked. Talk about, I had a boyfriend one time. Every time I would go to his house, first thing, I before I got in bed, I would take a shower, a bath. He may have had a shower, but I didn't take no showers. I wasn't used to no showers. I don't really believe in no showers. I just recently started believing in showers like in the last 10 years, only because I take them with my husband. I'm not taking no shower by myself, okay? Because that motherfucker might come and decide to kill me while I'm in the shower. I can't see his ass coming. I ain't got no weapons in the motherfucking shower. No, baby. No, no, no. Okay? Shit. The only time I started taking showers is when hubby was in it. I always thought that's when his ass gonna kill me. I'm like, this nigga, he gonna come kill me while I'm in the shower. I was like, no, sorry. I'm gonna get in this bath. As if he can't kill me in the tub. That's some childhood trauma shit right there. When I saw that movie. Okay. I was scared of birds for a long time too, but that I digress. I changed, okay, when I got older. I wasn't scared of birds no more. Started loving birds way before I became grown. But when I was young, I was scared of the motherfucker, the birds. Anyway, whatever. I done rambled on into women with big asses and stinking. They the motherfucking ones on the internet talk about how they stink. Other bitches who got the same thing talking about I speak from experience. My booty stink. My man, he told me it smelled like something bad. Why would a bitch get on the internet and tell the world that motherfucker shit? That shit going to the grave with me. You know who? Listen, y'all gonna find out that I'm funky than a motherfucker from somebody else. And then when they tell y'all that I'm funky than a motherfucker, I'm gonna get on here and drag his ass, him or her or whomever. Okay? Listen, and it might be true. I don't know, right? What I'm saying is, if it's true, I ain't coming and telling y'all. If I got issues like that, the fuck I look like coming to the internet to say, hey, babe, I'm funky. Let's say that. Hey, babe, I'm funky. Want y'all to know. Just trying to say, hey, bitch, I'm funky. Man, I think y'all motherfuckers, them motherfuckers need mental health. Mental health help. Bitch, so when another bitch come and say, well, the women with the they stinky, and she had never had one, I ain't believing her. I'm just assuming that she just talking that shit like I do. Oh, grandson just walked in. Beware, beware, beware. Shh, shh, shh. Little one in the room, little one in the room. Hey, man.
Hi.
How you doing?
Good.
Why are you in my room?
Because.
Because what?
Because I need to show you something.
You want to show me something?
Mm-hmm.
That's because you love me. You want to show me everything, huh? Oh, you about to play music. Okay, go ahead.
It's actually, I'm going to make the face 8 sounds.
What you mean? And really, you using them big words on grandma. Mama don't.
8, face 8.
Huh?
Face 8.
Face 8?
Mm-hmm.
What's that?
That means face 8, like. Face 8 is like that you do backflips.
Backflips?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm not doing no backflips no more, man.
Just kidding, just kidding.
Just kidding.
It's like Sprockles.
Oh, you've been looking at Sparky? Oh, now you did not. Well, while you mentioned Sparky, you must have been looking at Sparky. Your daddy know you've been looking at him? Don't be looking. See, you got to stop. I know you're telling me your secrets and stuff, but listen. Wait a minute. Mama talking. Listen, Leaky. You telling me your secrets, and I love you. Hey, I know you're playing that piano while I'm talking to you. My mom love you, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I want you to be able to talk to me about anything, right?
Mm-hmm.
I love you. I love you to death. This is the thing, though. I cannot be a part of your treachery, okay? When you're not supposed to do nothing, you can't come and say, Mama, I did what I wasn't supposed to do. And then you want me to be like, shh, but see, I can't do that. Like, I could be shh, but as soon as your daddy asks me, I I can't lie on your behalf. I'm not gonna teach you to lie for me. And therefore, if I lied for you, then that will be teaching you to lie for me or for others. So my mom say you gotta tell the truth, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is your booty itching?
No,
Or why are you scratching your booty leaking? Did you wash your butt?
there wasn't poop on it.
There wasn't no poop on it. Is your booty itching?
A little bit.
Your booty do itch? Well, you got to get in the tub. See, I was just talking about this, but I wasn't talking about you because you're my grandson. Okay. And you
Took a shower. I already take a bath
you took a bath when?
today.
Today?
Mm-hmm.
But did you poop? Did you poopy after you took a bath?
No,
Well, why your booty itch, Leaky?
it was a little itch.
But a little itch. So it's just a tiny itch, like just a little. It was itching for a second and then it stopped itching.
Hmm?
Or do it still itch?
It stopped itching. So
Oh,
Are
huh?
you ready?
Wait a minute. No treachery. No telling me your secrets that you don't want me to tell you that. I cannot lie for you. I don't want to. I cannot lie.
Finished.
Okay, I'm finished now. Go ahead.
Okay, you ready?
Yes, I'm ready. Go ahead. Good job. Now listen. You got to listen to what you're playing, and you got to make it flow. Okay, you can't just press the button. You know that already. So show me again, but slow down and make it sound good. Go ahead.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, when you do that, you're doing it too soon, but you're doing good. You're starting to get it. You're starting to get it.
Okay, ready for the next one?
The next one, how many of them I gotta hear?
You need to hear just 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 15 of them, okay?
15 of them.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's too many. We got to negotiate.
Okay.
I can listen to two more, and that's it. Okay, two. Okay, go ahead. Okay. Oh, that sounded good that time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because you're paying attention. You're looking at your notes, and you're paying attention.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's a good boy. Now one more, and that's it.
Okay.
Oh, now that was excellent. That one was the one, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the one. Now go show your papa.
Okay. He's
Hmm?
Did you hear the one?
Mm-hmm.
Uh-oh.
Oh, but okay, go ahead.
Uh-oh.
Oh, it's okay. Just let me see.
The Roblox one.
I think you just hit something. That's all. Yeah, just double tap that. What you was looking at that? This? No. Where you was at?
That.
Okay, there you go.
Take it.
Uh-oh. Oh, just hit it again like that.
Okay.
Okay.
I
Good
don't
boy.
need-
Now
I
go.
don't need help.
You don't need help?
No.
I know you're such a big boy. Now go your booty butt down there by your papa, somebody else, anybody. Go by your Uncle Mark. Tell Uncle Mark you going down. Wait, close my door, Leaky. Oh, your Uncle Mark was coming down. Okay. Now tell Uncle Mark I say hi. I ain't seen him all day. Okay. Anyway, sorry about that, y'all. My grandson wanted some attention. I had to give him some attention. I gave it to. I love him. Okay. Anyway, forgot what I was talking about. Oh, y'all know I ramble, right? I started talking about dirty butts, and then lo and behold, my grandson booty started itching. Grandson is so funny. He looked like he was. I got a mirror in my wall is a mirror in my room, y'all. Like we don't need no dresser with no mirror, right? Because our wall is a mirror. And so he was standing there and I could look in the mirror with him scratching his foot. I gotta stop doing that. He gonna be so how you say he is already kind of blunt, right? He speak his mind. Uh I be joking with him. I don't know. I don't think he know what a joke is yet. So he might not, you know, maybe I should need to stop doing that. Ask him is his butt itching. I can tell it was itching because he was scratching. was I supposed to act like I didn't see it? But I only asked him because y'all know he got potty trained like a year ago, right? Yeah, like a year ago. So he's still in the training. you know. I just got to make sure that he's doing it properly. I have conversation with him, tell him he got to reach way back there. Nikki didn't like nobody touching him, y'all. Oh my God. I used to think somebody, I was like, in another life, my baby, whoever he was in another life, somebody abused him. I remember when he was a baby. I spoke to somebody online. I was like, oh my God, he's crying. And she said, because she was doing daycare. And she said, no, some children are like that. They just don't. And but the way he will scream and cry, he wanted nobody. You can't touch him down there, nothing. I was so happy when he got old enough where he could wipe himself. Oh my God, y'all. I kept thinking, and at first I was like, nobody's messing with him. Sure. And then like, Mom, no, no, no. Mom, you wouldn't know. I was, oh. And then, yeah. And then we got old enough to talk. He don't want nobody touching him, baby. He don't want the water touching him down there. I'm like, Vicky, you gotta splash some water on it and wash your little wee wee. He would cover it up. He don't want no water touching it or nothing. Babe, I don't know who he was as another person, but I think there's some trauma that he still remember as a kid. I don't know. I might be reaching. I hope I am. I'm gonna leave it alone. Anyway, so back to my 57 inches, right? So I got 57 inches that's in that lower area of my body. And it doesn't make sense to equal that equally between my body. So what happens on people with the larger breasts and the people with the larger, whatever part that could be so very larger than other parts. You ever seen a woman who got a large stomach, but her back, she looked from the back, it looks, normal, but when it's the front, it pokes out like she's pregnant. Well, it's okay if you equally go around her and distribute it, but then her line's still gonna be off. Her line's gonna be more to the back than to the front, or to the back, or to the front more than the back. Yeah, I think I had it backwards. But there is adjustments you do. So because I got a 10-inch, 10 inches is a lot from this short span of my waist to my hips, which is only about 8 inches apart from my hips. No. Yeah, from my natural waist. Remember, I said natural waist, right? From my natural waist to my butt area is about 10 inches. Well, that's the normal. I don't know what mine is, y'all. I don't have my measurements in front of me, okay? And they probably somewhere in this tablet though, but I ain't gonna look at that. Anyway, what I'm saying though, it don't matter. From that, even in that span of 8 inches, it is a 10-inch jump from this to there. That is a lot of fabric. 10 inches is a lot of that's a lot. Even though it's not a lot, depending on what you're looking at. You ain't got no 10-inch TV, of course not. But 10 inches, I was about to say something. Oh my God, when I say 10 inches, ladies, oh Lord. Anyway, 10 inches is a lot. In fact, in certain instances, it's too much for me, baby. Okay, too much for me. I got a 10-inch difference between my like my natural waist and my butt. There's a 10-inch difference from the size. So my back is big, but my front isn't big like that. You know what I'm saying? So when I equal that up and spread that out, it's not gonna work. That's why I get the heights in the back. That's why I can't find pants. Right? When I buy pants, I can only buy stretch pants. Right? So that means I have more slacks. I don't think I ever worn slacks. Ever, 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 never. Never been able to put on a pair of pants that didn't stretch or that wasn't supposed to be just big. You know what I mean? So when men was wearing them baggy ass jeans and shit, I used to wear their big ass baggy ass jeans, but they wasn't baggy on me because my butt would hold them up, and then I would have to put a belt on, and the belt 10 inches is a lot, y'all. Okay, and I was smaller back then, which means my tummy area was small as hell. But that thing in the back still was big. The smallest my butt has ever got. And that's when we were zero fat, was 54 and a half inches. Nothing less than 54 inches. That's a lot. I gained some weight. It goes up to like where's that now? 57 inches, right? If I lose some weight, I can lose maybe about 3 inches off it, I guess. Right? Anyway, so what I gotta do, this is how you add that up. I have to take my body, and instead of dividing into 4, I take it and divide it into 2. I take that number 57 and divide it into 2, right? And 57 divided into 2. Let me get a pen real quick. Do I have a pencil near me? Should have one right here. Yes. It's always with my notebook. I can't. Let me see if I can clear this. But I need to know that 57. I'm not gonna forget that. Let me see. Do I clear it again? What do I do to clear this shit? I don't be remember. Delete? Yeah, clear page. Okay. Okay, we're gonna put the number 57 over here. Wish I could type instead of writing this shit. Okay? So I wait for me to type. Shape. Text. Okay, cool. Make this bigger. Oh yeah, that's way better, baby. Okay, so we take the 57 and we divide it by 2. Okay. I don't know where you gonna put 2. Okay. I don't know if that's right, if the 2's supposed to be in front of it, but anyway, I think that's what the new look like. Okay, let me get me a piece of paper that I don't really need. Something leaking and wrote on. Okay. So 57 divided by 2, that's 4, 1, and 7. So 17. That's going to be 7, that's going to be 14. So I should be able to do 8, which gives me 16. So that's 47 and I need 1.5. Okay. So we're going to do an equal sign if I can find it. Anyway, we don't give a damn. We're going to just put 47. Okay. No. I mean, why did I put 47? No, 17. I'm sorry. 17 and a half. Okay. And a half. Okay, cool. So now what we know is that I just took the 57 and I divided my front from my back, right? My front from my back, and we get 17. Let me add that and see if that's right. 17, 7 and 7 is 14, right? And that's 34. Wait, no. Is it 27, y'all? 27. Why? Why? Yeah, 27. That's 4. Okay, 27. I'm so sorry. 27. I did the way I wrote it. That's why I couldn't read it. 27, okay? And a half. I'm about to say that don't seem right. 27, 27. Okay, 14, 14. Okay. And that's 4, 5. We just checking. I'm checking my math. And then that half give me another whole, so that's 55. That's still not right. 14. 7 and 7. In 7, 7, 14. 7 is 14. Didn't I? What I got up there? Is that an 8 that I got up there? I think that is an 8. 8 and 8 is 16. 4, 5. Okay. And a half. So that give me my. Okay. Yes. That's an 8, y'all. 28. 28. Ooh, Jesus. That's why you got to check. Now, I did it right when I was saying it, right? But then when I was writing it so fast that I couldn't read it. That's crazy. 28. Okay, so 28. That's why I have to check your math. Do it right. Okay, 27. So 28, I'm sorry, 28 and a half. So 28, I took my body, I split it into 2, and I came up with 28 and a half. But now we know that one side of my body is bigger than the other. So now we're going to do some borrowing, right? We're going to take what's in the front. So I'm going to write it like this. I'm going to say my front has 28 and a half. 28.5. We just going to do 0.5. That's my front. And we got over here, we got 28.5 over here, right? And then, though, I'm going to make this be my front. So since this is my front, I don't need 28.5 in my motherfucking front, right? I need that to go. I need something to go in the back. So I got to borrow what's in the front and give it to the back. So usually what we do is we're gonna take like an inch and a half, and it really depends on how many inches are you different. So the 10 inches, really, I would take 2 inches from my back, 2 inches plus 1. So that's actually gonna be 3 inches I'm gonna take from my front. So I'm gonna subtract. What the hell did I hit? I thought I hit I did, but I don't know what. I'm gonna subtract 3 inches from the front. And I'm gonna add the 3 inches to the back. Okay. How you get this thing to go down or something? Okay, there we go. And so I'm gonna do the math. I'm gonna do it on paper first. 28 minus 3. That should be a 5. So it should be 25, right? Yeah, I think 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah. 25. Oh, where am I at? Okay. So that's gonna be 25.5, right? We didn't do nothing with that 0.5. And then we're gonna go over here and we're gonna add. So that should be like 30. What's that gonna be? 3, 8, 9, 10, 11. 31.5. Okay. So remember, that space is still the same. I took that same space where I would have equaled it 4, divided into 4. It's still the same number as the 57, right? But I divided into 2 because I still need to divide this into wait a minute, we got back up. How many inches did I do? 3? No. 3 too much. It really was. Remember, so we're gonna do 2 because it's 1 plus 1. So 3 gonna be way too much, y'all, because y'all gonna see why, right? Because I'm still only doing. It's still half. It's still broken down into front and back. Remember? Still broken down into the front and back. So we got to make some changes here. With this is subtract. So that's going to be 6, right? 6 and 8. And this going to be 10. Okay. 28, 29, 30. Okay, cool. So now the number is still the 57 inches. And let me make sure that's true. 28.5 and 28, no, 26, I'm sorry, 26.5 and 30.5. That's 56. And then so that's 57. So I'm right? Got to always make sure my math is right. Okay. And now these are the numbers. I'm going to put 30.5 inches in the back, and I'm going to put 26.5 inches in the front. Okay? But I'm not done yet, because remember the way I did my my pattern, it was half my body. So now I'm going to take these numbers and I'm going to divide it in half. So I'm going to go here, and we're going to take this number and we're going to divide it by 2. And we'll go over here and do this and do the same thing. Okay. And so let me do that real quick on paper, because I ain't got a mathematic brain like that. 26.5 divided by 2. That's going to be 1 is 2. We're going to cancel that out. It's 6. 2 divided by, that's going to be 3. Right? 3, 2, 6. So that's going to be 13. And then 0.5 is 1/4. 13 and a fourth, right? Or 1/4 is also what? 25, right? 0.25. Uh-oh. And over here, that was 26. Yeah, I did that right. Okay, so 30 divided by 2. That should be an even number, right? Because that's even. No, it's still 30.5. Okay. That's gonna be 2, because it's. Wait, did I do that right? No, that's 1. Okay, 2. That's 10. That's 15. And 1/4, 25.25. Yeah. Okay, y'all got that? Okay, I gotta delete some shit to get you back up there. Wait, I done deleted something. 1. I'm deleting the 1. Okay, it don't matter. So the front is gonna get 13.25 inches and a 15. So that's what I'm gonna do when I do my pattern piece, right? So that means this time I cannot take the pattern piece and have it in half. Because why? Because it's not equal anymore. So I do have to have a back side. I have to have a pattern piece for the back of my pants, and I have to have a separate pattern piece for the front of my pants. Okay? Before, remember I said it's going to be one piece folded in half, and then I was going to go down make these lines diagonal, and then go down, and then da-da-da. And then I said when you open the paper up, if you have it folded, it'll be both sides. But I said usually you don't have to do that, because what's the same that's on the right side is on the left side. But that's not true in my case, because although what's on the right side and left side is the same, what's on the back and the front is not the same. Now, I'm not sure if you ever seen a pattern for pants before. Anybody ever seen a pattern piece for pants? You ain't got no front piece and no back piece of no pants. You usually have just maybe a back, you'll have the back, what they call the top part of the pants, got a band. You have the band and the front band piece, right? And the reason that is because the way the body curves, you would have to you do two pieces because the measurements what I'm just doing is the same thing kind of what you do, but I don't have to do that because I kind of know that cut off a little piece, go down 1.5 or 2 inches in the front because the way the body is built. Or you could do the calculation and you're still gonna get the same goddamn thing. Those of y'all with the big boobs, and I'm talking about big boobs. I ain't talking about my size big boobs. I'm talking about you H's, G's, K's, and L's, you M's and N's, L and P's, Q, R, X, T, U, V ass bitches. You know what I'm talking about. Okay. That's what I'm talking about. Y'all got to do this with your chest, okay? There's no way you go around your whole circumference and then you gonna equal your front and your back and think that shit gonna sit right, okay? That's why when y'all ladies with big boobs, when you buy your shirts, that line on the side is not equal to the body, okay? Because all that fabric that's supposed to be equally to the front and the back, you push that shit to the front, baby. That shit that's supposed to be in the back is in the front. All that motherfucking fabric is squeezing your ass in the front, baby. Listen, go get you some shirts made. Okay, go get you some shirts made. They're not costly. And look, if you want me to make you some shirts, I'll make you some shirts. Okay. Now let me tell you the deal on that though, because I gotta be honest. You buy the fabric, right? And you buy the fabric. And I'll make you whether some t-shirts or some shirts, and I won't charge you nothing but what you will buy the shirt for in like a store, right? Like because then I don't have to buy the fabric or none of that shit. So all I'm doing is taking my time making it for you. I'll make you some shirts, but I prefer some t-shirts. I would prefer to make y'all some skirts and shit. They're easier. I'll do that. Okay. I'll make some shit that fit your body, but you got to take your measurements. Okay. If you don't listen, and I tell this to people, you cannot tell me your measurements and give me and fudge some fucking numbers because you're embarrassed about your numbers. And then expect me to make you some shit and it fit. Baby, I can't tell you nothing. But what I can do is we could take that garment that I sent you that you telling me don't fit you, bitch, and you go get you a measuring a tape measure, and now I want you to measure that motherfucking garment. And if that garment does not measure what the fuck you gave me, then I'll remake that shit, everything on me, bitch. But if you told me your waist was a 38 or 36, bitch, and you told me you was a 24, 38, 26, bitch, right? And then I made that shit, and then you got it, and you talk about it don't fit. Don't tell me not a motherfucking thing. You gave me your measurements. It ain't my fault you was talking about I'm a brick. House ass face motherfucker. Want to give me some fake ass numbers. And then talk about bomb it don't fit. Well, I don't know what to tell you, bitch. You knew it wasn't gonna fit, bitch. You over there in a 34. Nothing to be embarrassed about a 34. In fact, that's like the average. That's kind of below average. 34. Look, y'all gotta stop listening to this music and going with that shit. Ain't no bitch up in here no 24, 37, 80, 89 and shit. Just making up motherfucking numbers. Bitch, no, honey. Okay? If you give me your real numbers, I'm gonna make your garment. And before I put that bitch in a bag, in a box and shit to send it to you, I'm gonna re-measure that shit. Cause I might have to take, like the way I make the items, I give what they call ease, right? When I make the items, I add ease in, which means inches, right? I make the item, make sure it's made correctly, and then I go in and then your exact measurements, I measure that shit, and then I make the adjustments need to be made. Now, the good thing about shit that I make you, if you gain weight, because the way I make it, you will be able to go and give it to somebody and they can let it out. They can adjust it for your weight gain. That's how it's supposed to be. right? You're supposed to be able to go and say, okay, I need an extra inch. Well, that's why I make the item with that extra ease. But then I close it off and it looks neat and nice. You will never know it's there. The only person who's gonna know that that extraness is there is when you take it to somebody to make adjustments. They're gonna see, oh, and they're gonna unpick, and then they're gonna put their seam down, and your shit gonna be like, look, you're gonna think they did a whole different hard ass job. Nah, but in fact, you can do it yourself without even taking it to somebody if you know what you're doing. It's that simple, right? I learned that from the motherfucking Africans right there, though. I ain't gonna lie to you, okay? They got a woman on YouTube. I watched her make this outfit, right? In fact, I learned how to do my drafting through them Africans. I gotta give them a shout out. The men Africans, the women Africans, they be over there, baby, doing this shit, right? Now, I'm gonna tell you, they do it real quick. If you don't really understand, you ain't gonna learn through no YouTube through the motherfuckers. I ain't gonna lie, right? But remember, my grandmother never used no pattern. So I watched her, but I wasn't really paying a lot of detail to what she was doing, right? So when the Africans give you the information, they do it fast. And if so, you got to kind of already have an understanding. But you can catch on if you got a little understanding of what they're doing, you can pick it up. And the reason they do it that way, because they want to sell you some goddamn class. And they talk about $6,000. Like, bitch, is you crazy? Now, I think that might be in some African money. I don't know if they, I mean, they might have been in some other type of dollar. So, but when I saw $16,000 to take what kind of class, bitch? You, I gotta call you through this. I forgot what they call the number. Them Africans be trying to get you to get some type of number, and you can't convince me to get no goddamn number I ain't never heard about just because you want me to get it. Fuck out of here. Talking about 16,000, whatever. I don't give a shit. 16,000 pennies. How much is 16,000 pennies? Let me add that up real quick. I was about to say I don't give a shit if it's 16,000 pennies. Um, but I don't know what 16,000. Hey Siri, how many dollars is 16,000 pennies?
Okay, I found this on the web. For how many dollars is 16,000 pennies? Check it out.
Why you ain't just tell me? Wait, okay, how many? I don't understand why she ain't just tell me. Okay, here we go. I guess I could get the pen and add it up real quick, y'all. But let me see. I thought she was gonna help me out. Let me see. I'm gonna put 16,000 pennies. Let's see. 16, 1, 2, 3. Wait, what the hell happened? No. 0, 0. I don't give a fuck if it's 16,000 pennies, okay? I ain't paying you. Okay, that's $160. And let me tell you something, okay? I don't know why I didn't know that. All I had to do was take off 2 goddamn zeros, y'all. I should be ashamed of myself. I wasn't thinking, okay? I don't give a damn if it's 16,000 pennies, honey. I ain't paying you no $160 for no video that you already pre-recorded. Is somebody crying? Oh, I don't know why I always think I hear Leaky cry. He's not even a crybaby, and he don't cry. Nobody do him nothing. Anyway, I don't know. Anyway, I ain't paying nobody no 16,000 pennies for no video. That's just a YouTube video. That's what they do, right? They make a YouTube video or a video, not a YouTube video, but it's a video just like a YouTube video, and they put it somewhere. They charge you the money, and then they give you the link to the video, and then your ass follow them, and that ain't worth no $160. You got me, and especially for one class. Now, if it was a whole, course and shit like that, $160 is not bad to learn some shit. Okay. Okay, they know that shit so well, but they be knocking that shit out real fast. Okay, like they don't need like I have to go and see what the average numbers are, right? Because I don't know, right? I don't know what like if I'm going to do a size medium, I can look up and see what is the chest line, the waistline, and everything for a size medium, large, and so on and so forth. I have to look that up. They be knowing that shit by heart. They know the basic body, for these shapes and shit. They can look at me, look at you, right, and be like, okay, and they can draft you out without you giving them real numbers. Like it's almost like they are professionals at this shit. Okay, like that. The ones who are professionals at this shit, they ain't joking around, baby. It's almost like them Africans who do hair. Now, them Africans who did hair used to be the pros. But now them bitches ain't about shit, right? They done raised their prices sky high with them uh them young girls from back in the day who are now the young women. Y'all out here, black women, making your motherfucking money. I applaud you. I love you. Okay. I always wonder why the Africans come over here braiding some hair. We always knew how to braid over here. Not me though. I don't know how to braid not a motherfucking thing. I can't braid with the shit, baby, okay? But I'm just saying, okay, them Africans got beside themselves. They wanted $500 to do some goddamn braids. And that was years ago. I was like, bitch, you got me fucked up. You should pay $25 for some goddamn micro braids. Now, see, that's what I'm saying. Like the word braid and the word plait. I don't hear nobody call them plaits no more. You call them braids, and you call them plaits, braids. You start calling them hobo this, boho this. I don't know if it's hobo or boho, right? Same difference to me. Okay, it's a loose like a hobo in your motherfucking head, flailing away. Okay, all by its lonely. Y'all, I'm rambling like a motherfucker. Let me stop. I've been acting crazy tonight. I hope y'all understood how I have to borrow shit from my front to give